Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pasco, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Ugh, it's bloody early. Good morning, good evening, very good morning. Good dust.
None of it's
whatever
on
it
screen,
is.
by the way, Bear.
Good night. Sorry?
None of it is on screen, by the way.
None of it is on screen, and that's very true. Look, you get a nice picture of the Himalayas to start the morning with. Don't you worry about it. I shall sort that out now as we speak. It is Game 7 of the World Cup, and we get to a biggie. England, having got absolutely battered by New Zealand on the first game of the World Cup, need to come back hard and fast, and they are up in the foothills of the Himalayas at Dharamsala playing Bangladesh. Get themselves off the bottom of the table, really. I'll give you some teams, some toss news. Who won the toss, actually? Bangladesh won the toss, and they chose to field, so they've stuck us in. England's playing 11 are Johnny Bairstow, Darren Milan, Joe Root, Harry Brook, Joss Butler, Liam Livingston, Chris Woke, Sam Cowan, Adil Rashid, Mark Wood and Reece Topley. So the only change would be
Topley for Moeen.
Topley for Moeen. Oh, an interesting one. That is an interesting one. Going down on the batting and up with the bowling. Bangladesh go in with Lytton Das, Tanzid Hassan, Najmul Hossain Shanto, Shakib Al Hassan, Mahdi Hassan Miraz, Mushfiqur Rahim, Towid Hidroy, Mahdi Hassan, Taskin Ahmed, Sharaful Islam, and Mustafa Zur Rahman. I like the fizz. And Taskin. Good looking side. As I said, I am being joined by these two. I've got, sorry, it's early in the morning. I've got Towid, who's joined us for the first time in a while because he is our resident Bangladeshi expert, and of course from the Weather Cave, the man who's here is, well, he's here more often than me actually, because he's doing some Australian coverage as well. It is Messi Jez. How are you, boys? Thoughts and feelings about this game?
Yeah, morning. Good. Good, thanks. Yeah, I mean, as you say, huge game. Yeah, Bangladesh did. I'd say it was a solid performance in their first game against Afghanistan, winning by 6 wickets. They did well to sort of bundle them out for 156. They won the toss first in that game and opted to bowl. So they're going for the same formula. Whether or not it works against such a strong England batting side remains to be seen. But I guess one thing in their favour, as you said, England aren't coming into this game in the best of form really after that hammering against New Zealand.
Yeah, and you, Messi?
Yeah, well, I mean, it really depends if England decide to show up today. I see Butler's been moaning a bit about the state of the outfield and so on, which isn't a good sign really, because everybody's got to put up with the same thing. But I actually was really encouraged by Bangladesh. I thought they did much better in their first game than I was expecting them to do. So it's a real challenge for England, particularly on our wicket that's likely to take a fair bit of spin. You just wonder about the opening partnership for England as to whether that can get off the ground, because that makes a huge difference in terms of where they go. They don't have a massively long batting order now with Topley in for Moeen, so they really need to get something going up front. Well, but I think this is a well-matched pair, to be honest.
Well, yeah, and England need to get their World Cup campaign going, I suppose. You're right, they don't, but in terms of batting, but I think you've got to trust your batting to get most of your runs. Wickets are important, and we looked pretty toothless the other day. So,
yes,
probably the way to go. The teams are coming out. I am going to play some jingles for the men approaching.
Introducing the next generation David.
That's not my name. That's not my name. That's not my name. That's not my name.
David Milan, congratulations.
I am the big shot. You heard me right the first time. Name of Bachelor Johnny Cool. Occupation Big Shot.
Towid, can I get you to check your headphones are being used by Zoom, because you sound quite fuzzy.
You're right. Is that better?
No, it's not. Your volume's okay, but you just sound quite fuzzy, like you're not coming off the headset itself, but you're coming off the desktop. Can you go into the corner of the Zoom settings, above the little audio thing in the left-hand corner, and check that it's coming off? Because if it's got a, let's say USB, Zoom doesn't often pick them up, especially with the bloody modern computers.
It's not a USB, it's the
you see, they don't usually work with Zoom, to be fair.
Okay, I mean, I can go without if it's... Is that better?
No, that's exactly the same, that's what I mean. your Zoom is not using your headset, it is using your... that's alright, as long as I know. There's no point in sitting there with headphones on if they're not actually being used. I don't know, this is what I mean, unless the headset is USB, it doesn't often get picked. Sorry about this, listeners, I have to do this with everybody. Unless your headset is USB, it doesn't often get picked up by Zoom. It doesn't pick up the ones with bloody, mini, mini phonos on. Even though it's supposed to, and the computer's supposed to, it just doesn't work. Right, we have a countdown. They are going to start. They're 1 minute late already. And who is at the end of the run? Who's going to open the bowling? Is that? It's the Fizz. The Fizz is opening for Bangladesh, and he has a jingle. Goes like this. Towid's gone away to find out if he can do anything about it, I presume. He's just turned his camera off. First ball is just defended square by Bairstow. At the offside, no run, and we're off and running. None for none. And of course we've already had the obligatory drone shot. And the wide shot shows the foothills of the Himalayas in the back, and it does look, I have to say, very beautiful there.
Just changed my headset. Don't know if that's better.
Is that a USB one?
No,
No, he's got to get a USB one, Toad.
I've got a USB now. Give me a second.
That one is just played up to mid-off by Johnny B, and he'll get himself off the mark. And we're off and running. As we look, what was this from then? It was just a warm-up game, wasn't it?
Oh, right.
Where we they got 190 odd, didn't they? Rain affected game, got in about 30 overs, and then we managed to do them. We lost 5 wickets in the chase, but we did it quickly, and now we lost the picture from Darren Sarner. There we go, get a nice still of the Himalayas. The cameras have gone down.
Is this better?
No.
Okay. Well,
But
it's
you might have to. Is that USB?
It is. Yeah.
So just go to the sound settings. You should be able to select it.
Oh, yeah.
Where the microphone is on Zoom.
Oh, that goes past the outside edge of
Yes,
Man
I've
through to the
selected
kipper,
it.
and there you go. And that is better.
There we go.
You sound clear now, not fuzzy. So many people do this. They get their headsets with, your standard ones that you use for gaming. They just don't work with Zoom, and I don't know why. That was quite close to the stumps. And I also go on.
I was going to say, yeah, the Fear's obviously a specialist kind of at the start and at the death. So yeah, no surprise seeing him with
Nope.
the ball up front.
The fizz is in. Oh, that one went a little bit in the air, a little bit off the pitch. Beats the outside edge of Darren Milan. He got no runs in the first game, and through to the keeper, and there's no run. I presume Mushy is keeping?
I think he is, yeah. He kept in the first game. Yep, that's him.
He must be getting on a bit now, isn't
Yeah, I mean...
he? How old is he? I mean, he started when he was about 16, didn't he? But I mean, he's been playing forever.
He must be sort of 37, 38. But yeah, phenomenal that he's still going.
That's into the
36 he is.
okay. That's into the pads of Darren Milan. He plays it up to mid on, and there's no run.
Yeah, as you say, he's been around for such a long time, but even to this day, he is the hardest trainer in the team. Always out there first, last to come in.
It's hard to keep yourself fit at 36. There's no reason why you can't. Especially with modern techniques.
This is entirely theoretical, Bear.
Yeah, well, yeah, I'm still playing cricket. I was still taking loads of wickets when I was in my 30s. God damn
Yeah,
it.
but were you fit?
Yeah, no. At times I was. That's a nice drive by Darren Milan. Could be the first 4. They're going to do some diving in the outfield? No. First 4 of the day, hit by Darren Milan in a very Darren Milan way, which is basically straight through the covers for 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, just got an indication there of maybe how this game's going to pan out. I think it's apparently the ground dimensions are absolutely tiny, 60 metres to the boundary. So I think once the ball gets past that circle, it's pretty much 4 with the fielders not risking a dive.
Yeah,
they've cut the grass much shorter than it was for the previous match too. Farong is with us. He says Tigers elect to field. Good decision, I think. Which jersey do I wear during the match? He sent us a picture of 5 or 6 Bangladesh jerseys. The one with a tiger on, Farong. Matthew Cullen says, good morning, Gorillas. Come on, the England. Mayank says, can someone explain why the England jerseys have different fonts for some players? Half the lads have England print large and the other half is small. Looks fucking stupid. I hadn't noticed that.
No, I hadn't noticed that as well.
Crazy.
That's probably you get to choose, don't you? And maybe some of them, I don't know. Who knows? This presumably this is at altitude, thinner atmosphere. Ball goes quicker, quick outfield.
Yep.
Supposed to be a reasonably quick pitch. England will probably like a quick pitch, to be fair. But the outfield has just been relayed. Apparently it had fungus on it. It's all died off. It's a load of sand underneath it. and they were showing pictures beforehand of players sliding in the outfield. Taskin in second over, first ball is full long half volley, and Bairstow clumps that through the offside. He gets his first boundary of the day. It's all going swimmingly.
4 on the floor, and one more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4's are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
Now, without tone here first thing in the morning, does anyone know what the average score here is? I haven't got my stats. I haven't got my stats, wingman.
I've no idea, and really that first match on Saturday isn't much of an indicator because, Afghanistan bundled out for 156. I can't see England doing that badly today.
No. Well, I hope not, because that would pretty much be the World Cup campaign over before it started.
Pretty much.
Well,
yeah,
no, I mean, it wouldn't be. I think 6 games will probably get you through. Mate, I think, as I was saying, I was arguing with Andy yesterday, I think one team may get through with 5. Possibly, especially now Australia have lost a game as well, and they look a bit pokey. England have started slow.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably too early to be talking about net run rate, but that's another thing that's not in England's favour at the moment.
No, I think they'll recover that against someone. You know, there'll be a team that they bundle out quite quick and maybe have to chase 190 and try and do it in sort of 20 overs or something, and blah blah blah. Taskin in again. That's short. Well, it's not short, it's wide though, and Bairstow doesn't move his feet, flashes at it. And,
alternatively,
under edge, no run.
If they rack up,
you could put that down just in a loop, couldn't you? Bairstow doesn't move his feet and flashes at it.
Well, yeah.
Nestlers is with us from the depths of Epping Forest. She just says, "Morning."
Nestlers! Again, we haven't seen you recently. You've deserted us, mate. It'd be lovely to have you. You threatened to come in at some point. It'd be nice to have you to see you in person once again. That one loops in the air. It starts wide, goes wider. And it's through to the keeper. And there's no one. Should give the bowler his jingle.
If you get to the ground by 9, you can see this fella shine. He starts his run up looking real mean. If he ever gets annoyed, he's got himself a brand new ploy. He loves to get at batsmen all day. And he'll be tasking care of business every game. Tasking care of business every day. He's been tasking care of business. Double wides, tasking care of business. Rolling super fine.
Johnny B's a belligerent bastard, isn't he? I don't know what he was complaining about there, but he was refusing to receive a delivery, and an umpire had to stop tasking his run up again.
Yeah, he's done it a couple of times.
Yeah, he does it a lot. That one is short, wide again. Oh dear, bit of poor fielding in the covers. Half parried. Should have been fielded, but they'll get through for a single.
Yeah, it's still early in the piece, but yeah, Tuskin hasn't quite hit his straps as yet.
No, it's alright, it's first over. Don't have to worry too much about it. And the last ball of this... No, there's 2 balls left in this over.
Yeah, he's had a great 2023. So yeah, so far Tuskin Ahmed has taken more wickets this year than in any other previous calendar year for ODIs.
He's I like Taskin. Genuine pacer.
Yeah, kind of specialises in that sort of back of the length heavy ball, bit of a cliche.
Exactly. He's going to come into bowl to Dawid Malan. 5th ball. He gets inside half of the bat. It goes out to mid wicket and there's no run. The gain on the camera is quite up on the TV and I can't really see the ball sometimes.
Yeah.
Very bright
plenty
in the
of people,
foothills of the Himalayas. Go for it.
Plenty of people joining us on YouTube. Sedahu, Arjun Kundu, wondering where Tony is. He's asleep, the lazy bastard. Dara Azizi, Mog's with us. Brian in Brisbane, thank you, Brian, for your delivery. I've got to pick it up this afternoon. It says, morning all, what score should England get today? Early start to Bear's fables about his cricket days.
Well, you know.
Glenn Morris reckons 340 plus.
Yeah, last ball of the over is defended by Darren Milan, back down the track. There's no run.
Oh, sorry, I thought we got to the end of the over.
Yeah, so did I, but
way
we
ahead.
hadn't. There was one ball left.
And Fatelma Carol is with us. Greetings, Fatelma. Good to have you on board. She says greetings on this fine morning. And Linux Leah. Hello, Leah. Good to have you here too.
Where are all these people? They must be ahead of us unless they're all crazy like me. And when I only got it because I had to.
Well, Europe's an hour ahead, isn't it?
Yeah, that's true. So they sort of start at 7 o'clock in the morning, which I suppose it's time to get up and have breakfast and get ready for work. I'm actually awake now.
Yeah.
When I first got up, I was like, oh, for fuck's sake, why am I up?
But isn't that the normal state of play when you get up?
Well, no, normally I wake up and I can't go back to sleep anyway, but that's usually about an hour and a half from when I actually got up, so it wasn't that bad. The horrible thing about getting old is the lack of sleep that you actually do require and the inability to lie in. But, hey.
Yeah, well, that's kids for you, mate. That's what.
Yeah, that's what they do.
What's led to that?
Yes. Well, the fizz is going to continue.
You've got another 20 years, mate, and you'll be free of that.
No, well, bloody hell, I hope not. The youngest is 13 already. That one is defended out to the covers, and there's no run. The oldest was 18 a couple of weeks ago.
Well, I've got no sympathy because I've got a 4-month-old baby upstairs. So
Well, you see, yeah, it's tricky. I'm glad I'm not there.
20 years of no sleep, worry, and poverty ahead of you, Toad.
Yes.
Yeah, can't wait.
The poverty is what grinds towards the end, because at the moment it's fucking doing my head in. The fizz is in. It's on the pads. Bairstow kind of misses out there. May have got a bit of inside edge, but mainly pad down to the man on the 45, who's on the edge of the circle. It's Tanzid. Leg slip. They're calling him leg slip. Is he a leg slip? I suppose he is. He's.
Yeah, it looked like more of a sort of short, fine leg.
Well, yeah, I guess at that pace it
circle.
carries, doesn't it? He's not actually on the 30-yard circle. He's not far from it now. He's probably about 5-10 yards in from it. So you could definitely call him that. Maybe is that a plan? The fizz is in. Ooh, that's a cross, Bairstow. Good pace here from Taskin. He drives at that and misses it through the keeper, and there's no runs. But airy-fairy from England to start with.
Yeah, I was just saying it's such a small boundary that guy at leg slip, he almost looks like halfway back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they were trying to keep.
Yeah.
Didn't we hear yesterday? They were trying to keep the boundaries to 70 metres, but maybe they just can't do it here.
Yeah.
It's not T20. You don't need endless sixes. I think you've got to give something to the fielding side. And the fizz again gets stopped. What is going on here, man?
Someone behind the sight screen.
So Farron, God bless him, has brought us some data. He says only 6 ODIs played at this venue. Highest team innings is 330 for 6 by India against the West Indies. Lowest is 112 by India against Sri Lanka. Highest run chase achieved is 227 for 3 by England against India. Average runs per wicket 28. Runs per over 4.9. Average score batting first 169, but it's not a big database.
That's not a big database, and probably wrong. Bairstow tries to slam that into leg side, bit inside edgy, goes square on the leg side, out to square leg. They get through for the easy single.
Definitely seem to be targeting his pads there, trying to get that leg slip into play.
That's quite a dangerous ploy, because if he gets on it,
yeah,
that's one of his stronger areas.
Yeah, not much margin for error either.
No. Well, Darren Milan will face up. He's 4 off 6. 2 balls left in the third over. That one's straight. And he defends it up to mid-on, and there's no run. But as we saw yesterday with New Zealand, he started off with 3 maidens in their batting first yesterday. Still went on to get 320. Shouldn't have got 320. Got 60 off the last 5. And the Netherlands subsided quite easily in the end.
Yeah, it's quite rare to see 3 maidens in an innings these days.
Yeah, well, exactly. I think someone bowled a wicket maiden as well. A Waden. Last ball of the third over. Driven at. Takes off a little bit off the pitch. Waft by Doman. You see that quite a lot until he gets his eye in. Misses it, thankfully. Through to the keeper. There ain't no run. 11 for none after 3. Over to you, Messi.
Oxymoronica joins us. This is Namaste. It's my birthday, so England better fucking win. Happy birthday, Oxy. Wish I was there. Joining on YouTube for the first time. Mog says, stop whinging about kids. It's not like you didn't enjoy your 5-second part in creating them.
Mog.
Farong says, greetings all on the 10th of the 10th. Hope everyone is well. I've cancelled all appointments for today and will do the trek into town 45 miles away tomorrow. And you definitely should be wearing the Tiger t-shirt, Farong.
Indeed, as we have yet another drone shot of the foothills of the Himalayas. Taskin is in and driven hard by Bairstow, but only as far as mid-off. And there is
Steve Hampton is with us on YouTube. He says he's tuning at work at UWA, which I take to be the University of Western Australia, as I do my rounds. Makes the day go faster.
Well, thank you very much.
And Glenn Morris is in Wales. Don't need much sleep, being 62.
Yeah, I get that. I always wondered why my parents always never slept and were always up at stupid o'clock in the morning. And, you know, finally understand.
Well, they probably went to bed early too.
Well, yeah, Taskin in, pulled, dropped it short, and Bairstow latches onto that, smashes it square, all the way to the boundary for 4 runs.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Yeah, it's set up nicely for Bairstow there.
Yeah, it was half tracker really, wasn't it? But it never really got up. Can't bowl there, Johnny B.
Yeah, a bit of a wayward start this from Tuscan. He'll be a bit disappointed.
Yeah. Oh, that one comes back. No, cuts Johnny B in half as he tries to flay it through the offside. He's not looked great this morning, but he's not out. He's got 11 off 13.
Yeah, the thing about putting England in, of course, Bangladesh, they'll know that they'll need at least 1 or 2 wickets in the power play really to give themselves a chance.
All right. Johnny faces up as Taskin comes in for his 4th ball of his 2nd over, and that one is too wide, hit hard, but can't beat the man at cover. It'll be a dot ball. You're thinking he's missing out on a few here. No run. Few people in the crowd up here. Nice place to go. There's an England support. They managed to find one. What do you think about the organisation of this World Cup, Toad? Crowds and all that. It's been poor, hasn't it?
It has, yeah. I mean, you know, just all the talk about the outfield in this particular venue as well. It just kind of lends itself to that narrative of kind of poor organisation overall.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Taskin in. Oh, again flashed at by Johnny B, and again through to the keeper. And no run.
Yeah, I mean, Bangladesh obviously played here on Saturday, and it was quite apparent actually. There was some sort of close-up shots of Tuskin running into bowl as he is now, and there was kind of sand kicking up around his heels on the bowler's run-up, which
yeah,
really
that's not good at all, is it? Not good at all. Taskin is in. That one he does get hold of. And again, good bit of fielding by the man at cover. It was hit hard by Johnny B. Who is that? I can't see it.
That's Tawhid Ridoy, my namesake. Although he doesn't have an A, he has an O.
Yes.
Which is probably how my parents should have spelt my name, to be honest.
I got it wrong.
You were a mistake, were you?
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
good bit of fielding though, because it was hit hard. That ends the 4th over, 15 for none. You got anything on messages, Messi?
Yeah, Mayank says tomorrow we will see true small boundaries. The Delhi outfield is between 58 to 64 metres from the middle wicket. Leah says Dharamsala is my favourite stadium in the world. What an absolute beauty this thing is. It is indeed. Reminds me a little of Queenstown in New Zealand, although you couldn't call that a stadium really. But that's gorgeous as well. And Nessa says, yes, I'm going to be on. I've submitted my availability to the Road to Master.
Good man, good man. The Fizz is going to continue. Coming over the wicket. Oh, have you got anything on that? That is Ed, surely. Well, no. The umpire hasn't given it out. Malan's not walking. I thought he got edge. It seemed to be a clear diversion, didn't it? He tried to pull it, the Dawa Malan. Oh, and he's rubbing his shoulder. So he thinks it hit his shoulder. It certainly diverted. They did review straight away.
They did, and they looked pretty confident, the Bangladesh group.
Well, they did, but you can often feel like it's pretty confident, can't you? But it's over in a flash. As we look from side on. No, it's off his shoulder. So I think that'll be given on out. I suppose it could have been a little bit of bat as well, but we will see on that. No. It's missed the bat and hit his shoulder, so Bangladesh will lose a review.
Yeah, it's quite interesting on that replay. When Mushi took the ball, there was almost no reaction until he saw the Fizz. Well, that's kind of when he joined in.
Yeah, I mean, my initial thing was, oh shit, he's hit that, he's out, because there was a clear diversion of the ball, so it definitely hit something. But Dawa Malan clearly knew very quickly. It was a big swish. He just brushed his shoulder.
Yeah. So the Fizz continues. And that one is driven by Dawa Malan. They all look like they're playing a little bit late on the ball. So Bangladesh have played 2 games in the same place. That's a bit unfair on everyone else. There's a lot of moving around in this World Cup. There is, yeah.
Quite a few teams are playing 2 in a row.
Yeah, I think they've got a fair bit of travel after this game. Quite a good thing actually on the Wisdom website, where they've calculated the exact mileage that every single team has to cover. And they've put everyone in, in order of who has to travel most. I think England do have to travel most.
Oh, that's a poor bit of fielding. Whoever that was at cover has just dived over the top of that. Dawa Malan hit it. It wasn't too far from the fielder. And a kind of wide mid-off / extra cover. Probably should have got on top of that, but he didn't. I couldn't see who that was either. But it's run away for 4 runs.
Points. 1, 3.
And Shakib throws his head back. It was sorrowful.
Yeah, one of the quick bowlers in the team, so yeah, probably in the back of his mind thinking, do I really want to be diving around on this?
Well, just diving like that, it's a skidding you don't want to be doing. You don't want to catch something, do you, when you're trying to slide to save a ball on the boundary or something. But just going over shouldn't be too bad. Oh, that's a shot and a half. That's a pick-up from Dawa Malan. It's on his pads, and he's just picked that up, planted it backward square leg all the way. First 6 of the innings. An absolutely lovely shot there from.
Yeah, great pickup, like you say. It's just almost swept it for 6 rather.
Very nice. 25 for none.
Of course, the ball carries more easily at high altitude.
It's about 14. Is it 1,400 meters above sea level?
Yes, that's correct.
That's quite high, isn't it? Really, 1.4 kilometers.
Yep. Nearly as high as the Wanderers.
Oh right, okay. Dawa Malan in, guided behind square on the offside. Can't beat the man back there.
Yeah, I was in Johannesburg a few years ago and just totally ignored the altitude, went out for a jog one evening. I kind of maybe ran for about 4 minutes and felt like I was dying.
It shows you how dangerous jogging is.
Yeah. I don't think I've ever...
A silly habit.
Not sure I've been at altitude apart from maybe in Mexico when I was there going up through the mountains. Another big attempted heave by Manan. Somehow it missed his bat, somehow it missed his stumps. It goes through to Mushfiqur, and there is no run. And that ends the 5th over, 25 for none, England. Over to you, Messi.
Okay, so Twitter's. Oh no, sorry. Just in case Jay Grover is up and about, hang on a second. He'll be excited to know I'm getting that Boston Over track prepared as we speak. Oh dear God! No, I don't think Jay is up yet. He had a very late night the night before last, so I think he's still in recovery mode. Dan DeCastro's with us. He says, "Greetings from Canada. My schedule is upside down for the next 7 weeks. It's currently 1:23 a.m. here.
Ooh.
England, dreadful first match. They need to be careful. Almost a must-win already. Certainly against lower nations, that it's a must-win, isn't it? Because otherwise you've got to beat one of the top nations to give yourself a better chance."
Well, that's it. I mean, if England were to lose this, they'd have to basically win every game of the tournament if they were going to win it, which isn't impossible.
Well, they lost 3 in 2019, so they could do that.
Well, this is it. I do think there will be 1 or maybe 2 teams going through with 5 victories. Everyone's got a bad day in them, haven't they? And there'll be a couple of close ones, the big ones. There's an appeal that's given none out. It's Shoreful who's into the attack. It's certainly swung into the bowler. Having used the review, I mean, it does look like it's going down the leg side, maybe quite adjacent, but who knows?
Yeah,
we'll probably.
Tuskin's been whipped out of the attack after a couple of overs. Yeah, Shoreful with his left arm angle.
Oh, you know what? I think that's not a bad fucking shout. I'd have reviewed that. I think. I think the word.
I think he would have been clipping at leg at best.
Yeah, but you wouldn't lose it, and it might actually be hitting. I'll give his jingle after.
You know, when you've only got one review left.
Yeah, well, that's it. Shoreful in again. That one into the pads of Johnny B. Definitely seems like a plan, Johnny, to bowl at his pads. I'm not sure how useful that will be. It's clipped out to the man deep on the boundary for a single. Let's give the bowler his jingle.
He's colourful, he's wonderful, so cultural, so touchable, as flavorful as chlorophyll, he's savoural, he's chlorophyll.
And Shoreful is in again. That was wide of the off stump and through to the keeper, and there is no run.
Yeah, just going back to that first ball of the over, did it pitch in line?
It did.
It didn't.
Oh no, so it's pitched outside leg. Oh, bloody hell, by about a millimetre.
Wow.
By about a
Not by
millimetre. It wasn't much at all.
But yeah, like you say, the thing about burning a review so early means that you've got to be really careful for the rest of the game.
Aye. Manan faces up and he jabs at that, gets it inside half of the bat, runs off down towards long leg. Doesn't get very far. And they get themselves a single. And on to 27 for none. And the 6th over.
Shoreful Islam, one of 4 members in the team who won the Under-19 World Cup back in 2020.
Yeah, they've got some good youngsters. I was noticing that when I was trying to find all the jingles. They were all in the Bangladesh Under-19 team. That's somewhere in our Gmail threads. A couple of English supporters out there. It's the first time I've seen a decent amount of away sport, or been able to pick out some from somewhere. Maybe people are just arriving as the tournament gets into full swing. That one again comes back into Johnny B, and he manages to get it out to mid wicket, and there is no run. Yeah, it was going on to hit leg stump, so that would have been heart and mouth.
falling over ever so slightly. Johnny Bairstow, when he's been playing at that line.
Not unsurprising. It's Johnny B. And that one, he's picked up, gone straight inside the man at mid-off, and it's gone all the way down to the boundary for 4 runs.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Over to you, Messi.
Okay, so Rich Turner is with us. He says only 20 minutes late. Well done, Rich. Steve Hansford confirms yes, he is at the University of WA. Sudahu says Milan will surely get a decent runs today. He doesn't cock up games on the trot. Let's hope not. Well, England hope not.
Well, exactly.
I've tweeted onto our timeline, and I'll retweet it, a screenshot of the boundary lengths for today, so that you know exactly what it is. 61 and 66 metres square, 55 and 57 metres diagonally back, and 72, 75 and 76 straight hits from one end. Yeah, adjust as on which end.
Pulled. Oh, not particularly well timed by Darren Milan as the Fizz starts his 4th over. Fortunately, just wide and maybe just over the man at wide mid on, the skipper. Shaki. I presume Shaki. Is Shaki the skipper? It's not, is it?
He is, yeah.
He is. Okay. He's in, he's out, he's in, who knows?
Well, a lot of hoo-ha in the build-up to this tournament for Bangladesh in terms of captains resigning and
usual shenanigans.
Well, the big one between Tamim Iqbal not being selected for the tournament, ostensibly due to injury. He wasn't too happy about that. Kind of threw his toys out the pram. Shakib's taken over, but Shakib then really sort of twisted the knife in by giving this sort of 30-minute interview about what it takes to be a team person.
Attempted hoik into the leg side by Johnny B, maybe an under edge onto his pads, could have been bowled, wasn't. Instead it goes out on the outside and they'll get a single.
I noticed they got pictures of 2 people in the crowd wearing Butler t-shirts, which has got the right number on, but it's spelled wrong with only 1 T.
Oh dear. Can't get that. No. 2 singles off the first 2 balls of this over. And Darren Milan will face up. He's 16 off 17. Bairstow 17 off 21. Fair enough start by England. They haven't gone off at rocket pace. They're trying to gauge the pitch.
Yeah. They've kind of eased themselves into this.
Yeah, could have been out a couple of times each, I suppose. Darren Milan just drops that behind square on the offside, and there's no run. And as we look at Bangladesh thought they had Darren Milan a couple of overs ago. It turned out it came off his shoulder. And in fact, if you look at the replay, Mushi even indicated that, and they still went and reviewed. He kind of went, shoulder? And then he went and reviewed it. The Fizz will come in to bowl 4th ball of the over. Over the wicket to Darren Milan, who's pulled that majestically. Take that. Smashes it down over deep backward square leg, and it's 6 more runs.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
And can't be bowling there. It's just a half tracker sat up.
Yeah, that's probably a better shot than the other 6 that he's hit cleanly over deep square.
Yeah. I thought the other shot was beautiful. It's just a pick-up, wasn't it? Very full on his pads. 39 for none, England on 6.4. 75 tournament 6s. You could have had a bet on that at the beginning of the tournament. How many 6s and how many hundreds are going to be scored? There was all sorts of odds at the beginning of the tournament that big boys were offering. That's a full toss, driven straight back down the ground. Consecutive boundaries. That one is a poor ball. It's just a full toss on off stump and pretty much got what it deserved. 4 runs.
Yeah, can't be bowling there particularly Well, you've got a 55-metre boundary behind you.
No. Can't really be bowling there to anyone, can you? Low full toss, but sort of a foot off the ground is, same as a half volley, really. Milan moves on to 26 off 20. 1 ball left in the 7th over. And the Fizz is coming in to bowl it. And this one is worked up to mid-on. They think about a single. It's not there. It's the end of the over. I'm going to hand over to you, Missy.
Oxymoronica says, can you see the Dalai Lama in the crowd? Is there good support in the crowd? I can't see a deity box anywhere, so presumably not. John Perry says, evening lads, first time listening to you from my new home in Mexico. One thing unchanged though is that I'm still walking home a bit pissed listening to you. May it ever be thus. Jay is with us. He says, how very dare you. I am, however, feeling rather fragile, so you'll have a blissful respite from my intoxicated gibberish today. And PJ Mead says, morning grillers. That's a striking and not unattractive pavilion roof. I wish they'd finished painting it though. I hope we see a more competent England today. And Leah says, if his jingle is to be trusted, Joss personally signed off on those Butler t-shirts. Dear. Armchair Cricket Podcast says, good morning, Gorilla Cricket. Tawid sounds quite soft in my ears compared to others. Maybe he's speaking softly due to the others around him at home, etc. Or and the fact that Bear and I are just fucking loud.
Well, there is that. It's a problem with fucking Zoom, isn't it?
I'm still waking up as well, so yeah.
He doesn't want to wake the baby.
You need another soundboard, Bear, so you can.
Well, the thing is, you can't split people on Zoom onto different channels because it just comes in via Zoom. So someone's quiet and someone's loud. There's really not you can do about it. I noticed Dave Serrara, who has his professional microphone, is always extraordinarily loud compared to everyone else. That one is driven by Johnny B out into the covers, and there's no run.
I'll do my best to speak up.
That's okay. Or just put the mic dead in front of your mouth, might help. Well, you don't have to hold it in there, but just the angle. Have we seen? I don't know what we're looking at here. Presumably in swing and how left armers get wickets, which we have Topley for. Driven hard by Johnny B. Keeps hitting that man at cover though. Once again, he does. And there's no run. 17 off 23, 26 off 21. Darren Milan getting a better start. That'll make him feel good. Darren Milan is a man who is feast or famine with David Milan, isn't there? There's hardly any ever middling scores. He either gets out for bugger all or tends to get at least sort of 50 or something like that.
Yeah, he strikes me as one of those players that, I don't know, I think he is kind of underappreciated in some respects.
Oh, very much so. A big swish.
Well, his ODI average is over 60 at the moment, which isn't too bad.
No, it's not too bad. A big swish by Johnny B. He misses it again. He's looked a bit out of sorts. He's just got to survive, really, because if he does get going, we all know what he can do. We'll all be happy with that.
But he also sort of strikes me as a sort of player who kind of knows that he's underappreciated and kind of always feels that he's got a bit of an axe to grind because of that.
Yeah, Darren Milan, definitely so. Well, he's struggled, isn't it? I mean, if you look at his T20 record, for example, he gets 50 in a T20, 1 and 3 matches internationally, which is astonishing, really. That one's wide and smashed by Johnny B. He should get to the boundary. It does indeed. That was a poor ball. And it's 4 runs.
The number of the day. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
Well, it's good to see that there are some overseas supporters. The ground isn't really that full. The temperature's quite pleasant there today, isn't it? It's about 28 degrees or something, not too hot.
That's right.
I
think it is, yeah.
Is there much humidity?
26, sorry, at
26, that's not so bad. Middle afternoon. Shoreful is in. This time it's on to the pads of Bairstow. He clips it out to deep square leg. Will get himself a single. Not a bad start.
42% humidity, which is fine.
Yeah. Wow, I thought it'd been. Yeah, it seems quite high considering where it is. Sharaful's been a bit of all sorts this over. Wide of the off stump, too far down the leg side.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see spin coming into the attack the next over. We've had almost 8 overs of the quick men. They haven't quite been up to the mark as yet.
Will they go for a spin inside the power play? Maybe 2 overs of it.
Yeah. Well, it'd be 1 over, yeah.
That's driven by Johnny B out to cover. There's 2 overs left. They could have 1 from each end. That is a dot ball to end the over. 49 for none after 8. England run rate just over 6. Bairstow 23 off 27. Milan 26 off 21. Over to you, Messi.
Jazzy Oak is with us. Hi, David. Morning. Heatwave in South Africa. It's hot here in Joburg. Well, take David's advice and don't go for a jog. Not that I think you are a big jogger, actually, David, are you? A bit like me. Believe it's a dangerous thing. Farong says, Fizz wrong line. Length a bit too short as well. Time to get him off. I think that's actually right. I think he needs to come back later. Well, Brian says England seems to be cruising. Not much effort to score these runs. Can someone tell Bear to listen out for the doorbell around 7 a.m. UK time? Thanks. Oh, smile came out.
Am I going to get lots of coffees and croissants? I hope there's beer there too, Brian.
God, you're a demanding bastard.
I know, I am. Well, you know.
Suda thinks it might be a strippogram.
It's too early for a strippogram.
It's always too early for a strippogram.
Well, you were correct. Mahdi Hassan is into the attack. And his first ball is driven up to long off. And there is no run. I have a jingle for him. It's this one.
I'm really very sorry, lady, but I'm a different Mahdi.
Yeah, this is his first game of the World Cup. He didn't play against Afghanistan, so he's come into the team and he's bowling straight away in the power play against a well-set Bairstow Milan.
He's got an element of mystery about him, or have I got the wrong Mahdi?
So this is the other, not the Mehdi Hassan Miraz, who's the more the Mehdi Hassan that England supporters will remember from 2016.
Exactly. That one's cut by Johnny B. Beats the man at cover. Made some room. It was a bit too short, and he manages to cut it out through the offside for 4 runs.
It's just another score. It's just another 4.
Yeah, a bit of a strange choice in some respects to bowl him, because there are 2 other better spinners in the team.
Well, that one, a bit of drift. I don't know how. It's quite flat though. And Johnny just drove it up to long on. It'll be a single. So how many spinners they got planned today? 3?
3, yes. So obviously Shakib, and then the other Mehdi Hassan Miraj, and this Mehdi Hassan. So yeah.
So they got options. They got 3 seamers as well, so they can share it around. Score predictor says 3-4-4. Bit early for that sort of nonsense. You know what wickets can do in this day and age.
I mean, you could even add a 4 at the start of that number, couldn't you?
Down the track comes Manan. Doesn't get all of it. I think he was trying to go over the top, but he got enough of it. It's short straight, and goes back past the bowler for 4 more. It's a bit of a swat inside half of the bat, really. Just about enough on it to get it to the boundary. I'm going to move on to 59, and Mahdi is around the wicket. That one's defended into the onside, and there is no run. Johnny B tempts him by continuing to stand outside the crease, but he's not going to throw at the stumps. 1 ball left in the 9th over. Yeah, Johnny was just... Johnny's trying to tempt them. Oh, did they get an overthrow?
They did, yeah.
Oh, they did get an overthrow. And that was Johnny B being cheeky.
Well, being cheeky or dozy, whichever way you
Well,
want
no,
to
I think
look
because
at
he
it.
was looking back, wasn't he? He was clearly kind of tempting them to do throw down the stump. The ball had come into the fizz. Johnny B was kind of looking down and just gently walking down the track. But aware that he might go to throw it, when he looked like he was going to throw it, he just hurried up a bit, put his back down. The ball went past the stumps and they got the overthrow. It's pretty poor. Over to you, Messi.
Just to let you know, I've just forwarded Brian's WhatsApp message with the code on for your delivery. I
presume
Josie Oak says, big jogger. He said, well, one word is correct. Same for me, Josie. Same for me. Sudahu says, right, fellas, time for bed. Hopefully there's a decent game still on when I get up. Yeah, Sudahu's just finished shift on his oil rig. So, yeah, have a good sleep, mate.
Oh, God. Nighttime shift on an oil rig. What happens? I suppose you've got to keep an eye on all the stuff. That's really technical of me. That's cut by Bairstow out to cover, and there's no one with another spinner into that. So they are going to have two overs a spin in the power play. It's this old boy.
Cut
by Bairstow. Ooh, it was a bit top edgy. Goes to Taskin, who's a short third man on the 30-yard circle. A long time ago, probably, he played for Worcester. That's how old that jingle is.
Yeah, he probably doesn't want to bring himself in so early into the piece, but that's what he's had to do.
Well, yeah, driven back to him by Bairstow, no run. I mean, how old Shakib? Must be in his late 30s as well, isn't he?
Yeah, I think this will almost definitely be his last World Cup.
Goes back.
He's
that one
36.
So I was going to say, that one slides on to Bairstow. Takes a step back, tries to give himself some room. And he manages to force it up to long off. He'll get himself a single. What do you think Bangladesh will be happy chasing down? What sort of score will be too large for them?
Well, yeah, I mean, their batting is the weaker part of their game, so they obviously don't want to be chasing too many. But yeah, this is looking like a really good start for England, and things are looking pretty ominous. I think anything over 300 is going to be a tall order.
Okay.
Yeah.
Shakib into Dawa Milan, who clips that up to mid-on. And he'll get himself a single. One ball left in this little spell by us, then there'll be a change. Bennett is going to come in and do some ball by ball. James is going to do some social, and I'm just going to slip. I'm going to go and make myself a cup of coffee whilst that happens, but I'm going to be summarising. That one sliding down leg side. And there is no run. End of the 10 overs, England are 61 for none.
Excellent. I'll see you in 10 overs.
You
We're
shall
up to date
indeed.
on Twitter. Welcome, James. Welcome,
welcome.
Bennett. Bye-bye.
Morning, Bennett.
Good morning, Bear. Greetings to all our listeners from across the globe. This is Bennett Olgasegram and Bear, along with James, taking you to the next stint. Bear, what are your thoughts on proceeding so far? 61 for no loss to England.
Yeah,
being put into bat.
It's been pretty good. I mean, they haven't looked great. There were some good shots. The outfield's quite quick. Some poor balls occasionally. Bangladesh had bowled exceptionally badly. And England don't look like they really hit their straps, but they've managed to get away with it and not lose a wicket. And it's not bad. First 10 overs, 61 for none. And if they can go on from here, it could be a big score. Hey.
Absolutely, unlike David Mulland being the aggressor, it's not usually the case. Bairstow, a milestone game for him, his 100th game today, all eyes on him. And Bangladesh will do well to come back, as England have slowly but surely, as Bear outlined earlier, giving them the start that they require. This is the seventh game of this momentous World Cup, with stakes up in the air for grabs. England looking to consolidate from the first game. Bear.
Yes. Well, you carry on because I need to go make myself a coffee.
Go for it. It's Miraz who comes in, right arm round the wicket, and the ball is played straight back to the ball. No chance of run. Very joining us today from James.
Well, I am lazily from kind of northwest London, so if I wasn't such a lazy git who just rolled out of bed, I would be down at Gorilla Towers. But no, instead I am at home.
Which part of northwest London are you?
Well, so I'm Kensal Green. So I live. I don't know if you know Kensal Green Cemetery, but I live opposite the cemetery there.
Fantastic. Okay, right. I'm in the south of Wales. I am from London, but I've moved away. Hello, can you hear me?
Hello. Yeah, I can hear. Can you hear me? Yeah.
I've lost the feed. Can you see the game?
No, I can't either. I can just see a fizz on the boundary rope.
That's okay. We can continue to talk until we sort of get the feedback. Listeners and viewers, in case you're wondering what's going on, we've just lost the feed for us to describe the game. So please bear with us as we're looking to come back to you as soon as we have the feed. That's like 65 for no loss, and we're in the 11th over. So it's quite an early start for you, James.
Yeah, I mustn't grumble though. Honestly, I've got kids, so getting up at 6 o'clock is par for the course. So I heard Bear talking before about as you get older, it gets programmed into you to wake up incredibly early. I think that I blame kids for that. Once you have kids.
Bear, sorry, Bear, apologies. We are having slight difficulty with the feed at this moment of time. Not able to see the game.
Oh, it's frozen. Okay, right. That's really annoying. I'm going to have to turn it off and turn it on again. I think looks like the cable's come out of the bloody little box. Shall I tell you what's going on then?
Yeah, do it.
That was a drive down a third man for 4 runs. One of these. I shall just get it up and running again. Hold on.
So, bear with us, listeners and viewers, again as Bear gets this going. Just to give you a little bit of an update as to what's going on. England losing the toss and being invited to bat. 69 for no loss in the 7th game at Dharamsala. We also have another important game coming up shortly in Hyderabad, where Sri Lanka take on Pakistan. Sri Lanka having a bit of a nightmarish game in the first game. Will do well to sort of come back strongly. Bangladesh also have a point to prove. They've had good sides that they put on the park recently, haven't they, James?
They have. I think so. I mean, they're perennially underestimated, and I think this isn't maybe going to be the walk in the park that some England fans would like it to be. I wonder if I should just update us on some socials while we're getting going.
Why not? Go for it. Yeah.
So we've got West Aussie Leeds coming in with wearing my England shirt whilst out and about in the land of West Oz today. Seen more English shirts today than those dreadful canary yellow Aussie shirts. I mean, you're making friends all over Australia there with those kind of comments. And then PJ Mead out Bennett wants to know what part of South Wales.
Interesting. I'm stuck between Bristol and Cardiff. A lovely little sort of a village town called Rogerstone.
Hold on a minute, boys. That was another little dab down to third man by Dower Milan. No, it's a reverse sweep, sorry. And he gets himself 4 runs. And you should be back now.
Yes, we are indeed. Thank you, Bear. So that's a river sweep from David Malan, looking quite sort of aggressive this morning. 44 off 33. Malan was in great form going into the World Cup, but didn't have a great game earlier on last week. He certainly has a point to prove. He's filled in that opener's position, keeping Jason Roy away. He has always come through, hasn't he, Bear? Being dropped, being ignored, age, rate, he's proved himself to the selectors. And this one's nudged away on the leg side, and the batsman looking for a quick single and they make it 75 for no loss in the 12th over. Yes, Bear.
Well, yeah, he has been in and out the side, but he's never really done anything bad, has he? To be dropped.
And it's just amazing being the number 1 ranked T20 batter, and still people talk about his place in the T20 arena.
Well, yeah, I mean, to be fair, obviously there's a hell of a lot more franchise cricket played than international T20s, and there's an anomaly there.
Hallasan, 1 second there. He comes in a quicker delivery this time. He's a very foxy Shakib Hallasan, has an amount of experience behind his belt. He's leading the side. He has learned the trade over the years. He comes in rather quickly this time, and shortish delivery on the back foot goes Bairstow, and pushes this past the diving Shakib Hallasan towards the long off area, and the batsmen take a quick single. Shakib Hallasan going through the overs rather quickly. That's another little trick up his sleeve. Before you know it, he's back again at you, and he is the skipper. A bit of controversy in Bangladesh because of the omission of Tamim Iqbal. Shakib Al Hasan is not new to controversy from a point of view of Bangladesh. Shortish delivery on the leg side. This one's nudged away towards the long on area, and the batsmen quickly go through for a single. End of over number 12, 77 for no loss. Bairstow 31, Malan 46. James, what have you got?
We've got a morning fantastic GC from Hombre Nuevo. It is a stunning cricket ground at a 23,000 seater. Asking if Messi Jez has any more stats on seats to toilet ratio. That is the big question.
Well, yes.
Minds this morning. If we can crack that, then we're guaranteed a 300 plus match on both sides.
Interesting. Thank you for that. Bear, what are your thoughts on the changes?
I think it's fine for England. Reece Topley coming in. He's bowled pretty well recently. Had a shock at the first game against New Zealand in the warm-ups. We haven't bowled much, and since then he'd looked pretty good. I think they need to give Wood some game time, so that's not so bad. I can't remember. I asked this at the beginning. Who's Reece Topley in for? And I can't think who he's in for.
Moeen
Ali. He's Moeen Ali. Yeah.
It's kind of weird that he's in for a spinner, but they decided that pace is more of the option here. Clearly,
that's got the ground rep is for seamers, isn't it?
Yes,
that's why.
As it's Miraz who's continuing the bowling in 13th over. That's an interesting change. Moeen Ali being the second spinner also can bat. I think they are relying on Liam Livingstone for his mystery bowling as well on that occasion. But is that the change they would have looked for, Bear?
Well, this is the discussion we were having yesterday. I mean, it does weaken your batting, but I mean, you have to expect your batters and your top 6 and 7 to be able to get the majority of runs. And Wokes can bat, Adil Rashid can bat. I mean, everyone can bat. Sam Curran can bat. So we've got a lot of all-rounders who can bat.
Miraz comes in, shortish delivery on the back foot goes Bairstow. His trademark sort of a beautiful drive there past the extra cover area for a boundary. Bairstow moves out to 35. Nice looking shot there.
2 + 2 is on man.
The point I was trying to make there, Bear, was it was a spinning all-rounder being dropped in for a left-arm fast bowler. So the thought behind the process is that they will need more pace. They're looking for less spin.
No, I think they think they probably got spin. I think Livingstone covers spin.
Indeed, that's overpitched. Nicely played by Bairstow. Looking quite fluid now as the game progresses. It is driven on the onside with the spin towards the long on area, and the batsmen go through for a quick single. 83 for no loss.
I mean, looking at it at this early point in the game, there's no. I mean, yesterday's game, New Zealand versus the Netherlands, there was quite a lot of bite in the pitch, but here there doesn't seem to be a lot of bite in the pitch, really, does there? I mean,
Miraz comes in again, overpitched. Malan comfortably driving it into the covers, and the batsman scrambled through for a quick single. Good batting there, a boundary in the first ball, and then nicely taking the singles, rotating the strike, left hand, right hand combination. I can tell you, all you people out there. It's not easy with a left and right hand batting out there, and you're trying to get the overs in. You got a boundary in, and you're moving in with the momentum. This is lovely cricket from the English openers. Certainly getting their groove in, looking comfortable, nudging those singles and getting the boundaries. Excellent batting, shortish delivery. Bairstow goes on the back foot, giving himself room there, but unfortunately finds the fielder on the extra cover area. No chance of a run.
So I'm going to... No, I'm not. I'll give him at the end of the over.
Miraz comes in, quicker delivery, and again beautiful fielding there by the bowler. This one was on Midland leg, and Bairstow nicely drives it, and Miraz drives beautifully and stops the ball from passing him. That's over number 13 gone, 84 for no loss. James?
Yeah, so we're a little slow on Twitter at the moment, probably given the time in the morning, but over on YouTube, we've got Colin saying, right fellas, time for bed. Hopefully there's a decent game still on when I get up. I mean, that entirely depends on when you get up, to be honest.
Doorbell's just gone, hold on.
So yeah, the drama that is happening off the pitch at the moment is the doorbell going at Gorilla Towers. Who is coming on? We want to know. Let's go through some more YouTube ones. Rekatari, if we can get to 100 runs with these two, then happy days. Well, it's looking pretty good for that at the moment, isn't it, Bennett?
It is indeed. It's looking a lot more than that. And it's great to see these two, the way they're complementing each other and looking rather sort of rather confident. This one's down the leg side. Shakib Al Hasan starting over number 14, and the umpire on this occasion trying to get some exercise, stretching his arms and correctly calling it a wide as extras move up by a score. Hassan moving away from the crease this time, using the crease to his benefit, more towards the wide crease, and bowls it outside the off stump, and Malan on the back foot driving it towards the sweep area, and the batters go through for a quick single. Hassan, the wiry fox, can he bring Bangladesh back into this game, the slowly losing grip of the game, as England looking to consolidate on this great start? This one coming in round the wicket, a shortish delivery on the off stump, outside the off stump. On the back foot goes Johnny Bairstow and punches it towards the square, towards the deep cover area, and the batsmen comfortably go through for a quick single. Sorry, go on, James.
No, I was going to say, I think when you drop a batting all-rounder, essentially, for a bowler, this is the kind of start that you want, isn't it?
Absolutely, and it's almost like the openers seeing through the strategy of the team there, as Hassan this one's floated up in the air on the leg side, a bit of a slower ball on that occasion. Malan had to wait, but he was quite happy to do so and pushes it towards the onside, and that's a bit lovely 50 there, a great half century from David Malan. Let's see what Baz got for us to celebrate his half century, and 50 off 39, not Malan like.
Yep, England 88 for none.
Half a 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 century.
I just love the way David Malan builds up his innings, Bear. It's just, every game you see him. This one's on the leg side, middle and leg is it, and Bairstow looking to heave it. Rather ugly looking shot there on the onside, didn't get hold of it. A loud appeal. The two statesmen, Bangladeshi veterans, wicketkeeper Rahim and Shakib Al Hasan, having a conversation and deciding against going for the review. Do you think that was a little bit towards the leg side, Bear?
Yeah, I think it probably hit him in line with leg stumpish, but I don't think it was turning enough to keep it straight.
Hassan bowls overpitched and driven fluently by Bairstow, but he finds the short mid-wicket area. No chance of a run. Shakib Al Hasan, one of the greatest all-rounders in modern-day cricket. He can find his way into the team with his bowling as a bowler or as a batter. He's done yeoman service for his country. This one's on the leg stump, and Bairstow nudging it away towards the square leg area, and the batsman go through for a quick single. Over number 14, 89 for naught.
I mean, in the last World Cup, he was astonishing. He got a lot of runs in the last World Cup. I remember seeing him get a quick 100 at Cardiff. Looked imperious.
Quickly
James,
on
what have you got? Sorry.
on Twitter we've got West Aussie leads again saying this is going to be a long tournament, so I think all teams will lose a couple. Best not to peak too early. Already have England's excuses sorted. I think I prefer two groups. Maybe when you're in Australia, you've always got to have an excuse about England. But what do we think about that? Two groups or one group?
Well, I think in the next World Cup there's going to be 14 teams, isn't it, or something like that. They're going to have more teams in the next one, so you go back to what they used to have years ago, which is 2 pools. I don't think it matters either way, to be fair. You know.
Yeah, I quite like the idea of everyone playing each other and then the best go on to the knockouts.
Well, that's an interesting thought as we begin the 15th over. But just coming back to the team dynamics, where sort of Moeen Ali dropped for Reece Topley. It doesn't make too much sense for me as we hold that thought as Mushraf al-Ramin shuffling his field across and Mahidi 1 over for 10 runs. We've had a great start here by the English openers. Mahidi comes in, shortish delivery, quicker one. But Bairstow, equal to the task, pounces on the back foot, makes himself room and punches this one through the extra cover region for a welcome boundary off the first delivery, 93 for naught.
That was a nice shot. He's very quickly onto the back foot, wasn't he, to get that away?
Absolutely. He just makes himself available, isn't he? And makes himself create that shot. It was coming onto him, but he took the risk. And if he missed that, he may have been cleaned up. However, right arm round the wicket this time comes Mahidi. On the back foot again goes Bairstow and punches this one towards straight to the hands of the extra cover area. But unfortunately, he couldn't stop that. It was hit quite hard and gives the batsman no chance of a run. Mahidi trying to come around the wicket. Yes, back on.
Well, I was going to say it's getting quite dangerous for Bangladesh, isn't it? If England openers get large scores, England tend to go extraordinarily large. Oh dear, that's terrible.
Mahidi comes over pitched and on the front foot, then a little flip there towards the vacant square leg area. Beautiful looking shot by Bairstow there, and he moves up to 4. It's a boundary.
4. He tried to flip that out the front of his hand, didn't he? Like a little sort of seamer, rolled his top finger over the top of the ball and got it all wrong.
But it looked like Bairstow picked it up, didn't he, Bear?
Yeah, he certainly did. He just deposited it square, didn't he? He's on 46 or 48.
Wow, he's picking up. Rather slow start compared to his usual Johnny B style. This one's outside the off stump, and Johnny B goes on the back foot and plays it towards the deep cover area, and the batsman goes. That was the earlier shot was a wristy shot, wasn't it? He used his wrist.
Yeah.
Beautiful to watch.
Just flipped it.
Strong wrist, yeah.
His bottom hand actually came off the bat, didn't it?
Absolutely. And this day and age, the way the batters go about their business is unbelievable. This one's overpitched, a sneaky little kind of unconvincing shot there by David Malan. Didn't know much about that. No feet movement there, and good ball, good delivery there by the bowler Mahidi. The last ball of the 15th over coming up, and Mahidi comes in, and this one's and good delivery. He bowled with a nice angle there to get Malan on the back foot and play him back to him on that occasion. 2 overs for 19, 9 runs coming off that over. What have you got, James?
Well, Leah is with us. Good morning to you. The Bang Bros need a wicket, and badly. I think we can all agree with that. I think what they also need to do is get their lengths right. They've been very, very short, the spinners this morning, and they've been punished, haven't they?
Well, yeah, I think it's not the kind of... But this is it. There's no bite in the pitch, so I think they're a bit scared of giving it a little bit of air. But sometimes slowing it down and giving it a bit of air, especially if you can get it to drop, is one way of foxing the batsman.
Do you think then the English think tank got it right by sort of bowling the extra seamer then?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's difficult, isn't it? Moeen's been such a stalwart in his England side, but he is quite old. He's not always consistent, especially with the bat. I mean, he's in there to add extra runs as well, isn't he, at 7? But I mean, the problem with Moeen is as much as I love him, you get 50 off of 25 balls, or you get none off 5 and he slaps down someone's throat. So they've gone, we need, and especially after the first game, they wanted more control with the ball, and they decided we're going to have an extra seamer in. I've always liked Topley as a white ball bowler. He's got good height, so he can get it to lift off a slightly longer length, a fuller length, so they've gone that way.
I fully agree with Reece Topley being included. However, I'm thinking Chris Wokes didn't have a great game, and neither did Sam Curran.
Yeah, well,
this is a seamless wicket, isn't it?
Exactly that, and this is like your theory of roots. Chris Wokes has been an absolute stalwart for England as an opening ODI bowler.
And so has Moeen Ali over the years. He's the vice captain.
Well, he has, yes, he has. And he'll be back in the side on different pitches. I mean, there's going to be a lot of pitches where Moeen will be preferred.
Absolutely.
Interesting. And the thing is, with Curran, he's a left armer as well. I mean, I'd say Topley is a better bowler than Curran, but Curran offers you more with a bat, doesn't he? So there might be other days when Curran goes out, Moeen comes in for Curran instead, and Topley remains at 11. Things like that. You've got a squad. You've got to play with a squad, right?
This is great. I love these conversations with Bear. I love having conflicting opinions. I mean, it's just one of these things that whichever way you do it. I mean, it's just a balance of the side, and it's, for me, it's more on current form as opposed to the status of the player, which is what I was actually inquiring. And again, dropping, it's a bit like Ashton Agar being injured, and they bring in Stoinis into the World Cup squad. And look at what Australia have got into. They don't have a second frontline spinner, and Adam Zampa is actually having a bad day, and Glenn Maxwell is their second frontline spinner in the squad.
Well, I mean, that's quite true. I mean, this is it. You've got to have. I mean, England potentially have 4 spinners, don't they? I mean, Joe Root can bowl spin.
Agree.
And he's not a bad spinner. I mean, he's never going to get you hatfuls of wickets, but he can contain quite.
That's an interesting angle. Sorry, James.
No, I was going to say, I think the question more is they were always going to drop a spinner for this game because this is a seamer's wicket. But the question is maybe why they've dropped Moeen instead of Livingston. Because I think they provide different things, and I think Moeen is always the fall guy for England, isn't he?
This is my point. I mean, he's a fall guy in every way, isn't it? He opens the batting, he bats at 3, he bats at 11, he bowls, opens the bowling, he does everything.
He's a utility player.
He wouldn't mind. Utility player, yes, in one word. Shakib Al Hasan starting the 16th over after a little break. It was nice, refreshing thoughts by my co-commentators. Shakib Al Hasan bowling his 16th over, leading the side reluctantly, has publicly declared this is going to be his last stint as captain of the ODI side. Shortish delivery on the back foot goes Johnny Bairstow and plays it into the extra cover area, and the batsmen go through for a quick single. 99 without loss. England supporters looking very gleefully happy there, waving, and with a nice beautiful environment here in Dharamsala. England batters looking good at the moment, Bear.
Yeah, they are. I mean, I just think it's a squad game, isn't it? And you've got to pick your squad and your players. I think Livingston is younger.
Hasan comes in over pitched and nudged away, and they steal a single in front of the mid-wicket fielder. They are great batting. Bairstow and Milan almost ran right in front of the fielder's eye. The fielder couldn't do it. The ball was coming rather slowly. That's this 100 partnership for England. Well done, boys. Keep going, is the supporters' chant as Milan on 51 and Bairstow on 48. Yes, that's an interesting thought about how we could have dropped several other players instead of Moeen Ali, and I can see all different angles as Hasan comes in, and it's a bit of an overpitched delivery, quicker one through the air, 98.4 kph. Bairstow riskily giving himself room there and trying to steer it on the offside, but not getting hold of that. He was a little bit doubtful of the speed of the delivery that he's bowling in. Good variation of pace. This one floated in quicker, and Bairstow drives but finds Shakib Al Hasan stopping it straight back to him. Just the one ball to go. Great over the skipper certainly proving himself here with his experience, and can he finish it strong? Well, he cannot, as this one's on the onside, and this is nicely glanced away towards the long leg area, and the batsmen come back for 2. Or is it 1?
No, they came back for 2, and it's Johnny Bairstow.
They came back for 2. It's
Johnny
Bairstow's
Bairstow
50.
Yeah, 102 for none. And Bairstow gets to 50 off of 54 deliveries.
It's 50, and you know that can't be bad. Yeah, it's 50, and you know you should be glad.
And the funny thing is, I mean, they've got to 102 in 16 overs at a run rate of 60.38. They don't look particularly fluent to me.
Yeah, I agree. Really agree. I agree with that. They seem slightly out of nick, but untroubled. Just very quickly on Twitter,
yes.
Madan Mohan Sharma, today they will have to, meaning Bangladesh, will have to face a very difficult time. England will floor them completely. Well, so far, I think that seems like it's going to be the case, doesn't it?
Well, they need wickets, don't they? I mean, they desperately need a wicket to slow things down.
That's the only way they're going to do it. Have you got anything else, James? Sorry.
Well, no, Brian in Brisbane, nearly 100 after 15 overs with no effort. I mean, I think it sums up quite nicely where we're at.
Fantastic. Yes, I agree with my co-commentators earlier. Yeah, they didn't look fluent. However, they have done the job. As Shariful comes in. This is a shortish delivery, and on the back foot goes Malan, and plays it towards the deep square leg area with instant ease for another boundary. Good way to start the over.
Yeah, all looking good.
I just love the way they pick up the boundaries of the first ball, isn't it? It just gives them a lot of confidence going into the over, and
freedom as well to then decide what to do with the over, whether you take a chance or not.
Yes, and it's always like tight when you just sort of play the dots in the first few balls, because you've got a bit of pressure building up. This one, nicely played, beautiful looking shot by Malan outside the off stump. On the back foot goes Malan, delicately nudging it, not nudging it, a bit of an edging it, you could say, towards the first slip area. Intentionally play a lovely looking shot to the eye, pleasing to the eye, and a welcome second boundary of that over.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, that was deliberately played, wasn't it?
Beautiful, isn't it? Beautiful to watch, James. Yeah?
Yeah, lovely late cut there. I mean, he just let it come onto him, didn't he?
He did. Quicker one on his pads, and on the back foot goes Malan and plays it back to the bowler. No chance of a run. Yeah, 2 boundaries of the first 2 balls. Certainly Malan, the aggressor, after 259 or 45, Bairstow 50 or 54. Rather below a runner ball, certainly not a Bairstow-like innings. And we're in the 70th over. Plenty of batting to come. Joe Root penciled in to come in at number 3, Harry Brook, Josh Butler, and then the all-rounders, Livingston, Woke, Sam Curran, Adil Rashid, batting slightly higher than his normal position. Shortish delivery outside the off-stump, a bit of bounce as well. And certainly the umpire, surprising on that occasion, calling it a wide. Would you agree that was a little bit harsh to be called a wide?
I don't know. You never can quite tell from front on. It looked quite short and quite high. Always better to see it from square leg. Clearly, it was too high.
Indeed, and rather the bowlers were not surprised, so I'm sure they're happy with the decision on the occasion. Shortish delivery, and again Malan looking to play it like a latish cut on that occasion, just getting bat on ball towards the third man area, and the batsmen go through for a quick single. 1-1-1 is the score. Guess what David Shepherd would have done if he was on the field?
Does it count in ODIs? I'm not sure it does.
Well, the good old David, we miss him. He's just was such a great umpire and a great entertainer as well, wasn't he?
Well, I'm not sure he was a great well, he was a good umpire, but I mean, particularly in Wakar and Wazim, sorry, when they were taken as a part in the 90s, kept missing no balls.
As Shariful bowls, and this one's played into the covers by Bairstow, and they take a quick single there. 1-1-3 for no loss. Certainly, Bairstow looking quite comfortable to hand the strike over to Malan.
Yep.
Rotating the strike, playing well within himself. Perhaps he feels that Malan is playing a lot more fluently than him. That's the beauty of a lovely partnership, isn't it? When you know your partner, you want to supplement the partnership. In this case, Bairstow 51 or 55, Malan 60 or 46. Shariful bowls. It comes right on to him. Malan looking for that single, but Bairstow very wisely sending him back. No chance of a run. And that marks the end of over number 17. 1-1-3 without loss. James, what have you got?
So a couple from Leah. So saying we were talking about like Mo being a fall guy. Yeah, Mo is England's Maxi. Needs to work on his impressions though, and she's got a link there to YouTube where presumably we can go and see Mo doing bad impressions. And then another one from Leah: never underestimate the ability of an English batting lineup to show the structural integrity of wet cardboard after a very good start. Well, let's hope, because I think that that's their thinking about where they can drop out Mo, isn't it? Is they think with that top six, if they don't do it, we should kind of give up anyway.
Well, exactly. I mean, that's the thing. You've got to have a balanced side. You've got to be able to take the wickets as well. And I think after the first game, they decided they needed more in the bowling department. And so that's the way they've gone.
New over by Shakib Al Hasan, over number 18. And this one's played into the covers, and a bit of aggression there by the field attacking the ball, but not well enough for the batters to go through for a quick single. Yeah, but four proper paces is what England have gone through with the spin of Adil Rashid, and they've got Liam Livingstone, the mystery spin bowler.
And they've got Joe Root, so they've got four seamers
Joe
and three
Root,
spinners.
yes.
You know, I mean,
Exactly.
there's a lot of bowling options.
Lots of bowling options, agreed. As Hassan comes in, bowls. This one, shortish delivery on the back foot goes Malan. Plays it past the diving Shakib Al Hasan for a quick single towards the long on area. Malan 61 or 48 and Bairstow 52 or 56. Would they be looking at bringing in Gus Atkinson at any stage, Bear, do you reckon?
I think they will. I think they'll give him a run out. I think what they want to do, I think almost here as well. This is another reason for Reece Topley, I think.
Shakib Al Hasan floats it. Lovely bowling there. A little bit of deceiving him in the air. Bairstow looking to give himself room like he usually does, and not sure of where the ball was going through. He was deceived in the air and the pace of that delivery. Good, clever bowling by Shakib Al Hasan. And here he's on the fourth over. Some tidy last 2 overs from Hasan. This one's again bowling to his field. A little bit of a floater on the leg side, and finds the short mid-wicket fielder there, deliberately placed for him. He's using all his experience. Shakib Al Hasan. And this one here is tying down, and he's bowled him. That's what he does best. He tied him down. He deceived him with a few deliveries outside the off and on the on. Bairstow looking uncomfortable, and this time on the leg stump, quicker delivery, and coming into Bairstow, who was living quite dangerously in that over, perilously indeed, and his stumps are castled. England lose their first wicket with a score 115, having been put into bat in the 18th over. Bairstow bowls Shakib Al Hasan for 52.
The crowd says, you're out.
Yeah, that's a shame. That one slid on. It was a quicker delivery, wasn't it? And guided in towards the pads. Didn't turn. It cramped him up for room, and it just beat his inside edge and took his leg stump. On to your point here, I think part of the reason for the extra seamer as well is I think Woods is rusty, and they want to get him some overs in, but they also want cover in case he isn't bowling particularly well. So they put in an extra seam option for that, because they need Wood to be firing. Gus Atkinson is, new on the scene really. He doesn't have a lot of experience. Don't think he's played any IPL. Never really bowled in India. Whereas Wood has at least played in the IPL, knows Indian conditions a little bit better. Is the senior quick? I mean, he is genuinely the quickest guy. But you want his radar firing, and you want him on track. So you've got to ease him in, and that's the problem with Wood, is he's injured so often. He gets
Yes,
so many
I mean,
breaks that he gets himself up to speed, then he gets injured, then he's out of speed, and then you've got to get him back in. And they need to work him into this competition reasonably quickly. By game 4, Wood needs to be on fire, basically.
And he does take time as well, as you said very correctly. But to be fair, all the English fast bowlers looked a little bit rusty, didn't they? But having said that, this over was an absolute amazing working over, Bear. I love the way he worked him out.
Well, he's an experienced man, isn't he, Shakib? The new batsman is...
Joe Root is the new batsman in. The last ball of the 18th over, Shakib Al Hasan, the skipper, bowls. Shortest delivery, Joe Root, not wasting any time as he goes on the back foot and nicely plays it towards the deep cover area, and he opens his account. At the end of over number 18, England have lost Johnny Bairstow, bowled by Shakib Al Hasan for 52, 115 for 1. James.
So, over on Twitter, PJ Mead questioning Leah on the structural integrity of wet cardboard. England batting having the strength of wet cardboard? As a Middlesex member, I have to point out that characteristic has already been claimed. And then over on YouTube, Nick Vickers with a little reminder for us. Morning, everyone. Don't forget the GPL. I was only 5 runs out yesterday.
That's very true. It's open till... What time did I start it at? Should be open till 7:30, which this game started. You've got 2 more minutes.
Come on, everyone, 2 minutes.
How many people have, we've only had 4 entries in so far today, but you've got 2 minutes. It shuts at 7:30. I believe it's 7:30, isn't it? Yes, it is. So you've got 2 more minutes. Estimate the amount of runs scored in the entire day. You can win the pot. The pot started at £88 this morning.
As we come back, we're bowling the 19th over. Tuskin coming back, and this is great start outside the off stump, coming in. I wonder why there was no appeal. There must have been some edge there.
Yeah, there was,
and
definitely.
There was definitely an edge. It looked very close, if not. Bairstow getting his stumps castled, living rather adventurously, not his usual flamboyant sort of like stay at the wicket. He was happy to play second fiddle to David Malan, but nevertheless a good 52 or 59, not the usual Bairstow-like innings. As Tuskin not had a good spell in the first session, didn't bowl really up to where he would have liked to, but he's one of the premier fast bowlers, having broken into the Bangladeshi side fairly early on as a youngster. He certainly put on some muscle, looking a lot more sturdy and strong than when he first broke into the international scene. He's bowling his 3rd over, not for 9. A good opportunity to get Root a bit more sort of dot balls into the new batter as he comes in. This once again a nice delivery on the leg stump, and Root beautifully playing it past the mid-wicket area with sheer confidence past the mid-wicket area, and there's a gap there. And the batters come back for 2. Root is a busy player, isn't he, Bear?
Well, you know, you were high score in the last game, wasn't he? Class is permanent, Bennett. Class is permanent, and you cannot leave someone like Joe Root out your side.
Absolutely. In hindsight, yes, perhaps. But then this is Bear and me having this long debate about
You weren't the only one. Ajit was the same. He said drop Root. It's like, why would the hell would you drop Root? It's just a fucking insane suggestion.
Shortish delivery, and this one's played towards the fine leg area, and the batters go through for a quick single.
And I also think with Root as well, it was as much change of scenery, wasn't it? I mean, you get out of England, the weather's different, the pitches are different.
Yeah.
Reset the mind.
But it's always been a great play in the subcontinent. I remember when he played his first series in India, when he's batting in the middle order, he scored a 50 in his first outing, batting with KP, and KP was saying, you know, how when he was batting on a 50 or something, when Root came in, he's like, hell mate, how's it out there? His first test innings, you know, as a youngster, came in with such confidence. To be fair, he was not preferred to open the batting. He was also an opener, but they got in. Malan, this one's overpitched. Malan drives it uppishly or towards the mid-wicket area for a boundary. Malan 65 or 49. And England moving on to 123 for 1. That overlooked a bit of a tight over earlier before this shot.
Yeah, it's a good shot. just picked it up over the top of
Mid-wicket.
wide mid-on, really mid-wicket, yeah.
More mid-wicket, isn't it? Yeah, and Malan certainly now seeing the ball like a football. Is the last ball of the 19th over. David Malan, the mainstay of the English lineup in this game, 65 or 49. Again, fluent looking drive there on the up, but finds the short extra cover field. No chance of a run. Over number 19, 123 for 1. England being put into bat in 7th game in Dharmasala. Route 4, Malan 65. James, what have you got?
We got Farong saying, finally a wicket. Let's hope this triggers off a collapse of epic proportions. We shall see. Not a huge amount of evidence for that so far. And then Shah Jahan Bhatti on YouTube asking, will run rate go up or down? Well, we're hoping for it to keep going up, up and up. Can I say on Joe Root, my theory is that he will be England's top run scorer in the tournament.
It wouldn't surprise me.
Yes. And the thing is, I'm not against Joe Root at all, gentlemen, just to sort of get the record straight. I think he's an absolute great of English cricket. But in the context of Jason Roy and David Malan, I was just sharing some thoughts about, how the dynamic should be in that middle order. David Malan already batting well at number 3. Number 4, with Ben Stokes coming in, we were discussing about who should make way. And
but Root is the number 3. Darren Malan was always pegged to be an opener in this format, same as in T20s.
This one's overpitched and plays him back to the bowler. Shakib Al Hasan bowling his 6th over. But Malan has played in the middle order for England, hasn't he?
Not often.
As Hasan comes in, this one's on the off stump. On the back foot goes Root. Busy. He's always busy, isn't he? Before you know it, punches it towards extra cover and the batsman go through for a single. Before you know it, he's on about 15-20, isn't he?
Yeah,
in any format.
Well, exactly. I mean, Root has always batted 3 in the white ball.
Yes.
He's 4 in the test, but he's always been 3 in the white ball teams.
Correct.
I think the idea with Milan, wasn't it, was that originally he was just going to cover positions 1 down to 6, and then he started getting really good.
Exactly. It was more of a makeshift kind of position, and this one's misfield. Short delivery by Malan, and he punches it towards the deep cover area. The fielder's letting the ball go through his hands at the deep cover boundary. Shakib Al Hasan gives a stare. Only if stares can kill. Viewers, that could have. He's not happy. That was very poor, sloppy fielding there at this level. Shakib Al Hasan looking to keep it tight. He likes keeping it tight. Unfortunately, on this occasion, his fielders have let him down. 128 for 1. There could be change after this shortish delivery. And Malan looking to hoik this away towards the fine leg area. He missed out on an opportunity there. There was a vacant fine leg area, but unfortunately not getting bat on ball. There's going to be a change after this. Just 2 balls remaining, viewers, and we will shift over to the next set of commentary as Hasan bowls. This one's over pitched and Malan plays it back to the bowler. No chance of a run. So England being put into bat after losing the toss in Dharmasala, the 7th game here. Made 1 change, bringing in Reece Topley for the all-rounder Moeen Ali, and they 128 for 1. This one's on the onside and very well, cleverly bowled. Just played to the square leg area. No chance of a run. Good comeback after that misfield at the boundary in the 3rd ball. 3 dot balls to end. 1 for 27 off 6. England 128 for 1. Root on 5. Malan on 69 off 54. And thank you for that stint, James and Bear. And we have the next set of commentaries. I will hand you back to Gary, Messi and Tawid. Thank you.
Messi, Lear is the next tweet on Joe Root.
Thank you, James. Well, how do you see it? Gary, apart from the over 8, how do you see the game?
Well, I mean, England are very much on top here. I think they've got the side right because there's absolutely no turn. Shakib is using all of his cunning to vary his pace, and it's really his variation of pace that's tying up the batsman, not anything clever about flight or about spin off the wicket. Keeping a very tight line is Mahedi here, who's in Miraz, who's in to Joe Root, and a single is taken. England 129 for 1. England should be aiming at 350 here. They might get up to 400. Depends if some of their big guns at the end really fire. But 300 won't be enough, I'm sure of that.
Yeah, I think 350 is a minimum, really.
Yeah, I think they should be looking at that. Round the wicket comes Miraz, and he's just pushed by Milan, who goes to 70, rather quieting any debate about whether Jason Roy should have been picked or otherwise. Milan's record speaks for itself, and his batting here is also speaking for itself. As Miraz is in again, and this is lifted beautifully by Joe Root. One bounce straight back over the bowler's head. Classical batting. 4 runs for Joe Root. He's gone to 10. England have 350 very much on their minds.
Absolutely, yeah, lovely shot from Root back past the bowler. Just going back to Milan, he's got a very good record actually against Bangladesh. Scored a great ODI century in Bangladesh back in March.
Root goes back, and that's where England are going to struggle, because England want to play through the offside off the back foot, and they do expose the stumps and play a little bit of French cricket, getting very two-eyed, and they haven't timed many of those shots, and Root didn't time that, only got it to mid-off. Better playing, getting into the ball rather than making room for oneself, I feel, against this line. Root understands that, of course. He's a bright bloke and an experienced cricketer, and therefore gets the front foot to the pitch of the next ball, just pushes it for the single that's on offer to mid-on, through for 1. Yes, England should be looking at the lines the Bangladeshi bowlers are getting some success with here, because the tighter the line, the harder it is to score. Of course, batsmen will start moving around in the crease a little more, but that also induces more risk as Milan stands up straight and punches this past extra cover. If you can get it either side or over extra cover, there's always runs. It takes the single. England's 136 for 1 after 21 overs.
Leah says she also suggested dropping Root, but mainly because she thinks he looks kind of cute when he's close to tears. And Matthew's pleased to see you, Matthew Cullen. He says, Gary, please tell me you have a theory about altitude or proximity to mountains contributing to swing.
I would love to, but this isn't one of the highest grounds in world cricket. They were discussing that on an alternative, or rather a non-alternative radio service, where there are 26 grounds where international cricket has been played at a higher altitude, most of which are on the high veld.
Yeah, but it's one of the highest stadiums. Wanderers is probably the highest stadium as such.
Centurion also.
Yeah.
Well, Milan is on strike
there
to Shakib, and Milan dances down the track, but again Shakib has got that coverage of them in line and length, and once he got to the ball he realised he could only just punch it back to the bowler. Shakib's an absolute master of a bowler, isn't he? He really is. He's in again, gives Milan no room, but Milan swivels, gets it out to mid-wicket, but there's only a single on offer to the man on the fence there, through for that 1.
He's certainly been Bangladesh's, well, the only Bangladesh bowler who's looked remotely threatening today. Yeah, a bit surprising that he's still bowling, because, you know, we're not even sort of halfway through the innings and he's already, well, at the end of this over he would have bowled 7 overs, so...
He's in again, and this is punched to the man offering a single at long off, and Root takes it. I take that point. I do feel sometimes that on wickets like this, if it gets to the last 15, certainly the last 10, it almost doesn't matter who's bowling. Everything must go, and therefore, if you've got a crafty bowler, it's not going to make an enormous difference to the batsman who's trying to launch everything into orbit. So get your craftsman in where it's making a difference, and England are certainly treating Shakib with the respect he deserves. That's a clever shot from Milan. He just rocked back a little, unexpected width on offer from Shakib, and he was able to hit it into that gap in the offside. Also, a secondary gap between the fielders inside the ring and outside the ring, and therefore 2 were taken rather than if he'd hit it harder. Where there would just have been
I wouldn't
one.
be surprised if he does hold himself back for the last 3.
But again, he's induced a defensive stroke from Milan, who just punches it back to Shakib. Yeah, I think he probably will. But whether he ought to is, I think, a kind of open question. Because anybody could go for 15 and over towards the end. As Milan gets a little bit of a leading edge to that one. Again, he's trying to get down the track to Shakib. Shakib saw him coming. This is really superb bowling from Shakib. At the end of the 22nd over, England are 140 for 1. And we have your tweets.
Well, we would, except we haven't had any more. I think people are still getting around to waking up in the UK. Nick Vickers says it's always great to wake up to the cricket. Keep up the fantastic work, Gorillas. Always appreciated. Thank you very much, Nick. Who says hopefully the run will keep going. I need plenty of runs from both teams for his GPL picks, as do I. I think we're all over 600 with our GPL picks.
Yeah, I mean, the question is whether you go over 700 rather than whether you go over 600, I suspect.
Well, sadly, it's closed now, so we've got no choice. The highest pick is for 708 runs, which may well be one of Nick's.
Darren Saller, of course, looks wonderful with the mountains in the background, but I'm struck by the amount of colour that's on show in the seats and indeed amongst the spectators and scoreboard. It's very much like someone's taken one of those roadside spice stands and sort of taken a photograph of that and used it as the inspiration for the colour scheme, sort of blown it up into an entire stadium, and it just looks fantastic. Well, we're going to a bit of pace here from Mustafa Zur. So the Fizz is back. Let's say he looks very trim, and he's over the wicket, left arm, and yet again England pull out. And that was a very late pulling out from Joe Root. He's not a kind of batter to do that deliberately, and what it did is that it kind of meant that the Fizz, who can be a little fragile, was into his bowling action, and he stumbled over, and it looks like he's done his knee in a bit here. The wicket is obviously hard, and when you come down hard on your knee, it ain't much fun. Let's see here. Yeah, he does pull out very late. He was into his action. He kind of loses his balance, falls over, lands on his knee here. This doesn't look very good for the Fizz.
I think Root just wasn't ready for him because he was looking down. When he looked up, Mustafa Zur was much closer to the stumps than he expected, so he pulled back and said, no, I wasn't ready.
It was a strange looking fall as well, because it wasn't actually him falling as you might naturally expect him to on his follow through. He actually kind of stopped. He turned around. He was facing the umpire, and I think that sort of threw him off balance. And caused him to fall. So yeah, it was quite a strange looking fall, if there is such a thing.
I think Jez, you're absolutely right. Looking at the replays, it seems Root wasn't quite ready to receive the ball and therefore pulled out, which also explains how late he was pulling out. Whether he should have been ready or not, I think is very much an open question. The game moves so slowly, particularly between overs, that really, if you're not ready to face the bowler, and it is, of course, the batsman's obligation to be ready to face the bowler, then, it's not really good enough, especially a man of Root's experience. And I'm not blaming him here for the injury. The injury was an accident, and we'll see what happens as a result of it. But the background story is that the players, as indeed most workers in most environments, unless you're on top of them, trying to get them to play or to work with a bit of rhythm and a bit of authority, then they're going to find other things to do. And batsmen, bowlers, drinks waiters, physios, everybody in cricket seems to find other things to do. The rest of sport is trying to be quicker in what it does, and to some extent we've seen that with T20 in cricket and also with the 100, but there's clocks being used in American sports to speed things up. Cricket just seems to think that everybody can just take as long as they like to do whatever they like. There are penalties, withdrawal of a fielder, but I promise you, when it gets down to that, we'll find that the umpires have found good reason why the over rate is perfectly excusable. It really is a farce. But the Fizz is back on. He seems to be fit. He's in. He bowls one that's a half volley really on off stump, and Root can't do much with it except hit the man the extra cover. Perhaps he's a little discombobulated as well, because that was a hit me ball.
He definitely wasn't running in at anything like full pace there, the Fizz. I mean, the cynic in me might say that if you're a quick bowler and you've gone for 28 runs after 4 overs and your team's 140 for 1, might not be a bad time to go off with an injury.
No, it's a time to keep your head down at third man when the captain is looking around. We've all done a bit of that. As the Fizz is in, he gets a leading edge to Joe Root, and it loops to what would have been an orthodox mid-on, but mid-on was a little wider. So one might say that the break was actually disturbed Root rather than the Fizz. I don't know quite why he got a leading edge there. England have got into trouble when they've tried to play round their front pads, and that's what Root was trying to do there. It was very much the kind of ball that he lofted straight back over the bowler's head a couple of overs ago, albeit at a pace. I don't really know why batsmen get on an absolute shirt front like this and then try and play across the line to so many deliveries when playing through the line would do
the
just
Fizz,
as well.
The Fizz definitely doesn't look comfortable here. He's having a long discussion with Shakib. He is going to carry on.
He's lacking a bit of fizz, one might say, if one was so inclined. Yeah, I fully justified harumph there from Messi Jez. You would do well in blazing saddles with a harumph like that. I promise you, Headley Lamar would be pleased with you.
I'm pleased to hear it. I love blazing saddles.
Oh, I do too. And the Fizz is in. It's very full. And again, England are just being a little complacent here, I think, because that was a full half volley, and Milan didn't try and hit it for 4. He was happy just to punch it up to mid off and take the single and off. England's 142 for 1. England look like they're batting with 300, 320 in mind. They should be batting with 350, 370 in mind.
They got a bit shaken by that incident, I think.
I think there was a little bit of that. It was very much the Morgan revolution to get rid of the boring middle overs. And again, England, there's absolutely no intention there from Joe Root. Running the ball off a full face to the man at backward point. And even if he got it past the man at backward point, there's a man at kind of deepish backward point, so he'd have stopped it. This is a good over for Bangladesh, but there's been some complicity, some contributory negligence on the part of England by their unwillingness to really play some big shots.
Bangladesh more than happy to see out a couple of quiet overs.
The Fizz is in, and again the ball is there for the drive, but again there's no real power for that, and it just goes to the man sweeping on the offside. And England have 3 from this over, when really you have the feeling that India or Australia would have been looking to score, I don't know, 10. They'd certainly been looking to hit boundaries off some of those very full deliveries that the Fizz has offered up. Looks like my stint will be curtailed, by the way, because I have Tony Bishop for a lift coming later, and with that injury to Mustafa Zur, I don't think I'm going to get through the full 10, so I will be handing over at some point. As this ball is punched, it's punched hard, but it's fielded well and is followed through by Mustafa Zur. A fine over, just 3 from it. Not really good enough from England. And are the tweets coming through, Jez?
Gradually, Josie Oak says, "Way, Gary, expecting to hear cricket doing its best not to play cricket." Oh dear. Kieran Roseblade is with us too. Says, "Just tuning in. Looks like a decent start from England." Yes, it is. I have actually got Milan nailed on for 150 at least. He's just looking very, very good. I'm also wearing my.
You're trying to get him out, aren't you, Messi?
Yeah, absolutely. That's why I'm wearing my Shit Gets Wickets t-shirt. I expect there haven't been enough pies for them to get out to be honest.
I think there's been a fair few pies who've just managed to hit most of them for boundaries.
Yeah, not bad enough pies.
So a bit of right arm over as this ball has just clipped round the corner and England take another single.
So as predicted, Shakib taking himself out the attack.
Yeah, Miraz is coming into it, but England are very much reviving the boring middle overs here, milking deliveries rather than attacking the ball. Root has 15, Milan has 75. England have a gross 144 for 1. Not even at the halfway stage yet. Extraordinary, really. As Milan just punches this again without any intent to hit a boundary, and the man runs in from the sweeping position on the offside. Is that Shakib himself? No, it's not.
No, that's Mehdi Hassan.
Yeah, Mehdi Hassan.
The other one.
The other one. The other all-rounder. Very much an all-rounder these days. England take a single. Root is on strike, and he gets the ball again, tucks him up, and again he's happy just to punch it for the single on offer down to long on, and they take it. We're seeing Johnny Bairstow here moving away from the ball, creating room, and eventually getting out playing French cricket, really. Both legs together, both looking straight down the wicket, and we see the very tight line that Bairstow received from the bowlers.
It's kind of done by the angle more than anything else there.
And the changes of pace that we saw in the over. And again, England show no intent as Milan just pushes the ball to backward point. You do have the feeling here that England are 146 for 1, but curiously Bangladesh are on top these last 4 or 5 overs, as Milan gets another ball that gives him no room to free his arms and can't beat the man at extra cover. Good bowling again from Miraz. 3 from the last over, just 3 from this one, with 1 ball left. Slightly strange screen, but now we're back again. Get the feeling here Milan should be trying to hit a boundary, and he doesn't. He just gives himself a tiny bit of room, punches it to the man at mid-off, and Bangladesh will be very happy to have conceded just 4 singles from that over. England 147 for 1. Am I bagging England too much here?
Yes. Well, maybe there's a platform there. Just to let you know that
platforms.
In the match where... Yeah, well, we're South Africa...
Yes, that's 1990s talk. Anyway, go on.
Well, South Africa made 428 for 5 against Sri Lanka. At the same stage, they were 144 for 1.
Yeah, and they had the fastest century in the history of the game coming behind the second part of that.
In the history of the World Cup.
It's the history of the World Cup, okay, yeah. He beat A.B. de Villiers' record, didn't he? It was a well-known palindrome, was it, Aidan Markram?
I mean, there are still a couple of handy batters still to come for England.
But
someone called Joss Butler's not bad to come in.
Yeah, but if you're relying on people making centuries as fast as ever have been made in the World Cup in order to get you to 360 on a pitch we all think that 350 might be the minimum, then you're doing something wrong. This ball
England will get 400.
England will get 400. Clip it, Bear. Clip it. They're 147 for 1, and we're not quite at the halfway mark. We are in the 25th over. It's the Fizz, who seems to be recovered now. He's moving freely. Is that fair to say?
He's he's still kind of feeling himself back into his bowling, I'd say. But yeah, that last over didn't go for many runs. He should take confidence from that.
Bowling a lot of duck balls since he came back, and Milan does heave this, but he's got no timing, and therefore it gets a thickish inside edge, and it goes out to the man at deep square leg, and it's only a single. And that's kind of what happens when you get into a rut of thinking, I'll take one, push it back to the bowler, and so on. When you do want to hit a boundary, you have this horrible slog, and Milan, who's been playing beautifully, that was just an agricultural heave. Got just enough of the bat on it to get it out to square leg, and they're through for a single. Milan has 78. Joe Root has 16. And he's on striking and looking for 2 runs to raise their 150. He's in again as the Fizz, and Root gets one well outside off stump, but again he can do very little with it. Picks up Mahady at backward point.
I know after that loss against New Zealand, Joss Butler was saying he thought that they didn't actually go hard enough. So, yeah, I'm not sure if England are going harder in this game or not at the moment. It's a bit difficult to tell.
England have won 2 World Cups by ignoring consolidation, platform building, but just seeing the ball and hitting the ball. And this does have a kind of pre-Morgan feel to it at the moment, this innings and this attitude. Again, that's just a half volley. You should really be hitting that away from the man at extra cover. There's always a man at extra cover in one-day cricket, and you really should be practicing to miss him one side or the other, or indeed get it over him. As if to make my point, I'm sure they're talking about it on television. Last 22 balls have seen 12 runs. I mean, I'm not going to bag Joe Root. He's won the right to have the benefits of the doubt, but quite what he was doing with that full half volley, I don't know. The Fizz is in. This is short, and Root again has no real timing. He swivel pulls it off the bottom edge, gets it out to the man sweeping on the leg side, and he's swishing his bat here. Root. He knows he can't get any kind of timing, but this is what happens when you go into your shell. You play as though you're in a shell. 149 for 1 England, 3 off the previous over, 3 off the one before that, 2 off this one, with 1 ball to come.
Yeah, Bangladesh will be more than happy with this phase of play.
Very happy. The only mountainous things we can see at the moment are the actual mountains and not a mountainous score. As the Fizz is in, just tucked off the pad by Milan, but he can't beat the man at mid-wicket. That was, I think, 2 off the over. Splendid stuff from the Bangla boys. But England have got an attitude problem as much as an execution problem here. They need to change their view. At the halfway mark, they're 149 for 1.
It's a good slap in the face from Gary. VJ Mead says England reverting to a lot of agreed singles, and the boring middle overs are back. The run rate's dropping, and any batters coming in now are going to be under undue pressure to score. Cue that wet part cardboard collapse. And Annie's with us. She says, hello, gang. Lovely to wake up hearing you all. Lovely to hear from you, Annie. I hope you're going to be joining us on air sometime soon. So you always brighten our day. Kieran Roseblade says, this is what happens when you go into your shell. You play like you were in a shell. Has to be up there with the best tournament commentary so far.
Down the track comes Root to Miraz and almost yorks himself. Yeah, but I think that's a valid point. England have gone into the shell mindset, and therefore they're stuck with it inside the shell execution of shots. Again, Root is happy just to push this ball to the agreed single at sort of halfway back long on, and they go through for it.
Is it worth maybe giving Bangladesh a bit of credit for the way they've bowled and fielded in the last sort of 5-6 overs?
They have, but they haven't actually had to do very much except tighten their lines. They have bowled a lot of 4 balls. They just haven't been hit. This is hit, though. It's a bit of a kind of mistimed shot that goes out to the man sweeping on the offside and through for a single.
Yeah, that went a lot squarer than intended.
I mean, the ball hasn't spun. They've bowled quite a few very full balls. But England's just pushing it to the field rather than attempting to hit it through the field. Root gets one on leg stump and just taps it into the leg side and takes one. Now, there's nothing wrong with accepting the singles are on offer, rotating the strike and everything, but you've got to hit some boundaries as well. I don't know when the last boundary was, but it's certainly, I don't think I've had a boundary to comment on, and I'm in my 6th over here.
Yeah, it's certainly been a little while.
But there hasn't even looked like much of an intent for the boundary. That's what my concern is. This is a boundary. No! Brilliant bit of fielding. We were told they were not going to dive on the outfield. But that's what The Bangladesh man at long off.
Ridoy.
What? Sorry, what's his name? I'm not fully up to speed.
That's Ridoy, yeah, Toad Ridoy on the boundary. Some good work there, as you said. Yeah, putting the dive in, literally risking life and limb on this surface.
A lot of sand there. Well done, but just be careful. Your main job is to bat, not to dive and jam a leg into a sticky surface. That ball has just punched up to the boundary, 6 from the over, but again, no boundary. I did comment on a boundary because I think Root hit the ball back over the bowler's head, 1 bounce 4, but I think that was in my first over. So England are losing their way a little, and if pressure brings wickets, then wickets are coming because England are under pressure.
As the Red Qatari says, we've lost a bit of that fire we had when we lost the first wicket. And Barong says, pretty easy going for England. 6 and over, 150 at the halfway stage. 8 and over here means 350. 10 and over means 400. Wickets in hands, the concerned. As for the Tigers batting, well, I'll chat about that later. Yeah. Shakib Al looms as the most important batter by a very long way, doesn't he?
I would say Shakib's the most reliable batter in this lineup. I'd say it's Najmul Hussain Shantu. If you look at his kind of record in the last sort of 12 months or so, he's by far been Bangladesh's most productive run getter. So yeah, a lot rests on his shoulders. Obviously Shakib's going to contribute as well, but yeah, it's certainly a fragile looking batting lineup, and yeah, what I would say, yeah, anything around sort of 300 will be a very, very tough chase.
Yeah. Well, here is Mustafizur after an unscheduled drinks break, and this ball is on the leg stump, and Milan just taps it off the pads to a man at deep square leg, and they wander through for a single. I will need to be coming off the ball by ball in about 7 minutes' time, so I'll probably just be able to do this over and the next one at the very most.
I'll jump in for you.
Okay, thanks, Bear. Sorry about that.
That's fine. I'll jump in. I'm just going to make myself a coffee.
So, Fizz, who went for a few in the power play, has reined it back in, and he's in now. That is a hit me ball, well outside off stump, but again, there's no real extension of the arms. There was extension of the arms to get to the ball because it was very wide. But no power, no follow through, and Root gets it to the man at sweeping, and he's through for a single. He has 20 from 25. Milan has 83 from 74. England had 157.
You almost feel like in this situation the best thing for England is one of these batters to get out.
Well, everybody tells me, how good Butler is as a captain. I've never seen it myself, as Milan just knocks that to deep square leg. If I was captain here, they had the unscheduled drinks break, single there from Milan. I'd have got a message out there saying, come on now lads, you've really got to start going over the top, you've got to start hitting the ball hard. If you get out, we accept that that's what happens, but we can't be going at blocks of 5 overs for 22 runs or whatever England have done.
You think they're feeling nervous after their experience against New Zealand?
Well, that's why you pick an experienced team. You have Root out there and Milan. It's not like this game is a surprise to them. It's not like they think they're going to get dropped for the next match.
No, but the fact that they've got a relatively long tail.
Yeah, but this is the kind of attitude I was looking for. Root gets his scoop out, and he lifts it. It's not the reverse scoop that he favours in Test cricket. It's the more authentic Dill scoop, as it used to be. Gets it over the head of the wicketkeeper for a much welcomed 6.
Yeah, he played that to perfection, did Root. Short boundary down there at fine leg as well.
And it's given the fielding side and the bowler something to think about. Don't just run in and bowl fairly full on the stumps and you'll get it tapped back to you. So current partnership is 49 off 53, and Root raises the 50 for the partnership by just pushing that ball to mid-wicket, and they're through for a single. See, I don't mind. I don't mind the shot that goes to mid-wicket and rotates the strike through for a single, but only after a boundary, not after half a dozen previous deliveries that have also been tapped into the circle and through for a single. So 165 for one, and some urgency coming into England's innings. Milan on 84. Fizz has not bowled dot ball in this over, which is a welcome change from an England perspective, but he does to finish it off. He just hits it to the man at short mid-wicket, and there is no run. England 165 for one after 27. Root has 27. Milan has 84. And we have your tweets.
Kieran Roseblade says, "What coffee does Bear use? Is it instant?" I'm pretty sure it's not instant. He needs a higher octane level of coffee than instant will provide. And Aubrey Nuevo says, "Your tune-in and website feeds have gone down. YouTube is still working." Thank you for letting us know that, Ombre. Bear is out making a coffee. I don't know if he's listening in the green room, but we need the feeds back up. Bugger. Sorry about that.
Yeah. Well, the Bear is back now, so Bear, there's tech
Hold on,
issues.
Yeah, the website feed has gone down, as has tune in, Bear.
Shakib is back into the attack. Bangladesh seeing the opportunity to take a wicket, but Joe Root, now playing with some of the intent he should have shown in the previous 20 minutes, has got the reverse scoop out. He didn't hit it exactly, but you've got margin for error with that shot, because any kind of edge and it goes down to a kind of vacant spot at a very fine third man, with the reverse out. It's the
Shakib certainly looked interested with that shot, as you say. Didn't kind of get all of the bat on it.
Yeah,
Could have perhaps got an edge onto the stumps there.
Yeah, got enough of the bat on it though, which you will do on a pitch that isn't offering much lateral movement. He goes back, does Root, and punches this for the agreed single to mid-on. But what a difference a bit of intent makes. So instead of what was, for so many overs, kind of .1 or 1-1, we've now got 4-1 and 6-1 from Root in the last couple of overs. And that comes from attitude. It doesn't come from execution. He could always play those shots. He was choosing not to do so. Now he is choosing to do so. So perhaps in that unscheduled drinks break, Butler did get a message out to them to say, look, you've got to hit some boundaries, lads. As Milan punches this to the man sweeping on the offside, and running with some urgency as well. Take the first one quickly, which is what they did, and Mahady could only get it back in time for them to finish a quick 2. So 4-1-2 from Shakib.
Just on that point about messages, do you think someone like Root, with his vast experience, kind of needs a message, or actually listens to messages, or do they actually pass messages around?
Well, it looked like that, didn't it? As this ball is punched out to long on and they take a single. You're not supposed to take unscheduled drinks breaks, and it wasn't that long since the previous one. But there was certainly some communication between the yellow bibs and the batsman. So, maybe sometimes you need to be taken out of your bubble, and Root's suddenly going berserk now because he's now lifted Shakib to cow corner. He's got laughing all over his face. Paul Wilson signals the 4, so it must have bounced inside the fence.
4 on the floor, and one more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4s are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
The website is back on. I presume tuning is then back on. It looks like there was a dip out in the signal to the server for some reason.
So Joe Root completely transformed as a batsman in the last 10 minutes, but he can't do anything with that. Shakib fields it. England are 177 for 1. Bear, I'm grateful to you because I'm about to be grateful to Tony Bishop for my lift. So I'll be back for the second innings. Thank you very much.
In person. Thanks, Gary. All right, I'll take over from Gary. I'm going to disagree entirely with everything Gary's been saying for the last fucking 8 overs. Jesus Christ. Maudlin, Gary. Maudlin, I tell you. Turn your picture off.
Certainly a hard taskmaster.
Well, yeah. I mean, the point is they've earned the right to go a little bit slow for a couple of overs. And as you say, if the bowlers get it right for a couple of overs and you can't smash it out of the ground, you don't need to when you're in that place. It's just improved. They've just, they've upped it again in a couple of overs. So you have 3 or 4 it's a 50 over game. It's not a 20 over game. You got to play smart as well as aggressive.
I'm with you, Bear. I think looking at this scoreline, any team would be happy with that being put into bat.
Yeah, they would be. That one is driven, but Mahady can't be beaten. Sorry, by Milan driving it past him, and there's no run. He's on 87 off 79. Root is 36 off 31. England are 177 for 1, and we're in the 29th over.
Yeah, worth remembering. Butler at the toss did say that he wanted to field first as well. So
yeah. So yeah, exactly. Driven by Dawood Milan up towards long off, and he'll get a single. I mean, Milan, they're both going over a run of ball with time to accelerate. I mean, I don't know where the problem is. I really haven't got a clue.
It's the problems with Gary. As Fox says, surely Gary isn't just saying things to be provocative.
Well, yeah. I don't think he's just watched a lot of ODIs. You see, it's seems a bit weird. As Root drives up towards long on.
Yeah, I think England well on course for 400 here.
I don't know if they'll get to 400. I imagine there's going to be a couple of hiccups on the way, but I mean anything over 350 from here would be good. I think.
I mean, it's 400.
I mean, the thing is, it can go a little bit awry, as that one is cut by Milan behind square. I don't think there's anyone out there. Oh, there is a man out there, can't get down to see. They don't want to dive, but I guess it'll be the same for England, so those extra few runs should even themselves out. But that was cut. It's a nicely cut, found a space, and it's 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
That'll move Milan into the 90s.
Yeah, and he's got there. Not quite in the blink of an eye, but certainly he's kind of made batting look pretty straightforward throughout his innings.
Yeah, and at times he's got really, if the ball's been there, he's not been shy to try and hit it. But not every ball is there. You can't go. It's harder to go for 50 overs as that's just played out to mid wicket and there's no run. It's harder to go for 50 overs full on than it is 20 overs.
Certainly, some of those balls that I think Gary was calling as half volleys weren't really half volleys.
No, but they might have been. But I mean, you drive it occasionally, you're going to hit the fielder. There's a lot of people out in the deep as well. As that one is driven for a single by Milan. I mean, this is it. If you put a ball half volley on off stump and it's very full, the arc says it goes out there. Generally, you've got a man out there anyway, so it's not always going to be 4, is it? It's most of the time it is going to be a single.
I think that's called bowling to your field.
Yes, exactly. Hey, but Gary and me often see things diametrically opposed, I suppose.
ETH says, morning all, another 400 on the cards. And Jonathan Shawland confirms TuneIn is providing the GC audio again. Thanks.
Yeah, I think because it looks like it's restarted, so somehow it got disconnected from the server. So it has an auto reconnect. It must have been something at their end, I presume. It's going to be interesting because it's a double header today, isn't it? So a GCO is covering the other game today, as that's clipped into the leg side and there's no run. So I've not been on when suddenly 2 players appear on a website. I'm hoping it runs as it should do, and it's smoothly another one appears, and they appear everywhere else. It did the other day when we came on later. Exactly. Clipped by Dawood Milan down to long on and get himself a single. Moves on to 94. 1 stroke away from 100. Have to remember the time when it comes up, of course. My highlights package, for some reason I got all my timings wrong yesterday. I sat here quite stoned and getting really frustrated because everything on the timesheet didn't add up to, and I looked for things for like 5-10 minutes. It was really irritating. Made my day much longer. It was well, I think it was Tone actually, because he was writing times down. That's down too long on as a single. I wrote half them down. He wrote half them down. Neither of us were very good at getting it right. I don't understand why.
Oh dear. Well, I've got to say, I should let you know there's a lot of love for those highlight packages on the Discord channel, particularly for people who can't listen because they're either at work or in the middle of the night.
Well, I'm trying. I'm hoping, as that one is worked off the pads by Milan, who moves on to 95 of 86 deliveries, and route 38 of 33. Yeah, it's just quite tiring to do. If any audio editors out there want to help me out, I know Mark Zip has offered. I've sent him some files to see how he feels about it. Quite happy if anyone else wants to as well. That's an attempt to reverse sweep by Joe Root. He misses it, pitched outside leg. Might come off glove, maybe just pad, but it pitched outside leg. There was no chance of an LBW, and there's no run. It's a dot ball.
Remote production instructions for you from Mark Zip. 1, simple radio back also. 2, check email.
Okay.
Thanks, Mark.
Thanks a lot. Simple radio is back up. Yeah, because I changed our stream address as well. That's another thing I did in the off after the Ashes.
I think there's an interesting conversation there between Shakib and the umpire.
That one is swept by Root, but he can't beat the man on the 45. No run.
Just going back to that penultimate ball, because as you were saying, Bear, it pitched outside leg, but because Root was attempting the reverse and kind of changed his stance, I think Shakib was arguing that actually it pitched outside off, but anyway.
I don't think with a reverse sweep. I don't think so. You're not switching your stance. You're just switching your hands. So I think
that's what the umpire was saying as well.
It's different.
So where do you change? James is back on in place of me. We're up to date on tweets, James, and Bennett's on as summariser.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Good to see you two both, and welcome back to the other two. James, we were here before, weren't we? It was us three.
It feels like we might have been in different chairs or something like that, but yeah.
Yes, round the wicket comes Mahady, and it's driven by Dower Milan at cover, and there's no run. He's on 95, and he will soon, hopefully, get his century.
He's doing great again, isn't he?
Well, yeah, he is. It's driven by Dower Milan. Up to mid-off, and there's no run. Were you listening to what Gary was saying? Where's Bennett? Come on, Bennett.
I was enjoying that immensely, and I enjoyed the handover even more. I think Gary has that's what happens when you go into your shell. You bat like you're in a shell.
Yes.
I might get a T-shirt made up with that on. That's my favourite expression.
I just think you've earned the right to, if a couple of overs are a bit tight, you just play it out. You don't have to be smashing it. It's not a T20. You don't have to. We've still got T20 to just about started now. And we're on 188. We get 200 from here with 9 wickets in hand, which is unfeasible in a T20 at altitude. We'll be on nearly 400.
Spot on.
Mahady, down the track comes Root, clips it nicely, bursts through mid-wicket.
And I thought also Bangladesh bowled pretty well during that period, and they were doing the sensible. Well, that's the thing, when you're ahead of the runway anyway, you've got time to do that. You can have a couple of quiet overs, and then you can go ahead. I mean, look at them. Like Root's already ahead of the game, isn't he? What's it? 39 from 36.
Exactly, and so is Dower Milan. Down the track comes Milan. Well, no, he didn't actually. He just planted his foot and drove it up to long off. He moves on to 97.
I mean, he's Milan is phenomenal. Never has a man had such a healthy average and done well so often with so little regard.
He has a run of 2 or 3 failures, and then he just gets back on it, doesn't he?
He's incredible. He is machine-like.
Root goes back, flips those wrists, beat mid-wicket out to cow corner. Really, it'll be another single. I don't know where Bennett. Oh, Bennett, you are here.
Bennett's arrived. He's here now.
My apologies for the slight delay. Just trying to
organise the kids for school.
Not exactly. They're old enough.
Oh, right. Okay, that's true.
Bring some workman who had lost his problem with his vehicle, so I had to go and bring him up to do some work. Anyway.
Okay. Mahady gets punched out through the offside by Daryl Milan, who moves on to 99. And England are 193 for 1. I should line him up his jingle for if he gets there.
Yeah.
England looking very relaxed on their seats on the boundary's edge.
I mean, this is the ideal position, isn't it?
Yeah, totally.
To be 1 wicket down with loads of overs left,
and you've got
both batsmen looking untroubled.
And your next 3 batsmen are Brooke, Butler, Bairstow. If these guys carry on and get them to 42, 43, I mean, those last 8 overs doesn't really matter. I mean, if Butler blazes 40 off 10 balls, for example, and gets out, who gives a fuck?
Yeah, but that's what you need from them, right? This,
exactly.
I mean, it's sort of set up for Livingston, isn't it? So perfectly. Just go in and give us 5 balls of craziness.
Exactly.
Absolutely, and that's what he proved as well. Like in the series before, didn't he? Livingston, he can do it, and Butler. It's just amazing if these 2 guys can have 15 overs at the back end, and the freedom to sort of go for it.
Well, to be fair, I mean, Milan can score when he gets over 100. He scores a run rate of 150 anyway. I mean, I would rather I'd rather no wickets fell, because Root can score. Everyone says Root doesn't score many boundaries. He doesn't score many sixes. He scores a lot of 4s.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's a 360 player, and once he really gets going, he can score a rapid rate. I remember the T20 World Cup, I think it was in Sri Lanka. It must have been 20, whatever it was, 14, 15 or whatever. England played South Africa, and South Africa got some absurd score, like 213. Root was batting number 3, and this is a T20, and we beat them on the second last ball of the game, or the last ball of the game. We chased them down. Root got 100 at a strike rate of nearly 200 or something stupid like that.
Like in the 50 over format, you don't really need to be a 6-sitting player, isn't it? And then Root's just shown that. He's just maneuvering the balls, always looking for the singles from ball 1. Unlike Malan, who takes a little bit longer, but on this occasion he's looking good from the beginning in terms of his run rate. But Root's the kind of player, as I was saying before in my stint, you don't even know by the time you just sort of seen him through the initial say he's on 20-25. And always looking for those singles, the doubles, the kind of boundaries when it's there. So before you know it, he's actually scoring at more than 100.
Indeed. I don't know what's going on here. Is there a streaker? Or not streaker, but a pitch invasion? I doubt you have streakers.
There is some sort of... shall I give us some tweets in our unscheduled break? So, Mog, a little bit sad here. I offered to help with those highlights the other day and was cruelly snubbed. And then also on the highlights, we got Mark Zip coming in with, so it wasn't just me. Those timings were fucked. Rather changes the tenor of my email.
Okay, no, that's fine. Yeah, there was something wrong with it. I don't know how they were so out, but something like 5-6 minutes out. I think because at the beginning, the problem is sometimes you forget to write it down, then you try and go, well, it was roughly 5 minutes ago. So you write that time down, and then of course it's completely wrong. But when you've got 4 hours of audio and you're out by 2 minutes, what do you go forward or back? And some of them seem to be before they were, and some of them seem to be after. It's just completely fucked. I almost left here crying yesterday. I was just so upset.
It's painful, that stuff. I one of the things that I do is we run a website that relies on video, and we've always got to get specific timings on those videos, and it is the bloody hardest thing in the world.
I know.
And it shouldn't be, but it is.
It is. It's hard. Well, I think also when things record digitally, I mean, it's supposed to be spot on, but it's not like tape, and it's not actually time coded, so it does sort of vary slightly. Sorry, we're talking wanging on about bullshit.
Looks like you both have a lot in common in terms of your professions. I envy you. I mean, as Bear already knows, my skills in that area is barely nothing.
Well, you can start a guerrilla cricket fund of some sort. You're good at that, make loads of money for us, and then we can all get paid.
I think the learning from this, Bennett, is that neither of us are very good at it. We are just doing this, so I think the skill is not required at all.
It'd be nice to have someone else do it. Shakib is cut first ball by Root out to the point boundary, and there's no run. I don't know why we had I don't think it was a drinks break, because we had one not that long ago, did we?
No, I don't know what it was.
It seemed to be a whole group of players gaggled around where mid-off would be, up level with the stumps. But I don't know what it was for. Maybe there was an injury. Maybe someone's gone down. Maybe someone had come on. Crick Info will probably tell us at some point.
This is Milan's moment about to arrive, hopefully.
It is. Around the wicket, Shakib. And it's just dropped into the offside by Dawo Milan. He scoots through. Cover cannot pick it up. He gets himself to 100. Well done, that man. England are 195 for 1. Dawo Milan has got his 100 off just 91 balls.
10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100.
Congratulations, sir. You are a centurion.
An absolute brilliant knock there, isn't it? I mean, I just love the way he bats. But the only downside is if he gets out early in the innings, usually he's consumed quite a number of balls. But on most, sorry.
That's true, but it's not even that important so much in a T20, is it? It's more important, I mean, in an ODI.
50, correct, yeah.
That's pulled out to deep cow by Root. Not great timing, but he'll get himself 2.
Good running there. It was good running because it was tight. They ran the first run fast and looked for the second. So good cricket, always looking for those opportunities there for the ones and the twos and trying to sort of make the ones into twos and so on.
Yeah, and this is an over where you just want to milk, isn't it? Because it's Shakib's last over. No risk required in this, I think.
Here is Shakib into Root, who just punches it down to long off, and he gets himself a single. England's 200 is closing in as well. It's at 198 for 1, England are. And they've got to be looking at a big score. Double it after 32 was, as we all know, is Katie Scott's actual maths on this. It's 6 years old, as she said, tweeted in the other day on her model. But she stands by it, still standing. So if you double England at 32, it's going to be close enough 400. That's played back past the bowler by Milan. Get himself a single down to long on.
I think also that for Root and for Milan, that cult of the team Hulks that involves, Bairstow and Roy and Livingston and Botley, the muscle men who just smash it all to park. It means that these two kind of get forgotten in the mix, but they're excellent batsmen.
Exactly. Root tries to find space on the offside and there's no run, trying to find that single for England to get to their 200.
But in this format of the game, you really need sort of the different dimensional players as well, isn't it? And this is where I think Root adds that sort of dimension to the package. Yeah,
this is a perfect time for Brook to come in as well when a wicket falls
really
here, isn't it? Freedom.
It really is. No pressure on him.
Well, yeah. The problem is if he gets himself out, like in the last game when he got himself out, it was just a big sigh. It was like, oh god, he was looking so good, and then one of these days it is going to click and it's going to come off and it's going to be lovely to watch.
Yeah, he's a bit of a dosy bugger, isn't he, at times?
But the debate will be that if he clicks, then Stokes comes in.
It's a good problem to have, isn't it, though, Bennett? It's a good problem to have.
Shall we very quickly head into YouTube just for a second between the overs? So we've got Richard Harman. I don't know who he's referring to, but really enjoying the commentary as always, gents, though I must admit to feeling somewhat relieved that the monomaniac monologue was slightly curtailed. I've no idea who that refers to.
I'm assuming that's Gary.
Really? Oh.
Really? Hyperbolic conviction. That's all you ever get from him. Down the track comes Milan, slightly missed times. He was looking to go over the offside, gets a fat inside half of the bat. Goes down to long on, and that is 200 for England. In 32.1 overs, England are 200 for 1. Root is 44. Milan is 102. I think we've even got milestones 200. There you go.
100 runs and then some more, hitting a depressing score. All the fans, they scream for more. Double century batting man.
Well, no, it's not double century batting man, but that was played down to long off long on by Root, and he'll get himself a single, and he'll move on to 201. Lovely.
It's a workman-like partnership, isn't it? The way these two have built it up. Well, run a ball without much of pressure, just sort of slowly but surely.
Run a ball with not too much on it. That slapped out to wide long. It was a bit ungainly and a bit ugly, but it was 4 runs. Yeah. Not
Do we
particularly.
know who the Bear lookalike is, or the Bear wannabe is on the England bench?
What, like me?
Yeah, there's a guy who's got similar sort of facial hair. It feels like it's maybe
I
a
saw him.
tribute to you. Who is this guy?
Oh, right, that guy. I think
the copycat.
Slightly bigger than the actual bear.
quite
He's a
large.
grizzly bear, I think.
Grizzly rather than a brown bear. Yeah.
Miraz is in. That's gone all the way. That's a poor ball, dropped short, and this time Milan picks it up and deposits it over cow corner for 6 runs.
One talk over the line, sweet Jesus, one talk over the line.
Really nice shot that.
He's seeing the ball like a football, isn't he?
He is, and that's all good news. Is that another one? No.
No,
that's a
highlight.
replay.
Replay, yeah.
Milan always gets the better of people who criticize him, doesn't he? Whenever he comes in, it's like a point to prove, a bit like the Basto.
Well, it's not about
story.
if that's what gets you going and gets you goat, and he ends up. I mean, what he did play in the T20 World Cup side, didn't he? Yeah.
He did.
Yeah,
He did.
So
Yes.
he got himself a World Cup medal there. I'm sure he'd like another one here. I mean, it's his last chance. He's the oldest member of the side, isn't he? At 36.
Yeah, that's it.
That one's gone long. I'm not sure he's got enough of that. Yes, he has.
Oh,
it's gone over wide long. He didn't seem to
Jesus.
catch all of that, but maybe at altitude you don't need to. It's 6 runs.
This is lusty hitting from David Milan.
2, 4, 6.
And suddenly, Gary, they're up in the pace. They didn't need to be going at over 23. They finally,
I think Gary motivated them. I think
if
they've
they
got
were
to
listening,
feed into their
exactly,
ears.
you should feed that into the dressing room for motivation.
Healers at us again. But I mean, this is all good. We need those hot takes, right? And Gary's good for brilliant hot takes like that.
Well, he does. Unfortunately, the highlights are so short it won't make it in. Mahady around the wicket. Ooh. And Milan goes outside his leg stump. I don't think Mahady saw him coming, but even though he guided it down leg stump, he'd gone so far outside leg stump, Darren Milan, he was able to guide it through quite a packed offside field. Beats them all.
I think he was expecting
that,
that, wasn't it, Bear?
He was, but I to be fair, he was, but I also thought the bowler, the bowler went early enough, but he just couldn't get enough down the leg side. He'd gone so far outside his leg stump. Anyway, it's 4 runs.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
We've got some communication on YouTube here, which I think is particularly pertinent after that over. From Brian in Brisbane. 450 should be there if England get a wriggle on. I mean, 22 off that last over. Bit more of that.
Well, yeah. I should say, by the way, a big thank you out to Brian. Your delivery has arrived. As always, I am so grateful. I've got some muffins and donuts and beer.
Oh, lovely.
I mean, what more can you really want? I'm very grateful. England 221 for 1 after 33 overs. Yet again, there's a bit of time between overs. Sharaful is back into the attack. He's around the wicket and swept by Root down to long leg. There's half a peel by the bowler, but I think it was definitely bat first. That last over was very expensive.
What was lovely about that last over, wasn't it? It was loads of lovely attacking shots, but of a huge variety as well. He's absolutely in the zone.
Exactly that. Well, I mean, if he stays here till the end, he can get himself a double 100. First Englishman to do it. As we tried to get Stokes there not that long ago. He got the record, didn't he, with that 108? What was that? Was that against
182? Yes.
Was that 82?
New Zealand.
Against New Zealand. That's right. Yeah.
And thing is, Milan has not looked uncomfortable at all, hasn't he, throughout his innings?
Sharaful in, scoops that into the leg side. Might have been aerial, but there's no mid wicket. There is a man out deep cow, and he fields it. It'll be a single. I wonder what's going through Shakib's mind. There's a long way to go here. And England already on
Desperate for a
223.
wicket, right?
They really need a wicket for anything. I mean, you can still change it from here.
Yep.
I mean, look, the Netherlands, until that last 5 overs yesterday, they've really pulled them back, hadn't they? I mean, they could have tried to keep them down to about 280, but they just got away from the last 5 overs. Nicely pulled by Root behind square. He finds the gap. He gets 50 as well. England move on to 2-7 for 1 with a 50 for Root off 44 deliveries.
Very well played, Joe Root. Excellent knock there.
Indeed. Oh, you should get a milestone jingle too. Let's give him this one.
50, 50, 50, pretty nifty.
Clips that sweetly all the way out to mid-wicket. Gets himself a single. I mean, I don't know how Gary can complain. 51 off 45 and 123 off 98. Looks good to me.
Music to the English fans' ears.
Exactly. And a fair few shots around the wicket as well. Found his spaces, had a little scooped 6, which was very nice. That's going in the highlights. And there you go, Bennett. 77 in the first game, 50 in the second. Dropping from number 3. Shoreful. Oh, that's attempted Yorker on leg stump. And Milan, it did go under his bat, but unfortunately it wasn't on target enough, and it's gone through to the keeper. And,
very well bowled on that occasion. He's targeting his pads and didn't have much to sort of move around as well. It almost nipped his leg stump there.
He did almost nick his leg stump. And it was a very good ball, right up there, right at his feet, but unfortunately just going down leg side as he tried to whip it into out to the boundary. It's another full ball. This time he does get bat on it, and not much of it. There's going to be 4 runs down to a very fine leg. I think that's a bit of luck. Don't think it was meant to go there. Thought it was supposed to go square. What the hell? 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
312 fours. I don't know what is this pointless boundary count thing. Even though I keep saying it myself. And England are racing along. Have we got any tweets?
Yeah, we have from Leah. Leah appreciating your misplaying of the double 100. I really like that double century batting man. Sounds a lot like the Voivod version of 21st century schizoid man Jason Newsted on bass. I do not know that Voivod version of 20. Does anyone else know that? I know the original version.
I don't.
The original version is my kids' go-to track if they want to annoy my wife.
Oh, really?
If they want to wind her up, they will play that, and the kind of jazz explosion that takes place halfway through it just annoys her so greatly that they are in stitches all the way through it.
Nice. Well done,
yeah,
your
lovely
kids.
children.
Taskin is also back into the attack. That's a slower ball. Oh, clipped. A little bit of a drop. Difficult chance at mid-wicket. You take them, I don't know, maybe 3 and 7. It was a full-length dive, dropping away from Hidroy. And unfortunately he couldn't grasp it. I think it was a slightly slower ball into the pitch, dragged a little bit shorter. And
tough chance.
It was a really tough chance. It was going away from him. It was full stretch, and yeah, that's unfortunate. But England carry on, and Root is still there. All good.
Taskin absolutely spitting feathers about that drop.
I think that's a bit unfair.
Yeah, really unfair.
Taskin's in again. That's on the pad. No, unless it's hit the pad, it's going to be a wide. It is a wide.
Slower ball on the location and didn't get the line right. Taskin.
And another one to dispute Gary's things. When he was complaining about 15 runs off 25 balls, the last 25 balls have gone for 48 runs.
Wow.
That is extraordinary. 4 4s and 2 6s. Taskin is in shorts. That might be another wide. It is a wide.
Oh dear.
He's trying too many variations. And
well, they're scared of getting hit.
Yeah. What do you think would be an ideal score here, gentlemen?
Sorry, what do you think the score will be?
An ideal score.
Oh Christ! From here they want. From here they do want 400.
Yeah, I think so.
Would that be the highest tournament score of the tournament so far?
424. This South Africa scored against Sri Lanka.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. 3 centuries in that game. That was insane. Taskin is in, and it's driven back to the bowling. There's no run. Well, let's talk about that one, Bennett. I mean, Sri Lanka's bowling looks woeful.
Absolutely. I mean, it was amazing that they. I mean, Teekshana. I mean, no one knows whether he was injured or the mystery spinner didn't play that game, and Matish Patirana, the slinger, he had a bad day in the office. Their spinner didn't deliver the goods as well, but I thought the batters did extremely well.
No, that's a replay. Yeah, well, that was it, but that's fine. Is that live? That is live. Attempted drive by Root.
Live.
Didn't got an under edge straight into the pitch. There's no run. Yeah, but I mean, this is it. The bowling was just insipid. Most of it. And the seam bowling was just not awful. Up to much. I mean, I liked Patanana. Yeah. I liked him. I liked that action. He's clearly, grown up watching Malinga, but
Yeah.
But I like that. But you say you got a bit of tap. Yes, in other days it'll be quite useful. But other than that, the seam bowling and pace bowling was woeful, and without any mystery spin. The spinners are quite they're orthodox and predictable. Yeah, exactly that. Taskin over the wicket, slower ball, slightly stumps Root, alters his shot just about, pulls it down to long leg, will get himself a single.
South Africa have done themselves really good, don't they? I mean, that's that kind of score. I mean, Aidan Markham came and slaughtered the bowling. He's one of the better knocks I'd seen in ODI cricket. They'll do them some good in terms of the confidence, but let's hope that they will go through the tournament in this manner, in this style.
Well, that's it. I mean, the thing is, if they get onto a turner against a better side with better spinners, that's where you fear for South Africa. But you've got to win the games that you can win, and then hope. I mean, at the end of the day, for example, if India, Australia, England make the semis, and whoever else makes the semis, if they're no good, if it's South Africa and they're no good at spin, if they can avoid India in a semi-final and hope that they get knocked out in the other semi-final against whoever that is, they'll fancy their chances against England or Australia, I'd have thought. That's into the pads of Milan, who just clips it square down to deep backward square leg. It'll be a single.
India have sort of really launched into a sort of a good position in the tournament, isn't it? I mean, the scores, that was the way they got 3 wickets after 2 runs, and how Kohli and KL Rahul built up that innings would certainly do them some confidence.
Yeah, but again, a couple of those wickets were given away. I think they went out there with the intention of trying to knock it off. It was only 200 very quickly. Once it wasn't, they do have the players to be able to do that. Root bunts that out square into the offside. They go through for a quick single and they make it. What I think about India is, I mean, the last time they won the World Cup, the pressure was immense, but now I think it's probably double that, isn't it? And whether when it gets really sticky, is the pressure going to count for too much?
Yeah. And I was with some friends over the weekend, Bear, and they seem to think that everything has been tailored around to suit them, including like a 6-day gap at the end between games and where the games are being played and so on.
Oh, well, yeah, of course it has. Fucking hell. This is India we're talking about, isn't it? I mean, they'll do anything. And, I think that's part of the home advantage that you get when you hold a tournament. I mean, England did that to a certain degree back in 2019. Again,
interesting to see Butler padded up here. I wonder if he will come in next.
And I wonder too. I don't know what's the hold up here.
There's a lot of hold. Should I do a couple of tweets while we're there? So Farong saying, "Oh, here we go."
There we go. That's into the pads of Root, who clips that sweetly with sweet timing out to deep mid wicket. They're going to get back for 2.
I'll just finish Farong's tweet. Bangla lesson number 1: Bleep Bishta equals shit. Time for a sporting declaration.
Never. There's a lot of England supporters out there. So finally,
there's a lot of gammon there, and I've seen a few mullets and a few hefty shirts off.
Well, that's good. At least, I mean, that was one thing. think that you need a World Cup. You need it to be a community thing. India's really big, but you still got to make it a festival of cricket. That sweet shot by Root, picked up off his pads, clipped majestically out through deep mid wicket, and that's going to be 4 more. That was just the best of Joe Root.
These two are looking absolutely in supreme form, aren't they? They're looking as crisp as ever and taking every single opportunity presented to them. It's not a good sign for the Bangladeshi bowlers.
No, it's not. I think their bowling attack's reasonably good as well. The Bangladeshi one. Swished at by Root, and he missed it. I think maybe the pace was taken off a little bit by Shoreful. Bounced in front of the keeper, and we've gone to another advert. We're mid-over, aren't we? We are.
Yeah, we are.
What the fuck is going on out there?
We've got Mike Atherton walking up a mountain
with NASA.
Everyone's dream. Always wondered what those two would look like looking off a mountain.
Well, there you go.
Out of breath. Now we know. Yeah. Very odd little segment.
Fucking ridiculous, isn't it? Someone in the production office went, right, lads, we need something. What are we going to get you to do? NASA? Others? Get up that fucking mountain. That's hoiked into the leg side by Rooty. Out to deep mid-wicket.
That's great running
and
there.
That is good running again. That's 2 twos they've got in this over, out to there.
They put the pressure on the field from the time the ball hit the bat. Great running, great anticipation. Well done, boys.
Indeed, indeed, indeed. Sorry, just noting something down. What's that? Most runs for England in ICC Men's World Cup. Rooty, top of the list. 898 in 19 matches. That's got to be a pretty good average then, hasn't it?
That's looking pretty damn good, isn't it?
It is looking pretty damn good. Reverse. Tries to reverse. Flap it over where the slips would be. I think it was slightly slower by Shoreful. That says it's 80 miles an hour. And he couldn't get anything on it. England just need 4 runs to get to the 250. Which still 14 overs left. Crikey. We could be on for a very big score here. I mean, now these two have just got to go because you've got the bangers in.
It's an ideal platform, isn't it? Because Brook, Butler and Livingston, these guys can really get going from ball one. It's not like a
well, they don't even have to go from ball one. If they get in, you can give them 5 balls.
Yeah, but they can.
They can, yes. Smash back down the ground.
Shot.
Root comes down a track, batters that back past the bowler. It's going to be 4 runs, and England get to their 250. 250 for one at the end of the 35th over. 36 overs bowled. Root is 67 off 56, and Milan is, I couldn't see what that was, 128 off 101 deliveries.
Brilliant. So let's hear from Leah
Hold on.
again. Oh, sorry.
The way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
Yeah, carry on.
Yeah, Leah, just making music suggestions. Holy shit, do I have music for your children to annoy your wife with, James? And that's pointing me towards YouTube. My son has already having met Forthy when he came over to England, is already being influenced to make his music choices weirder. So I appreciate that from Forthy. And then from Lloyd Griffiths, blissful listening from Beach and Greece. Question, is there any other player in the tournament who will get a century less lauded than Milan?
Possibly. Well, he's walloped that. That's gone an awful long way back into the stands. England really letting loose now. 6 more. David Milan deposits at.
That was a mind-boggling shot over the deep mid-wicket area.
Well, it was just short, wasn't it? Sat up to hit me. I mean, it was only waist high, half tracker. Can't really bowl that kind of stuff. You got to be able to get it up. You've got to be able to get it up higher on the batter. If you're going to bowl there.
I've noticed
good catch in the crowd, though.
Yeah, good catch. As this innings has started going even wronger
that one is slapped again. This time he's clothed it, but there's no one in the infield. There's only someone out on the boundary, so he'll field it and it'll be a single.
But they've started showing close-ups of Alan Donald a lot now on the Bangladesh bench as this bowling performance is going down the Swanee a little bit.
Well, it is. Both sides have got a bowl, I suppose, but scoreboard pressure, you'd imagine, would do it for Bangladesh. They are a better bowling unit, you'd say, than batting. And this is Darren Milan's highest ODI score.
Done.
Beating his previous best of 134. Down the track comes Root, under edges it into the ground, it trickles back past the stumps, allowing them to get through for an easy single. And England really taking to Bangladesh now. Does look very beautiful there, though. I can understand why loads. I think was it Tony or someone we were talking about why there aren't that many foreigners and like a lot of the trips, organised trips, because they're flying all over the place. You could only get one game of cricket in.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Or if you were following your team, presumably if you stayed out of ground, you could probably get more games, but it wouldn't necessarily be the team you want to watch. But I think with a World Cup, you just go and watch anyone, don't you?
Yeah.
You go and have a week in Dharamsala or 2 weeks out there, and you watch whatever matches are on there. That's clipped by Darren Milan out to deep forward mid-wicket, and he'll get himself a single. And I guess you pick the most picturesque and chilled places to go, and I guess this was one. Some of the coastal places. Do you want to go on holiday in Mumbai for 2 weeks? Probably not.
No, thank you.
I don't know. I mean, yeah.
I've given up the hustle and bustle of London and Hong Kong to come to Wales. No, thank you.
Yeah. Taskin is in short, pulled by Root. Not great timing. Go out to man deep at mid-wicket and just be the one run. England on to, well, they're in a 40 short of 300, just shy of 40 short of 300.
I think this is a great opportunity, gentlemen, for the England team to try and regroup after getting a battering in the first game, just to build some confidence, get some momentum, and just to sort of understand who's who and what their roles are in the team. They seem to have forgotten that quite a bit in the last game, and it's just sort of making sure they just get their bearings right in the tournament.
Yeah, that's into the pads. Taskin vainly appeals. Pitch miles outside leg. It's probably going to miss a leg stump, and they'll get a leg by. That ends the over. Over to you, James.
Yeah, let's head to YouTube. Brian in Brisbane has got a very important question here for us. Will Gorilla Towers need more pasties tomorrow for Tony? Will Bear eat them all today? Post your vote now.
Well, depends what's in the pasty, really.
What's your favourite pasty?
Well, you see, I like Jamaican patties, so if you ordered some of those, was that any spicy beef or, jerk chicken, there might not be a lot left.
What about Tony? What sort of pasty guy is he?
I don't know what type. Maybe a Cornish pasty type man?
I see him as a
I'm not a big fan of a Cornish pasty. Too many odd veg that I don't like. Things like swede and carrot. And I like spice. So.
The Jamaican ones certainly are appealing, aren't they? It depends from where you get them from.
I'm a West Indian patty.
Yeah.
Especially when you go to a place and they make them themselves rather than just buy them in from the supplier.
Yeah, tasty.
I know that there are some special places in London where you can get them. They do taste really nice.
Yeah.
Right, Mahaney's going to continue. He's only bowled 4 overs. And he's gone for 32 in those 4 overs, so he's been pretty expensive. Mind you, at 262 for 1 after 37 overs at a run rate of 7, everyone's been pretty expensive. Letting Das out on the boundary. He's an important batsman for Bangladesh. Milan facing up on 136 of 105. Mahady comes around the wicket to him, comes down the track, beats the man at short third man, and it's going to run away because there's no one behind him, and it's fucking 4 more.
Great.
This is what happens, isn't it, when things are going against you? Because he actually didn't bowl that particularly badly. He saw Milan coming, shoved it in faster, kind of beat him, but he managed to just jab enough bat. The short third man's up inside the ring. beats him, and therefore it's 4. Finally, he
Oh.
gets him out. There's a wicket. Mahady gets a wicket. He has bowled Dawi Malan for 140 of 107 deliveries. England are 266 for 2 in the 38th over. And well done, Mahady.
That was a straightish delivery there.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Right, thank you. A straightish delivery there, but David Malan looking to play on the mid-wicket area. It's quite unfortunate not to get bat on ball, but it was only going one way if he missed it.
Yeah, well, there are people to come after him who can hit the ball harder, further and quicker.
Yeah, good point.
So it's no big deal. You've got to get on with it. That's what the name of the
He's
game
done
is,
his
isn't
job.
it? Yeah,
He's done
exactly.
his job
He's
more than
definitely
was
done his
expected of
job.
him.
So who does come out? I mean, is it going to be Harry Beck, or is the skipper just going to say, fuck it, it's me?
Gotta be
hope
Butler.
it's Brook. I hope it's Brook, though, to give him a bit more time out there, because he may not be playing if Ben Stokes comes in.
If I was them, I'd be putting Butler out simply because here we go. Because of the net run rate, we are so far behind on that. This is an opportunity to get up there. We've got to slam as many as we can on the scoreboard.
Slam as many as we can on the scoreboard and bowl them out as cheaply and as quickly as possible. That's got to be the plan. Joss Butler has decided to promote himself, so he is going to come in.
Pryor ain't no loss, 'cause we found someone subtler. Okay, he can't spell Joss, but he also can't spell Butler. Joss Butler. Just because he is Joss Butler. 1 S and 2 T's. Joss Butler.
Who was singing that, Bear?
That's James Sherwood. That's from years ago. That's an original jingle.
Wow.
Pushed out by Butler to get himself off the mark, out to deep cover, and he'll get himself 2 runs.
Oh, played all round that, didn't he, Milan? So unlucky.
Yeah.
That's probably one of the only sort of unconvincing shot that he played in his whole innings. Poor lad.
It was just, he was just trying to give himself room to slap it, wasn't he? And eventually, these bowlers are decent enough to beat you if you get it wrong. Smash! There goes Joss Butler. Second ball is it's only just 6. Didn't time that very well. I thought it had gone way back into the stands.
Yeah.
But it hadn't. He must have toe-ended a little bit. It's a short boundary, and there were 2 bowlers converging on it, fielders converging on it. And if someone had been actually straight down, it was straight back over the bowler's head. So someone would have had to been there. It probably would have been a catch.
He didn't get hold of that as much as he would have liked to.
No.
That was close.
It
Perilously
was close to a catch.
It was very close to a catch.
He was running away from him. He was trying to control the run. Unfortunately, didn't.
I think the batsman might have. The fielder might have damaged his hands on the advertising organ.
Butler's intention is very clear, isn't it? Ball number 2.
Yep. Well,
already.
Why not? This wicket's gone 4 wicket. It's over. 4 wicket 2-6. Into the pads of Butler. He works that up to mid-on, and there's no run. Look at the concentration of his eyes. Look at his eyes. They're just bulging, staring at the ball. Well, they practice range hitting, and that was certainly that. And he certainly didn't catch hold of that. I don't know if they play in the IPL. Do they play IPL up here? I'm not sure they do.
They did. That was
What's going on here? Fielder coming in from long on. Because Root is facing, probably goes in somewhere on the leg side. Root's down the track now, chips it up and over. Ooh, that was
and he
6.
plays exactly where the fielder was brought in.
Yeah, he did.
And he just played the field.
That's class, isn't it? Over the top and mid off for 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, we have on the pasty chat. Leah coming in with that's a major negative about living in Germany. Not that much Caribbean food and no beef patties. The Hindu temple has a nice restaurant though, but there is a twist in the tale from Brian in Brisbane. Oops, pasties should have been pastries.
Now we're talking. Any pastries is good. I like I like almond croissants, chocolate croissants, pan au chocolat.
Yeah. Oh, lovely.
Give me in that cinnamon whirl. As long as it has.
Oh, cinnamon whirl is just the king of pastries.
As long as it doesn't have raisins in it,
Agree.
I'm pretty much good.
I'm absolutely with you. Get those raisins away from that. Put them in a little box or in some other kind of like cake, but not a pastry.
Yeah, exactly. and I don't know. I hate raisins. I don't want to go anywhere near
same
them.
here.
Not I don't mind raisins, but not on my pastries.
Pastries. As we take another wide shot of the Himalayas, we've got 3 little hills in a row. Hills, mountains, don't know how tall they are. That's up and bowled full and outside the off stump by the Fizz, who's back in. And Butler breaks those wrists, forces it out past cover, gets himself 2 down to deep extra cover. England move on to 281 for 2. And we've got 11 overs and 5 balls left. This could be monstrous.
It will be a lovely show to watch.
Yeah,
Sit tight, fasten your seatbelts, and get ready for the ride with us.
Indeed, indeed. It should be about time after, how long have we been on there for 3 hours now? We haven't had a single super chat, peeps. Come on. You know you want to super chat us. We have to find all the ways we can to keep ourselves going, and you guys do sustain us, which is great of you. You can patron us at patreon.com/GorillaCricket. There's all sorts of goodies there you can get. That's full, and Butler could be out here. It could actually land in the middle of nowhere. It does. He's so fucking lucky. He's gone to hoik that. He's got a fat outside edge. It's ballooned over point and dropped right between a guy coming back from point and a guy coming in from deep point on the boundary. And he's got away with that one as Butler, which is good because we all want to see some fun. I think it was a little bit of a cutter as well. To break his wrist just as he delivered it, the Fizz there. Both fielders knew they weren't going to make it. This outfield does look pretty poor though, doesn't it? Did it get back for 2? I think there was only 1 there, wasn't there? Last 12 balls have gone for 24 runs. This is the danger when you start like this, as a batsman does. You can get it wrong early, and it's a little bit disappointing. That's another one tossed up, full. Tony's arrived, driven down to long off, and that'll be a single.
Bearing the pace there, slower ball, but Butler equal to the task.
Indeed. And the ball at Gosden was a good, almost 20 kilometres an hour slow. Gave it a lot of air. Butler 12 or 5 is going to face up to the Fizz. A lot of field moving about. 3 hours we've had. They're supposed to do this in 3.5 hours. I've got 10 overs, 12 overs to get in half an hour. That's pulled by Butler out to deep mid wicket. Can't beat the fielder. That's Tamim, and that'll be a double. Two runs. Yeah.
Butler's got 14 off 6, certainly making his intentions very clear out there. The skipper promoting himself. England looking good.
Indeed, indeed, indeed. All looking rather good. Butler faces up, open stance to the left arm over, mistimes that, but gets it up to mid off. And there is no run. I don't mind him mistiming it as long as he's still out there, because when he does get to timing it, it'll be fun.
And 15 from 7 is not a bad rate to be going at the moment.
Not at all.
It's going to leave Root off a bit of pressure to try and just sort of maneuver the strike.
Root's not under pressure anyway, is he? Let's be honest. Root's on 74 off 60 deliveries, so you know there's no pressure on Root. He smashed that over the top and mid on. Oh, it's going to kick on. It does indeed. And Root picks himself up another 4.
There's not one more for me. I must have 2 or 3. I need 4.
Root could get himself to 100 here as well. It's out the back of the hand.
Yes, it's amazing to be able to pick that kind of delivery.
Well, the thing is, the key to it is he actually gets right to the pitch of the ball anyway. Yeah. So the adjustment is smaller and easier to make. And anything the ball does is negated, isn't it? So
that just shows they watch the ball right till the end, don't they?
Yeah.
It's not easy. It's not an easy skill to adapt.
No.
At this level, I guess.
At this level, at that pace, exactly. I mean, that's what makes you a world-class batsman. And Joe Root is a world-class batsman. Once again, look at that. He's got 78.
77 in the first game, 78 on this.
Not too bad, huh?
Shall we head into some socials quickly?
Yes, go for it.
On YouTube, Revanite saying, love that jingle, presumably about the Joss Butler one. James Song Armstrong says, I want a pasty. We're improving pasty trade in England. And Revanite also says, I would bear for a super chat, but we can't do it in Gibraltar.
Really? You can do everything in Gibraltar. It's a tax haven, isn't it?
Censorship or tax laws.
Exactly. That's driven over the top. Again, I don't think it's particularly great timing from Butler, but goes over the top of extra cover and down to the boundary for 4 more.
He's playing with the field, isn't he? He's just hitting them uppishly, not very well timed, but he's placing them well.
Yes, he's finding the gaps.
Yeah.
He's pretty good at that, is Joss Butler.
Just imagine if he gets the timing right.
Well, that's what I mean. I mean, this is it. As long as he stays out there, eventually he will get the timing right, and then it will be trouble.
I think he's trying to hit the ball a bit too harder than he would usually do.
Yeah.
The timing is,
Well, he's actually only faced, 9 balls, 8 balls?
Exactly.
So it's not that easy. Plays with a lot of loose hands, and you see he plays very loose hands, and a lot of times he doesn't time it right. The bat turns in his hand, which obviously takes pace off of it. That's into his knee, and he just turns it out to deep mid wicket for a single. Root will take up strike 78 or 61. England need 5 runs, just 5 runs to get to 300. If they do it in this over, they'll have 10 overs to get 100 or more runs to get over 400. It could be quite amazing, especially if Butler does stay there. If Root gets his ton, gets out, and then you get someone like Livingston or Harry Brook in as well. Although, again, the man in is obviously gets to carry on. It doesn't have to get in, but someone like Livingston or Harry Brook can certainly get up to speed pretty quickly. Dabbed down by Root. No, was it Root? Yeah, it was Root. Dabbed down to short third man, and Butler called him through immediately, and they did get the single. And now just 4 away from the 300.
Butler 20 off 9. Root 79 off 62.
I don't think we have a jingle for 300. We don't. So we're not going to get one.
Ooh.
Good shot by Rooty. No, it was Butler who called him through. He bowled him. Butler has dragged on. That's really upsetting. It was short, it was wide, and Butler's really upset with himself, and I can understand why, because he really was trying to hoik that from well outside off stump, and instead it was a slower ball. It looks like a knuckleball.
Yeah, and I think the fact that he was hitting the ball too hard really didn't help on that occasion.
I know. And he's dragged it from 2-3 feet outside off stump onto your off stump.
James reaching, wasn't he? Reaching far too wide.
It's the kind of thing that really upsets you, and not surprisingly, he's upset with himself. So we have to say goodbye to Joss Butler.
Who's going to be coming in now? Any guesses? Brook, Livingston?
On your bike, mate.
It might be more Brook, might it? I mean, it's a toss-up between the two, isn't it? I wonder if they think Livingston's more like the guy who can come in when they lose another wicket with three to go. And
yeah, I'd be tempted to. Harry Brook. I'd be going for Harry Brook, to be honest.
Yeah. Give the boy a chance.
Exactly. Where's this jingle? Jingle, jingle, jingle. There we are.
Get your ideas from jingles back.
Sorry?
How do you pick up these jingles and how do you get the ideas? Which ones
well, we leave it to the jingle makers to come up with the ideas. We just say we need this person. That's work by Brook out to mid wicket. And the musical maestros that they are, if they can find some information from them that's quite amusing, they'll make a jingle out of that. If not, they just make up any old thing. And now Mog's going to get really upset that I said that. I didn't mean it in a bad way.
We all think the jingles are amazing, Mog. I mean, they are. They're just amazing.
Some are really, really breathtaking to listen to.
They are. Right. 297 for 3. That one's worked into the leg side by Rooty. Out to deep square leg. He'll get himself a single. And England now just 2 runs away from that elusive 300 that I thought we were going to get to before Butler was out.
I think Barry, it's over 40 and time for a change, I think.
Yeah, it's time for a change.
Oh, it is. Yeah, it is time for a change. 40 overs is up. I'm staying on, aren't I? In fact, you're staying on as well, James. You're taking over from me. I'm moving on to socials, and Toad is going to join back up with us. See you later, Bennett.
See you, Bennett. Hi, Toad.
Hiya.
Hi,
I was just about to say a bit earlier, there's nothing I'd rather be doing than commentating on this carnage. But yeah, maybe that wicket in the last over has just pegged things back a bit for England.
Well,
yeah, let's hope so.
You got to hope that's the case if you're a Bangladeshi fan, because there's 10 overs left, and well, there you go, pretty much 300.
Yeah, so we're on 298 for 3 at the moment, with Root facing up as the Fizz is at the top of his mark, starts galloping in to the crease. Oh, now Root tries to turn that onto the leg, but ends up playing that out onto the off. Got away with that one a little bit there.
He did, yeah, just kind of turning the bat in his hands a bit there, of a leading edge. The other question I was going to ask, actually, do you think Gary's happy with this?
As we head into the boring end overs that can't come through, I wonder if Gary's point of view would be they could have had another 30 or 40 on the board at this point.
Yeah, I mean,
here comes Fizz again. This time Brooke is able to tuck out onto the leg side. They push through with their running and able to get a couple there with a really ragged throw that comes in.
not wanting to kind of rehash the previous debate, I guess, yeah, the only thing I'd say is 50 overs is a long time to bat, and you know, maybe we've all been brainwashed a bit by watching so much T20 cricket recently.
Well, exactly.
Well, and England now have 300 is up, 301 for 3, a mighty effort, and still with the best part of 10 overs to go. As you see Stokes looking like an indie rock star from the 90s as Brooke plays it out onto the off. I find it quite upsetting when sportsmen wear non-sport sunglasses.
I don't mind. Well, I don't mind it when they're off the field. Yeah, on the field it's a bit daft.
Is it me? But I just think Stokes is a dead ringer for the lead singer of the Stereo MCs, isn't he?
Oh God, yes. He's not
I don't know if he'd be too happy with that, but that's brilliant.
Absolute dead ringer.
As,
the gingerness.
The fizz comes in again here. This time Root just tries to steer it onto the off, sets off on for a jaunty single but doesn't get it, and slaps his thigh in annoyance there. 4 off the over so far.
Oh well,
the obvious thing is the gingerness, but you know, when he wears the bucket hat as well, and the gaunt-looking features.
Maybe that's what he's going for.
Well, as you're asking, Mog says, do you want a 300 jingle, etc. Say, well, yeah, we could do 150, 100. Well, I mean, we've got hundreds and stuff, but they're for actual individual milestones rather than team scores.
Fizz comes in again, bit of a late cut from Root this time, still just a single, managing to suppress England a little bit in this over.
And I guess you could go up with, I guess, quite tame for 50, 100, 150, 200, 250, 300. You go, ooh, we got 300, 350, haha. 400. I guess we only need as far as 500 because 500's never been done before.
Yeah, we need a 500 for sure.
Because if someone gets there, that's got to be like record breakers, you know.
Yeah,
bells and
Roy
whistles.
Castle. As Fizz comes in again. This time steered out onto the offside, and still just a single there. Good over that. Obviously with Brooke coming in anew, things have slowed down a little bit. Puts England on to 304 for 3 after 41 overs. Bear, I think Mog was our next tweet.
Well, he was, and that was the tweet I just read out. So we don't have anything else. You were there to Ben. What was this? Someone's Revenite FC says you would think so, Bear. One could something or other. Annoyingly, this heart thing comes up right over the bottom of whatever's at
Yes.
the bottom of my screen. It's really annoying on YouTube.
Every time I refreshed the YouTube feed, I was liking the coverage, and as I was on that coverage, it became quite an egotistical moment. I need to avoid that in the future.
We like our hearts. Come on, and still
Yeah,
no,
I'll keep hearting.
Still no one has super chatted us. Come on, Pete.
Yeah,
come on.
We do need some super chats. You're guaranteed to get read, and guaranteed lots of love, and guaranteed that we might buy pasties or pastries with it, depending on which way we go. Where do we think from here? Where are England going to get to? As Shorefall comes in, tucked off the pads by Brook there for another single. They're slowing it down a little bit at this moment, Bangladesh.
They are,
obviously
and
still
I think,
supercharged.
I think England will be targeting that sort of 400
Yeah.
mark. I think from a Bangladesh point of view, it's really about best case scenario from here on in.
350
but
best case scenario.
Yeah, I'd say that's.
I guess it is. I mean, throwing things forward a little bit to the next innings, what I want to see Bangladesh do is actually go out and try and win the game. Because, what we've seen before.
Shorefall comes in, Root sets himself for a scoop, and bloody hell does he get that horribly wrong, but still gets a single from
It's
him.
a leg by, isn't it? Oh no, it's about
a right bugger's muddle in that. Everyone laughing at him, which I'm sure he's appreciating. That's what he was looking for when he played that shot.
Yeah, it's the sort of shot that looks good when it goes wrong. But yeah, what I was saying before, I think what Bangladesh have done before when they're facing a huge target is just settle for a respectable margin of loss. And that's not the way I want to see them approach this.
Shorefall comes in again, picked up by Brook, but to no avail there.
Oh, he hit that well though, didn't he?
Yeah, but it fielded quite nicely at mid-on. Yeah, I think that's right, isn't it? They can't just have a stay in the game mentality. They've got to get out there on the front foot.
Plus, it becomes a bit of a dull watch as well.
Oh God, it becomes a hideous watch. 50 overs of that nonsense.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not commentating on the second half, but
so I don't care. Do what you like.
You're telling us that you're going away to watch your team get really dull, bat out 50 overs, and mind you, I'm not on for the second half as well. Actually, good job. I'm just going to go and chill out next door.
Shorefall comes in again. Brook throws everything at it, but doesn't really connect with much of it at all, and they scuttle through for a single. No, neither am I. So we don't care what Bangladesh do in this second innings. It's all about this moment now. We either need lots of runs or lots of wickets in this 10. They just sort of slowed down or been slowed down in these past couple of overs when they should be accelerating.
Yeah, good job. Gary's not on.
Yes, they're nailering it at the moment when they should be nailing it. But let's hopefully, there's 2 balls left in this over as Shorefall comes in again. Oh, Root sets himself. Now that has gone aerial, Himalaya high, but has gone straight into the hands of the keeper, and Root is out for 82 from 68 balls. He's been struggling in this over so far, and his struggles culminate in his wicket.
Yeah, I mean, Bangladesh will pick up anything they can get at this stage. A big kind of top edge. Basically went straight up and came straight down. Went up a very long way, but yeah, Mushfiqur Rahim, the veteran wicket-keeper, was underneath it.
Yeah, an easy pouch in it. It went up as high as Atherton and Hussain in an ICC coverage package up the Himalayas. And it came down, I'd say, rather more easily, given how out of breath they were when they were doing that. Yeah, a funny innings from Root, because at times he looked great, and at times he was sort of scratching around a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately he scored 82 from 68 balls, so
Which is fantastic.
You can't really be splitting hairs too much.
No.
Yeah, the result was all that mattered. But yeah, another England batsman making a sizable contribution, and means that Bertie Bassett, Mr. All Sorts, is in now. Liam Livingstone coming in at 6.
I mean, this is probably as good a situation.
I play for the light. My one-day kid is blue, but for the tests it's white.
Shuffle comes in. Plays to
Bowled
Livingston.
him.
And unbelievably, first ball, Livingston looks back to find that his off stump is no longer in the ground, or rather is lying in the ground. Another wicket, a fantastic delivery.
Yeah, 2 wickets from 2 balls, top of off. Yeah, not sure if it sort of deviated off the pitch at all, but what a result for Bangladesh.
He played inside it, didn't he? He did. It's slightly. It looked like a lazy shot. Of course, it wasn't. But Livingston, Mr. Wham Bam, thank you, ma'am, hasn't really delivered.
I was just about to say before that ball that this is probably as good a situation as Bangladesh could have hoped for. 2 relatively new men at the crease, but that's even better.
Yeah, yes. Indeed. He's on a hat-trick as well.
On a hat-trick.
First ball to the next over. So who comes out now?
Is that Curran?
It's Sam Curran,
Looks like Curran, yeah.
So let's give him a jingle.
Is he a batter or bowler? Sam Curran. What's his distinguishing feature? Sam Curran. He starts from Zimbabwe. Sam Curran. And he's beloved by Liz Yates. Sam Curran.
Just looking at that.
Oh, go on, Todd, sorry.
Just looking at that last ball again, it was actually a slower ball.
As the feast comes in and Brooke golf shots him down the ground.
So he did just kind of roll his fingers over it and held it back a bit, and it had the desired result.
Fantastic delivery, wasn't it? Well, we just had a lovely four from Brooke. He looked like he was out on the fairway then. Scrambled, the fielder scrambled to try and get the ball, but to no avail. So Brooke starting to tick, but yes, we got 2 new batsmen here, and maybe this is the moment as his delivery comes in and it's played slightly nicely, slightly delicately that time onto the offside, but to no avail. Maybe this is the moment where England go, oh damn, we dropped Moeen.
Yeah, it's possible. I mean, if you see this sort of situation tailor-made for Moeen Ali, but Sam Curran, no slouch with the bat.
No, absolutely not. But it's still, there's still plenty of this innings to go. This time it is dabbed out onto the leg side by Brooke, and they scurry through for a single like a crab on heat. 5 off this over so far. Is this peeling back, do you think, our expectations of a 400 score now?
I'd say so, yeah. I mean, it's certainly given
very
Bangladesh
much so.
A sniff, no more than a sniff. But yeah, they've certainly dragged things back with 3 relatively quick wickets.
Yeah, we shouldn't forget, in these matches there is ebb and flow. We are not watching 2020 matches, as we saw yesterday with Netherlands. Teams can pull things back, and then teams can be extended again. So we see a flag waver on the ground. I'm going to guess, is that some sort of promotional device? It would love to be to think it wouldn't be. He's waving it with all the commitment of someone with a golf sale sign. As Fizz comes in again, this time it's just tickled out into the offside for another scurried single. Good over this.
Yeah, just having a look at the other batters to come in. I mean, I wouldn't call it a long tail as such, but you've got Wokes to come in next, Rashid, Wood and Topley, so they're not the sort of guys that you can necessarily bank on getting you towards that sort of 400 total.
This comes in again. This time it's pulled with venom by Brooke for a 4.
Yeah, good shot that. Half tracker got what it deserved.
Yeah, he looks in good nick here, Brooke. I think. I mean, I guess he's sort of got a point to prove as the late entrant into the squad.
Yeah, well. Indeed.
As Fizz comes in again, and this time Brooke does one of his little dab shots. thinks about stealing a single, but realises he would run himself out. If he did so, it's the end of the 43rd over. England are 3-1-7 for 5 now.
Well, our friend Mog, disinterested hand job, sent us $5 Says needy frigging pack of chumps, aren't you? Yes, we are, Mog. Yes, we are. Messi says, always a good idea to ask Mog to provide a Gorilla Cricket jingle. That will almost certainly never be used. Well, it will be in an ODI tournament, won't it?
At some point.
Wet cardboard time, says PJ Mead. I hope not.
Yeah, I hope not as well. But we have, as you were saying, that I suppose the issue is that those players that are coming in now are more like 10-ball, 15-ball innings players rather than someone who can go for the full 8 overs. You know, it's a different role at this point.
Yeah, I think you just got to carry on though, haven't you? I mean, you're 317 for 5. You've got 7 overs left. You've still got 5 batsmen.
Here it is, the hat-trick ball, though.
Hat-trick ball.
Shuruffel licking his lips, hopefully with anticipation.
Surely they want 5 slips in, don't they?
Yeah. To inform you that they haven't crammed fielders around the bat, and this is down the leg side. Not a good delivery. Curran just kind of like flicks it off quite easily, back for a couple. Not exactly the hat-trick ball delivery you would have wanted for.
No, there wasn't a single slip in the end.
No, it was a very negative. That point you were making before about just hanging into a match, that felt like the bowling manifestation of that.
Yeah, he's picked up 3 wickets already, Shuruffel. He actually picked up 3 wickets in the Afghanistan game as well, so ended up cleaning up the tail.
And he comes again looking for a 4th, but this time Curran just tries to steer it out onto the offside, but for no run. What impact has Alan Donald had on the seam bowling attack? Has that been over-egged or?
Good question, because there's a piece up on BBC Online which
you wrote
is by yours truly, because I was talking to Alan Donald a couple of weeks ago. Just about this very point. I'd say actually it kind of preceded Alan Donald, so yeah, there's definitely been a...
Shuruffel comes in again. Curran attempts to steer that onto the leg side, but to no avail.
Yeah, there's been a conscious effort to kind of improve the quality of pace bowling in Bangladesh, and as I said, even before Alan Donald, there was Otis Gibson looking after the fast bowlers. Even before him, there was Courtney Walsh. So yeah, it's something that's kind of been developing over a few years, and I'd say this group of quicks that they've got at the moment, the five quicks that they've got in the squad, are probably the best.
Shuruffel comes in again. It's high that time. Curran thinks about trying to dab it and then looks around in surprise that it's not been called a wide.
Yeah, I'd say they're probably the best kind of pack of fast bowlers they've ever had. They all sort of pose slightly different problems to the batter. What I would say, none of them are kind of express Mark Wood, Shaheen Afridi, Jofra Archer kind of pace, which is one sort of the next step, I suppose.
Shuruffel comes in again. This time it's driven by Curran. He beats the fielder. Lovely shot for one of these fellas.
1, 2, 3, 4.
That was a beautiful shot, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Just drilled it through the offside, found a gap, and off it went.
Yeah, good footwork all the way. Yeah, no, I'd really actually, to all our listeners, really recommend that article. I was having a read of it yesterday. It's excellent.
Thank you. Yeah, no, he speaks very highly of his charges as Alan Donald.
Shuruffel comes in there to the complete the over, leaving England on 3-2-3-4-5. Bear, is there anything happening in the social verse?
Oh, that's a good point. Let me have a look. See, they've still got 6 overs for that. Wow, it's almost like you know how this goes. Mog replies to messages about jingles that never get used. Well,
this is true. Well, during that pass over, I should tell you that we saw a lovely package of Owen Morgan making a bat and stumps, a miniature bat and stumps, a pottery bat and stumps, and then playing a game with it. They feels like very early in the tournament they are struggling for VT packages.
Yes. I
mean, Jesus Christ, it's match day 2, and we're already getting to those. That is not good.
Well, maybe they think we like that kind of shit. I think they're wrong.
It's making the Himalayan jaunt of Atherton and Hussein look like Citizen Kane at the moment. Which maybe there'll be another highlight here. But listen, Bangladesh have done really well these past few overs, haven't they? They've got themselves back into the game somewhat.
They have, they've pegged England back with those 2 wickets and 2 balls from Sharaful. The other wicket just before that as well. And yeah, like we were saying, best case scenario, 350, 360.
Mahedi comes back into the attack here. Brooks slaps him out, but it's fielded.
Yeah.
The problem they've got is obviously, they've kind of bowled out Shakib, or Shakib was bowled out about 15 overs ago.
Oh, this time it's on the legs. It doesn't even pitch. That's a bad delivery.
It's only 4.
Guides that to the boundary. Yeah, it looked like it was going to be a 6, but it's only a 4.
It's Nissan Shi. It's Nissan Shi.
I mean, one of these 2 batsmen kind of needs to stay till the end. They're both capable of scoring quickly. And if one of these stays there till the end and gets hold of a few, England should get up to 370, 380 still, you'd have thought. Oh dear.
Yeah. Now, Brooke takes a wild swipe of that. That goes down the ground and right into the hands of the fielder. Brooks slightly giving it away there. It's a wicket. England are now 3-2-7 for 6.
I won't look back, 'cause by the time that I do, you'll be gone.
Yeah, it was a bit of a hack there from Brooke, wasn't it?
It was very much so.
Ballooning up to long off, and again, Bangladesh will gratefully take that. They'll take all of these wickets.
Absolutely, and it feels very Brookian, the way that he got out there. He's such a brilliant cricketer, but he does have a tendency to go outside the realms of good shots just to do something scrappy and crazy. And he doesn't really need to do that. Do you know what I mean? He will score quickly enough anyway.
Well, but the flip side of that is you're in the last 5 overs in ODI. You're supposed to be trying to pile on big runs. You've already got reasonably big runs, and 20 more gets you good runs.
Yeah, I agree. Listen, I think he should still be going it. I guess my question is on shot selection at that time.
Well, you've got to take chances. Therefore, shot selection does become, you err to the side of adventurous rather than caution, don't you?
Yeah, no, this is fair. And actually, what all this does is it enables England's Mr. Nice to come to the wicket, Chris Wokes.
He's on Instagram, and he's a Twitter fan. On the Ashes tour, not Ben Stokes, but he'll have to do.
Yeah, so that was Brooks' second score of when he's got to the 20s and he's got out, so he made 25 of 16 against New Zealand the other day.
The next delivery comes down. It's pitched halfway down the pitch on the leg side, but just tucked away to get off the mark by Wokes. My theory is that Brooke has heard all the love that Bear gives to Will Young, and he wants a little bit of that himself. He wants to be criticised for being the 20s guy.
He's better than that, isn't he, Brooke?
He is better than that.
But I mean, England gets 6 and over from here. They get to what, 270? No, 2.
Yeah. I've got so much admiration though for the way Bangladesh have pulled this back. As Mahedi comes in again, arrowed in, squeezed out onto the leg, but there is no run there for little Sammy Curran.
Got to miss the fielder on that one, haven't you? You've got to make sure that's a single out to long on or a single out to deep mid wicket.
As Mahedi comes in to complete his over, again arrowed in. This time Curran slaps it out onto the offside, and we are in Tyson Fury going for a run mode. We are jogging singles at the moment, which takes us through to England 3-2-9 for 6 now,
6 off that over
45
again,
overs.
you see. So, I mean, it's not ideal, but let's be honest.
But we've done such good work so far that we're going to get up to a really good score. It's just not the score perhaps it could have been 5 overs ago. But that's cricket, right? The other team's allowed to play well. Bear, is there anything happening in Twitterverse?
Let's have a look. And we have nothing. Come on, peeps.
Come on. We got anything on YouTube?
We got a couple of people. Revenite says, we're still going to giving away those wickets so badly, so annoying. Yes, says Revenite FC. That is true. But the score's kind of on the board, isn't it? It's the question of whether you get a super score or
I mean,
from there, slightly disappointing, but a very good score anyway.
Realistically, I think they've already got enough.
Yeah. I think that's absolutely right. Shuraful comes in again. He bounces Curran this time, who bends down. Maybe he didn't need to bend down with the height that he's got, but he bends down. Anyways, we saw a black kite circling the ground just before, but I don't think anyone is going to be its prey at the moment. Yeah, Bangladesh come way back into it, but you're right. There's a lot of runs on the board here already.
I guess, yeah. There's always that cliche about momentum, isn't there? So if you finish an innings badly, sometimes that creeps into the next innings.
Curran Reddy's himself plays a back foot shot, slightly defensive actually, but it's still enough to get him a single. And I suppose it's like a football match where you concede in the last 10 minutes, isn't it? You leave the ground on a low. Whereas in reality, you might have won 3-1, or a football match the other way round, where you've been terrible, but you score in the last 5 minutes, and you think it was the best match in the world. It's a bit of a damp squib, the end of this innings. But the reality is, we are 330 for 6, and we've still got 5 overs.
Yeah.
Still some nail biting going on. Maybe that's just some maintenance work on the bench there. Got to get that right from Milan. So comes in again. This time another head height ball. This time it is hooked round just for a single. And it feels like at the moment we could be sponsored by the phrase just for a single.
Yeah, I'd like to see, we all know what Sam Curran can do with a bat. I'd like to see him kind of play a little cameo here.
Yeah, I think he's going to need to a little bit as well, because I don't want to be like metronomic about this, but that net run rate, this is kind of a good position to start boosting that up, because we are so far behind the 8 ball on that at the moment. Shuraful comes in again. This time it's waist height. Curran sort of slaps that out, heads towards the boundary, but is neatly cut off. Just a couple.
Yeah, it's a good point about net run rate situation. I guess, it also gives bowlers incentive to try to bowl Bangladesh out relatively cheaply.
Yeah, sure. Early wickets, weren't they?
Yeah, I think so. And also those seamers need to sort of step up a little bit after that disappointing last game. I'm sure they'll want to put that right. Shuraful gets ready, takes a deep breath. He's done some good work here. Comes in again, the left armour. This time Curran moves away, tries to uppercut it, but manages to miss it.
Yeah, it's interesting to see Topley in the team. I think one of the reasons for that is that they actually played a warm-up match, Bangladesh and England, a week or so ago now, and I think Topley got a couple of wickets, and he kind of really did trouble the some of the Bangladesh batters with his kind of natural bounce.
Yeah, I bet you're a Topley man. I know, but he's another one. I feel an underappreciated part of the England squad. The Shuraful comes in again, slightly a half tracker. Curran manages to duck under that, but let me tell you, the ball was so low down he had to make quite an effort to get underneath it, but he managed to do it, leaving England on 3-3-3-6.
Over on Twitter, anyone get in touch with us? Who is the we of whom James speaks? I don't know. Upping my run rate the past 40 odd minutes has bagged wickets, but at what cost? Interval will be 4 p.m. my time. Quick trip to the land of Nod, says Farong. And that's about it.
Yeah, just to clarify the we statement, I am obviously a non-travelling reserve for the England squad, so I feel I can claim that point. But you make a good point. as the next over begins with Mahady coming in wide of the crease. Wokes tucks it off his pads, but no run here.
What a couple of big shots. I mean, the run rate's still 7.21.
Yeah, it's really healthy. I think it's just that it just feels like the end of a movie and nothing's happening. Oh, a lovely ball there from Mahady, which Wokes steps out towards and manages to miss. There's a stumping takes place, but obviously not out there. But it's good. I wonder if also England are just slightly struggling about the fact that there's just like no pace here, that they've gone for slow bowlers at this time.
Quite probably. And Mahady has got, 4 overs left, including this one.
Mahady comes in again, very round-armed and halfway down the wicket, and Wokes misses that entirely. It was a quicker delivery there. Slightly perplexing one for him.
Yeah, you definitely see a box of licorice all sorts here from Mahady. He's kind of bowled full tosses, half trackers,
trying to put in
round arm.
Bit of variety.
I mean, he's not a frontline bowler. Very much kind of I'd say a bowling all-rounder.
Yeah, well, he managed to nutmeg his keeper there, which is quite an effort. As he comes in and again gives this one a little bit more air.
Oh, that's a
Karen slaps that down, and I've got to tell you, that is one of the best catches you're going to see at the World Cup there. It looked for all purposes it was going for a 4, but it was who was that who caught that?
That was Shantu, Najmul Hussain Shantu.
Absolutely tremendous catch. He's given a little bit more air. Karen slaps it back straight down the ground. Looks like it's going for 4, and then at full stretch picks that out of the air. Stunning catch. And Sam Curran can look up towards the Himalayas all he wants. There's not much you can do about that.
No, that's a great catch. Anyway. And England go to 334 for 7 in the 46.4 overs. Not great, eh?
No, well, it's been quite a turnaround. I mean, it is. I know New Zealand then went crazy in the last 5 overs, but it is slightly similar to that Netherlands-New Zealand match where the Netherlands just pulled it back. I remember I was walking to work, and by the time I got to work, Netherlands had completely turned it around. But yeah, good on Bangladesh here. This is going great, guns.
Good fight back, but they needed to do it earlier, really, didn't they? As you say, England. Whilst they'll be upset that they're not going to get 400, I think anything over 350 they'll be happy with.
Mahady comes in again. Rashid whips that down the leg side. Shall we jingle up a deal?
We should jingle up a deal, shouldn't we? The question is, are England going to get to 350?
Adil Rashid on the 45. Adil Rashid on the 45. Adil Rashid on the 45. Adil Rashid on the 45.
Go on.
Yeah. Well, talking of 45, we're on 47, and England are 337 for 7 at the end of that very good over from Mahady. Anything happening in the Twitterverse?
Who's with us? We have Mog says, look at these English choking and collapsing. Leah says, I think the collapse comes a bit late for Bangladesh. Props to the English though. That's top tier village stuff.
Yeah, we're showing we can still do when it comes to collapses. We're the best in the world.
Yeah, we can do a very good one. I mean, that was a fantastic catch though. He was running at full pelt, low down, diving to his left. I mean, that's a quality catch.
Stunner.
The other impressive thing about the catch was it was diving on this outfield. I don't think.
Yes.
I don't think anyone else has actually done that so far in this innings.
Yeah, absolutely. As Shuraful comes in with the deal facing now, attempts a slight sort of late cut there, just for a single. Yeah, that was highlighted so much before the game. We have seen a few dives, but we haven't seen any dramatic plugging of knees and elbows.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we've seen any of the fielders absolutely kind of go hell for leather, full length dive.
But that was,
even taking that catch, he looked a bit ginger, or he looked a bit, cautious on landing.
Shuraful comes in again. This time, Wokes tucks it again. There's lots of tucking here It's like a boarding school shop, just for a single.
These aren't the bangers that you wanted in the last 4 overs, are they? They're basically, we got down to the kind of tail.
No, absolutely. And I suppose this was always the potential for this match when you take out Moen and you put in another bowler, that if you do lose a few quick wickets, that you are into the guys who can't smash it every ball. Having said that, Rashid says, fuck you, hits it high to the air towards mid-ground boundary. I don't think it's a missed catch there. I think it bounced just in front of him.
It did indeed.
I think it did, yeah.
Yeah,
good.
But he
good
scuttled
effort
through.
Running in.
Yeah, good effort running. And I guess that's the thing with the ground. It can be as bad an outfield as you want, but that instinct just takes over. You can't tell fielders not to go for it because they'll just see the ball and go for it.
Indeed.
But now, 3-4-1 for 7 here, England. So closing in on that 350 a hell of a lot more slowly than we thought they might have done. As Shuraful comes in again, Rashid sort of half cuts, half drives it out to the point boundary, but it's just another single. 5 off this over so far.
2 balls left in it. 342 for 7.
Yeah, I mean, I think, this is the thing. We shouldn't lose sight of the fact that England have done all the work already. My God, we can see Johnny Bairstow shoving stuff into his face.
Looks like a toasted cheese sandwich.
Yeah, it really did. The Ginger Hulk bulking up even further before he goes out into the field. Here we go in again. And again, a slower bouncer this time from Shuraful. And Wokes, who just hasn't seen it so far, he hasn't got into the rhythm of it, just misses it completely. Good stuff from Bangladesh.
It is, yeah. Particularly from Shuraful. He's kind of mixed it up a bit in these last few overs of his. I mean, yeah, granted, a couple of his wickets have probably been freebies, but he still managed to mix things up nicely.
I suppose the frustration is that this didn't come 10 overs earlier.
Well, yeah, as you say, 2 and 3 got the bulk of the runs, didn't they?
This is whipped off the pads by Wokes this time.
That's a good shot.
For one of these, gets his timing back.
4 on the floor, and 1 more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4s are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
Leaving
at the end of the over, 3-4-6 for 7.
9 off the over. That's not such a bad over.
Yeah,
2
not
more
bad.
of those is good. Bag of Cans TV says England are falling apart here. Should have enough, but this is dismally disappointing. Gorilla Cricket, sorry for tuning in. We were 2 down when I switched on. Yeah, it's all gone a bit tits up, but those runs were in the bag. Armchair Cricket Podcast says a solid comeback from Bangladesh. England lose 5-41. And the over's 40-47, that's true. All hopes of England 400 is gone, indeed. Mogg says once again, Milan's hard work disrespected by his teammates. Well, the thing about any scores in ODIs, it is 1 or 2 batsmen who get the majority of the score. Most other people just chip in, and that's why, rarely do scores get massive. But if 2 people get in like this, I mean, when you think about it, Milan and Root's got what, 240, 230, 220 between them out of this total.
Yeah, an absurd amount of runs. It's the first ball of the over comes in. Rash just knocks that out towards the boundary for a couple. And I think also the thing that we shouldn't lose sight of, just try and put some positivity in here, is that those players that have come in and got out, or those players that are at the moment, are still scoring at a decent rate. Rashid is 7 from 5, Wokes is 10 from 9. It's not like they're coming in and blocking away and missing.
No, exactly.
Mahidi comes into the next one. This one's down the leg side as well this time, and this is slightly pulled towards the boundary, and a right bloody fumble on the boundary edge to give one of these.
And that's the England 350 up, 352 for 7 in the 49th over. Poor bit of fielding down there.
Yeah, but also let's take this back to the start of the match. I know it's a cliche of sport, but if you'd have said to England you're going to get 350 here, I think they'd be very happy with that. I think they'd take that on this ground.
Yeah, I think so. I think you're right.
Mahidi comes in again. This time Rashid takes a big swing at it. And he takes a big swing at it right into the hands of the fielder, who pats the ball up in the air, dances outside the boundary rope, and his mate catches it for him for another wicket, leaving it England 3-5-2 for 8, running out of batsmen.
So get on your bike and take a hike right out of here.
Yeah, I think they're going to take a quick look here
Yeah,
just
they
to check that the catch was taken cleanly.
I think it was though, wasn't it? I mean, I think it looked like it was a clean take. I think this is just due diligence. As we're seeing the replay again, it's taken very neatly, and he throws that away very quickly. I mean, he might not even have gone over the boundary sponger. I think he was so far away from it, but he ends up there anyway. This is going to be out. There's not going to be any reversal of decisions. But it focuses in on the umpires, who umpires I always think look like butchers. But with their pink outfits, they kind of look like butchers at a disco at the moment. But the decision is coming in. The decision is pending, as we have to say. And surprise, surprise, Adil-Rashid, who actually stayed on the ground, hoping that he might still be in. That sportsman for you, ever hopeful. But he's out.
Already played the jingle.
Limps off the field.
Already played the jingle. It's, there was nothing about it out. Let's get some tweets in the meantime. Power play 1 will certainly have plenty of pace and bounce, which will mean quick runs or quick wickets. Collapse should have arrived 300 runs earlier. Didn't go to script. Quick kit, cheers, says Farong. You've always been anti-Milan, Bear. I haven't been anti-Milan, I've always been pro-Milan.
I like the scurrilous rumour being started.
Absolutely.
There we're slagging off Milan again.
Well,
we've got Woody in now.
We have Wood in now. He can hit it a long way as well. Where's his jingle? Here he is.
Do you know Mark Wood? Yes, he is.
We'll talk over the jingle as Mahady comes in. Wood drives it out quite nicely. Nice off drive there. Should pick up a couple.
Except for just one thing. What? He thinks that he's a horse. Right. What?
Well, everyone's favourite, Mark Wood, coming in, and you're right. This is a nice opportunity for him to come and swing his arms for a few balls and get the score up. Another 20 would go very nicely here.
England almost in danger of being bowled out.
They are almost in danger. It danced down the wicket this time. Lovely drive there for one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, I mean,
all Anton de Beek then.
Well, even with that wicket, this over's gone for 12.
Yeah, exactly. And I tell you what, I think Wood in for the final 10 balls is no bad thing.
Yeah, exactly that. What his attack against the Aussies in that test at Headingley.
Yeah, that was absolutely brilliant. So last ball of the over here, coming in. Wood looking all around the ground in his optimistic way. This time it's dug in and he manages to dig it out. No run. We end the over. England 3, 5, 8, 4, 8 with 1 over of this innings remaining. Any more social interactions?
Oh, yeah, that's me.
Maybe on the YouTube.
Mog says the number of times I've heard you slag Milan off because of the spelling of his first name should be a war crime, but that's the jingle. It's not me. No more comments on YouTube. Everyone's gripped by what's going to happen in this last final over, James.
Yeah, as we see this the beautiful scenery all around this stadium. Let's hope for a beautiful last over. We've got Wokes and Wood in, the two W's, both of whom can give it an almighty hoik if necessary, and I think it will be still necessary here. Hoping for over 370 maybe.
Well,
12. Just wondering who might bowl this last over for Bangladesh, because they really are short.
Mahady, surely, isn't it?
You would think so. Taskin's not going to come back, is he? Because he's struggled a little bit today, I thought.
Well, he can get a 5 for Mahady if he gets a wicket. He's got 71 now.
Right, it is Taskin. And this time Wokes cows it, making a little bit of a mockery of the decision here for one of these.
Yeah, that was just in the slot, wasn't it?
It was absolutely in the slot, and it feels like maybe this is a decision born of a previous plan rather than the match situation.
Yeah, well, Mehdi's bowled out, isn't he? So you've got the other Mehdi Hassan Miraz, who could have come on to bowl. Sorry, I'll correct myself. He's not bowled out.
Taskin comes in again. Wokes just throws about it this time. It's gone up in the air and it is taken.
That would have been
Wokes
wide.
Yeah, it would have been a wide. Wokes is a goner, 14 from 10, but done some nice hitting there.
Oh, shit. This is really fucking bad.
Just to confirm what Bear was saying there, that 100% would have been a wide.
Yeah, caught that right at the sort of toe end of the bat. And it was almost kind of 6 and out for Wokes.
Yeah, it felt like that, absolutely. So, Topley in now. Shall we jingle up the Topley?
Yeah, let's jingle up the Topley. He sounds like this.
KB once tried to kill him, and AB smashed him off the park. Then Boyd Rankin shattered his hand. But Reece Topley is finally in the side.
He gets ready to face up as Taskin comes in now. He backs away and dutifully misses the ball. Readjusts his box there as though that was the reason why. But good to see a man who I always think looks like an anime horse, Reece Topley, coming in.
He looks like the guy who eats pies in the whatever that thing is. I can't always forget his name is. Dandy or whatever.
Say that again. Just going back to that wicket ball, I'd give Taskin a bit of credit because he saw Wokes kind of backing away, so tried to hide it.
He did, absolutely. And talking of backing away, Topley backs away and manages to get a single this time. Yeah, I mean, couple of there's a bit of the jeopardy here. It's not so much how high England will get now, but also will England in these final couple of balls get bowled out? That would be a nice little stat for us there.
Wow, yeah. Still think the score should be enough, 363.
Yeah, I think it's more than enough here. They are in an incredibly good position. It's just recency bias, isn't it? That we're just concentrating on the dribbling out.
Yes.
Yeah, I blame South Africa for that.
Yeah, I really do as well. It's Wood faces up, backs away, but very cleverly Taskin follows him there, and Wood isn't able to do anything for it. We're still just to emphasise this point, listeners. The run rate is still 7.28, which is more than healthy. If anyone's feeling slightly despondent about this sort of calypso style end to the innings, England have got a lot of runs on the board as we get ready for the final ball of the innings. Wood on 6, facing Taskin, who has already taken a wicket this over and has bowled quite smartly. He comes in, Wood takes a swing at it and misses it completely, but they do the dutiful thing and run through for a single, leaving England at the end of the innings on 364 for 9 and run rate of almost 8. If we just run through the card here, Berso started us off with a 52. Milan was the main man in the innings, 140 from 107 balls, batted beautifully. Root chipped in, well, more than chipped in, with an 82, and it slightly started falling away there. Butler got a 20. Brook got his Will Young guest 20 as well. Livingston was out first ball. Curran came in, got 11. Wokes 14. Rashid also 11. There's a lot of repetitive scores here. Woody at the end there with a 6, and the anime horse Reece Topley came in and off 2 balls managed to get 1. And the bowling there, we've got the Fizz came in with 70 runs off his 10 with no wickets. Taskin did one in the last over, then bowled pretty well for 6 overs for 38 runs for 1 wicket. Shuraful got 3 for 75. Mahadi got 4 for 71. Shakib bowled well, I thought, got 152, and then Mahidi 0 for 55 off 6.
Yeah, and that about wraps it up, doesn't it? 364 for 9. Could have got more, but I think they'll be reasonably happy with it.
Yeah, I think that's a really good result there. 364 is a lot of runs, and Torrid, as you were saying, that's probably way too many.
It probably is, but as I was also saying, England haven't finished off that innings brilliantly. Bangladesh will want that to sort of seep into the start of the next innings, and if their batters can get off to a decent start, we know it's not a huge ground, short boundaries, So yeah, they've still got to believe in themselves. And like I was saying earlier, actually there's sort of shades of a similar match between these two teams in the 2019 World Cup when they met in Cardiff. England, I think, made about 380 odd on that day, and Bangladesh, like I was saying before, never really were in it in the chase, lost by about 100 runs in the end. But this time round, I'd like to see them give it a proper go.
Indeed, indeed, indeed. And on that note, we're going to have a little break. Going to play yesterday's highlights. It seems the wise thing to do during the break. And we'll be back in whenever the next innings start. See you shortly. Bye.
See you later. Bye.
See ya.
This podcast is part of the Sports Social Podcast Network.
Gorilla World Cup, the highlights. Gorilla World Cup, the highlights. If you wanna know all the news and more, this team right here gives you more than the score. All the action, the wickets and more. Gorillas call it.
Good morning, good dusk, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. It is Gorilla Cricket. We're back, and it's Marathon World Cup, I say. Two of the big boys had shellackings in the first 5 games. New Zealand absolutely walloped England last week in the first game. Australia got butchered by India yesterday. Although Carey should have caught a catch, would have been quite interesting if Kohli had been out. But we're on to game 6, and it's the minnows. Do I say minnows? I don't know. It's the Netherlands, and they are taking on guys who absolutely butchered us, New Zealand. We are in, where are we at? We're in Hyderabad. And it's another day-night game. Holland have won the toss, and they have decided to bowl first, which isn't surprising really. May offer their best chance of winning the game, especially when you're all at the smaller side, I guess. The playing 11s are for New Zealand. We have Devon Conway, Will Young, Rachin Ravinder, Daryl Mitchell, Tom Latham, Glenn Phillips, Mark Chapman, Mitchell Santner, Matt Henry, Lockie Ferguson and Trent Bolt. I think that's an unchanged side from England. Maybe Lockie Ferguson didn't play against us, can't remember. Too many games, too many things going through my head. The playing 11 for the Netherlands are, and I haven't seen the the pronunciation guide, so I'm just going to go for it. It's Vikramjit Singh, Max O'Dowd, Colin Ackerman, Bas de Leder, Teja Nidamannaru, Scott Edwards, Sybrand Engelbert, Rodolph van der Merwe, Ryan Klein, Aryan Dutt, Paul van Meekeren, and that is it. As I said, Netherlands have won the toss and they are going to bowl. First ball, turns, and it's a little bit short. Conway goes back, forces it out to the covers, a little bit of a misfield, but they don't think about a run, but don't get it. Klein in.
So frustrating.
And driven out to
did it.
Cover. And we have got a second maiden. Wow, 2 maidens in a row. New Zealand none for none. Down the track this time. Conway's getting frustrated, and we've had 3 maidens in a row. I say again, 3 maidens in a row. Aaron Dutt's over the wicket to Will Young. Now that's a different angle, and that's probably more pleasant for a right-hander because he has to toss it up wide. He does, and Will Young's taller than Conway, gets right out to the pitch of the ball and smashes it over, covers for 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
That's chipped up and over the top. Is anyone down there? There is someone down there, but he's a bit wide and he's not over the boundary because that's been chipped over the boundary for the first one of these of the day.
That's 63 without loss in 10. Fine. It's actually 63 in 7 because the first 3 nobody scored. Down the track comes Conway, launches Van der Merwe. Taken out at deep mid wicket. Van der Merwe,
Bear's wicket,
punches the ground. Bear is. I think it was it Van Meekeren who took the catch in the end? It was straight into his hands. Misjudged by Conway, and we said you got to get him early or he goes on and scores big. Not quite early, but that'll be a big relief for the Netherlands and will pump up their confidence quite dramatically, I think.
Yeah, and first wicket goes at 67 for 1. Oh, I've got to play a jingle, haven't I? Might help.
It would.
The crowd says.
This Bas de Leder took the catch. 67 for 1, as the bear said. Dutt is in, drops this a bit short, and it's swung by Ravindra. Is not going to make it to the boundary, though.
They're going to come back for
towards deep mid wicket. They will come back for 2, and that does mean that, well, they haven't said it yet. It's 100 is up, though. It's 100 for 1 after 19 and a half overs for New Zealand. Dutt is in, whipped off his toes by Will Young. He will get a single, and that will bring up Will Young's 50 off 59 balls. 50 better than he managed against England. And in fact, 59 balls more than he managed against England, or 58 balls more than he managed against England. But he's got 50 here against the Netherlands. Very well played him.
Well, at the moment, the fielders that they need to be in the stands, because Ravindra has just smashed a 6 off Ackerman's first delivery. As Van Meekeren gets ready again. Slightly Harry Kane of face, I think, as he comes in at number 47. It's hoiked high into the air, but height is the only thing that it has got, and it is taken, and Will Young is not forever young. He is gone. The 70 of 79 balls. New Zealand are now 144 for 2. 150. Yeah, you can throw your hands up in despair, but we have finally seen that 150 has come up.
Oh, now that's hit him right on the foot. Probably, maybe in front of leg stump, maybe not in front of leg stump. Or was it on the full? Or did he get backed on it? Because
I think he got an inside edge shot.
Well, if he did, then it's not worth having a thing. If he didn't, then it's very worth having a punt on that, because if it hadn't pitched, yes, he has done. I think if that hasn't pitched and it's hit him on the foot, I think it's going on to hit a leg stump. And the question is, A, has it pitched? B, has he got an inside edge on that? Which is interesting. We shall have a look. 178 for 2 on New Zealand.
That was out. That was out. That was definitely out.
Was that definitely out?
I don't know.
And it was Ravindra who's on 44.
Here we go.
Let's have a look. He bowls, and it is big inside edge. Doesn't really matter. So they've reviewed it, and he's chopped it onto his foot. That's why it looked a bit weird.
Yeah, I mean they reviewed without real conviction, didn't they? They kind of reviewed as though they had to because of the match situation.
Yeah, kind of. But I mean, my initial response was, that's hit him straight on the foot, which and then I thought, that hasn't pitched. So maybe that's what they were thinking as well.
Yeah.
Hold on a minute. No, hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. It's hit that front. It's hit the front pad first. Now, as it hasn't pitched, it doesn't matter. Impact doesn't matter. It's hitting. It's fucking pitching in line. That should be out. That's nonsense. That really fucking annoys me, because it's where the ball pitches. That's wrong. It's where the ball pitches. It's hit him on the full, so impact should have no effect on that.
Well, you better tell Paul Rifle that.
Well,
he's the man who made the decision.
That's just nonsense. I'm sorry, they've got that fucking wrong. Tell me if I'm wrong here. It's where the ball pitches, and if the ball doesn't pitch, you don't take that information into account at the point of impact. Am I not wrong here?
So just to be super clear, you have to look at 3 things. You have to look at where the ball pitches, you have to look at impact and potential impact and whether it was going to hit, right? Those are your 3 things, yes? Whereas if it doesn't pitch, the first of those things is out the equation, right? Is what you're saying.
Yeah, so if it doesn't pitch, that's out of the equation. I'm not sure about the inline, because I think, I suppose the inline.
It's still got to be inline.
Yeah, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Rifle knows more than me.
Well, so it didn't pitch, so it doesn't matter.
Yes, so actually,
but where was the impact in line?
Okay, actually, they didn't have where it pitched on.
I think they were saying impact was umpire's call.
Yeah, they were saying impact was umpire's call.
Okay, so the impact was umpire's call, and the umpire had given not out. You don't get you only needed 2 out of 3, but you've actually only got 1 out of 3.
Yeah, my indignation was wrong.
And
that's clipped and dropped surely. At mid wicket, clipped nicely by Mitchell with good timing. It was a drop by the hands on the head. He's clipped it to mid-wicket. He's shelled it immediately. Rolf van der Merwe is in. Ravinder goes back, chops out to the man. Oh, on a deep cover boundary, he has a misfield. He'll get back for 2. That brings up his 50 in the 33rd over. New Zealand are 185 for 2. Ravinder gets 51 off 50 deliveries. And that's down the leg side, and he's gone. Oh, immediately next ball, one Van der Merwe bowls it into the stumps, into the pads, turns it, goes to turn it round the corner. Does Ravindra, gets a little tickle, and the keeper, who's the keeper? Can't remember. Max O'Dowd? No, it wasn't. It's the other one. It's the skipper, Scott Edwards. Yeah. Takes it down the leg side. He immediately goes up, and he's very excited. Knows that there was some bat on that. He's just gone to run it around the corner. Gets an inside edge. It's good keeping, actually, to be fair. It's very good keeping because he's gone down the leg side, followed the ball, got himself in line, and it's just gone into his gloves. And they're very happy, and Ravindra has to go. Delayed it in across. Now that's where he can hit it, and that's a sweet shot by Latham. Drives that out through extra cover. Beautiful shot. 4 runs, brings up the 200 for New Zealand. They move on to 202 for 3. Oh dear. Well, he's certainly seen it now, hasn't he? I mean, that one's a bit drossed by Delayed. It's down the leg side.
I missed it.
It's 3rd in a row. Just tickles that down the leg side for 210 for 3.
Now, are we back live?
Yes, it's a wicket.
In which case, Van Meekeren in, and Mitchell has played on. The 4th New Zealand wicket has fallen. He's fallen. Put away that 50 jingle. Mitchell has fallen for 48 off 47. New Zealand 238 for 4. And that's it's a wicket.
You get the prize, 32.85.
Thank you very much. And meanwhile, while we're talking about cricketers of yesteryear, in the here and now, Phillips has been cleaned up by another excellent catch behind the wickets by Scott Edwards, diving full length to his right. A nice chunky edge, and Phillips has gone for 4. New Zealand 247 for 5. Dutt in again. Fires it in middle and leg, just tucks it off his legs. Edwards has to come from behind the stumps to do the keeping. And Latham should move on to 31 according to my calculation.
Should also be the 250 up.
Well, the 250 jingle for us?
No.
Dutt has come round the wicket. Okay. Chapman has given himself a huge amount of space, ballooned it up into the air. The catch has been taken. New Zealand are now 254 for 6. 1 ball into the 45th over, and New Zealand are rather combusting here. Glided to the man in a sort of roughly fly slip position by Latham. He's just picked up a single. There's been 13 runs off the over so far, so this is slightly spoiling the party.
It's also a 50 for Tom Latham.
That's in again.
I don't.
Oh, and he's gone. He's gone for all the tea in China. Latham sachet down the wicket, beaten by the turning ball. Dutt probably saw him coming and cleverly pitched it a little shorter, bit the outside edge of the bat. New Zealand 293 for 7 off 48.4, and Latham's gone for 53. Henry heaves that one to the leg side. We await to see what's happened to it. I think it's gone all the way. Pretty good way to start.
Previous 6, of course, brought the 300 up.
Oh my goodness, what an extraordinary last ball. It's a waist-high full toss on the offside, which has been scooped by Santner for 6. The no ball in every sense. Because they have to bowl it again, and it's gone for 7 runs.
And it's a free hit. So apart from that, how did you enjoy the
He's done it again. He's been hit full toss.
The free hit's gone high. It's high for buds. It's gone, I think, all the way.
It has.
So those last 2 balls have gone for 13 runs, which has certainly ruined Delader's figures. He finishes on 1 for 64. Henry finishes on 10 not out. Santner on 36 not out. At the end of the first innings, New Zealand at 322 for 7, which they might at one stage have been a little disappointed by, but I think on balance it'll be far too much for this fledgling Dutch team.
Let's just celebrate that last 6. But I think there was a lack of discipline there at the end by the Dutch, or the leader in particular, because they'd done so well. And to give away effectively 13 off 2 balls at the end was pretty poor. We'll do a quick reprise of the scorecard, I think, shouldn't we? 322 for 7 in the end is what the Kiwis made. Slow start. 3 consecutive maidens. You really don't hear that very often. An acceleration in the middle, and a bit, apart from those last couple of balls, a bit of a frustrating stop-start conclusion. I think you're right, Forthy. I would go along with the summary that probably, if you'd have said you're going to get them, you'll get them for under 350. Do you want it? They might just have taken it.
Yeah, just about. But they'll never chase down 322, and I hope I'm proved wrong.
Sal's decorated her whole house in camouflage. Lovely. Even her dog Billy has a camo coat. After her renovation, she transferred her other balances onto a new Barclaycard Platinum credit card, so she'd pay no interest on balance transfers for up to 29 months. Now she's found a way to pay down her debt. Sadly, she can't find anything else. Billy? What you buy is your business. Helping you pay less interest is ours. Check if you're eligible at barclaycard.co.uk. Barclaycard. Make money work for you. Representative example, 24.9% APR representative variable, 24.9% purchase rate per annum variable, based on a £1,200 credit limit. A balance transfer fee applies, subject to application, financial circumstances and borrowing history. New customers only. T's and C's and exclusions apply.
Now I can see that Trent Boult is 2 wickets short of 200 in ODIs. He might be fancying his chances to get there today. So he's at the top of his
A reasonable aspiration indeed.
I think he'll certainly be hoping for it. In he comes, left arm over, of course, to the left-handed seam. It's the outside half of the bat. Goes between slip and gun, and they'll pick up the first run. Oh, thick edge, it's been dropped. It's been dropped at wide slip. It went more or less straight to him very quickly. Daryl Mitchell in there. They got through for a single. It was Singh. It was Henry. A quick ball flew off the outside edge of the bat. What do you think? Do you think that's more than a 50-50 chance?
I think 50-50 is about fair. It went fast. It went above his head. He's not standing far away. But professional cricketer, 50-50, I'd say.
Henry is in. Oh, he's bowled him. Has he bowled him? Yeah, I think so. Yep, yeah. It's just gone straight through, saying top of off stump. And that is going to be the first wicket.
As we wait for Santner. Oh, that hurries him up. Now there's a big shout. Yeah. Up goes the finger. I don't think there was much doubt about that. It was absolutely salmon trout. Santner has his man. O'Dowd, I'm afraid, is gone. He is gone with the score at 43 for 2. 52 for 2. The 50's up as well. It's up at the end of the 12th over. 52 for 2. Ferguson none for 8. Ackerman 15. DeLeader 9. And we're over back to Messers. And that is launched. And Trent Boult, has he done it? What a catch that is, Trent Boult. Shades of 2019 at Lord's for him. Not this time though, because this time he doesn't step back onto the boundary rope. He's down there at long off. DeLeader has gone. Trent flicked it up in the air, stepped back, and then stepped back onto the pitch, took the catch, and I'm not quite sure getting Baz DeLeader out is quite the same as missing Ben Stokes in the power play, but nonetheless, it was a terrific bit of fielding, and the Netherlands at 67 for 3 have lost Baz DeLeader for 18.
And 100 is up off of 22 overs, 100 for 3, the Netherlands.
Oh, it's up in the air from Ackerman. Is it going to be caught? The fielder is hand off. It's going to be a tough one, and he got there, but he couldn't catch it. It was a very tough one. 32, not sure who that is.
That was Will Young.
It is Will Young. He was running across from mid-off rather than in from long-off, and Ackerman's got just enough width on it to take the ball away from Young. It's a good effort, but he got there, he had to dive across. That's a very tough catch. And Bolt will have to wait for that 199th wicket. We'll see how long. Not going to be this ball either. That's clipped nicely out towards deep square. A couple of bounces, should just be a single. Oh, it's a run out. It's a run out of nowhere. Couldn't really see what happens. I guess one batsman was with me and thought it was a single. The other one thought it was two. Neither Manaru, all we saw was him loping forlornly back into shot. And Tom Latham took the bails off. We'll have to see exactly what happened, but either way, it's going to be 116 for 4. And in the meantime, that's going to be out. Surely. They're going to review. Henry bowled a short ball. It hit something on the pull shot from Edwards. It looped up for easiest catch to Latham. The question is going to be, was that glove or arm? They're still debating it.
I thought it was glove, but let's have a look.
That was definitely out.
Was that definitely out?
No. It's worth reviewing. They got 2 reviews.
If you could tell me where the Netherlands are 1 to 500 to finish bottom, please do, so I can go back on someone else.
Yeah, I imagine it's. Yeah, it was on Bet365. It might not have been those odds. I don't think you can find them now because it was pretty.
My point is, I'm sure it couldn't possibly.
It was.
I'm sure
like
it was over 100 rather than glove, doesn't it?
Yes.
Yes.
Unless it is flicked the back glove on the way through, which would be particularly unfortunate. It certainly is his forearm on the first. If they run it on a little bit.
Keep going.
No, that's fine.
It's okay.
Yep.
Just got away with that, didn't he?
Yeah, threw the shot much too early, and it's actually flicked what was originally his back arm, which has come through to be his front arm.
Well, they're going to say that's. The thing is, he's got his sleeves down, and that could be the band underneath the sleeve. That's what they're looking at.
No, that would be very harsh, I think.
Well, would it? Yeah. I don't know if that's harsh or not, really.
No, I'm pretty certain it's not.
I can see that. I accept that you shouldn't be allowed to roll the sleeves up so far it covers your gloves. But,
well, that's my point. Yeah, they haven't given it.
Common sense decision is not out there. Yeah.
Can it be Engelbrecht? There's the 150 up at the end of the 31st over. It's 150 for 4 for Netherlands, guided to backward a point by Ackerman. He moves on to 66. Netherlands to 150, and we have 19 overs left for the Netherlands to produce something very unlikely, but they're not out of it. Oh, reverse swept straight down the throat of not quite sure whom by Ackerman, but it was taken. It was you could see what he was trying to do. Didn't get over it. The man was there for precisely that shot. Took it as calmly and as comfortably as you like. And I think that looked to me like one of those occasions where you just feel if he'd have just played the more straightforward shot, it would have been fine. It was Matt Henry who took the catch. Ackerman realises, well, I wonder if I'd have just looked to play a standard drive for that, I might have done better. Yeah, it's 157 for 5. The 5th wicket has fallen. It's Ackerman for 69, and with it you do rather fear all hope the Netherlands may have had. New Zealand, that one's tossed up. Oh, that's Edwards. He's launched that. Someone's got to be underneath it. Surely they are. It's a caught and bowled for Santner, who throws the ball up in delight. It was a top edge from Edwards as he attempted a sweep, and at 175 for 6, Edwards, the Netherlands captain, has to go, and the fat lady is gargling, ready to sing.
Top edge, for fuck's sake. Oh no, he's out. Excellent. Top edge, for fuck's sake. Oh no, he's out. Excellent. Top edge, for fuck's sake. Oh no, he's out. Excellent.
As Bear, as we speak, writing his application for the Guernsey Tourist Board. This is swept, and I think it has been dropped, reverse swept by Van der Merwe.
That's sloppy.
And I think you're right. We're going to have another look, but I'm pretty sure the Bear's right on that occasion, and it was a drop catch. We'll have a look. Reverse sweep. Yep. Down it went. I think it's Matt. Is it Matt Henry again?
the pimps in the crib, ma. Drop it like it's hot.
That could be out.
No, he's not. No, he's not.
I think he's got his foot back. It's all happening here. The ball turned. Van der Merwe again was looking for a conventional sweep this time. He did fall forwards. Latham was swift as you like to whip.
But it wasn't a conventional stomping. He's got something on it, and then Latham, after it's hit it, is allowed to put his hand in front of the stump.
Well, we're going to have a look at the replay.
That's what he did, I think, which is fine. But I think Van der Merwe's foot's probably down.
But we get to see a plane flying out the screen.
Well, it just looks to me like it's crashing. This
is so
I don't think is ideal, but there we go. It turns, jump, though we do know, whopping inside edge onto his pad, via his thigh, down past his feet, and I think he's got his back foot back as he almost does the splits, does roll off the ferry.
Well, he never really got out of the crease much, did he?
Although he's quick, hang on.
Oh,
yeah, he slides. Had he lifted his foot back, he'd have been in trouble. But he was smart enough to slide his foot back, was roll off, and I think.
Well, I don't know actually.
It's on the line. The line belongs to the umpire, don't they say?
The line is the umpire, and it's the toe of the boot. So the question is that tiny little bit of the back of the toe on the ground over the line? Now
he nearly split. He's there. Well, welcome back. Welcome back to Dharamsala. Very soon we're going to be welcoming, I would imagine it, Tanzim Hassan and Lytton Das. In the short term, welcome back to the man in his weather cave who's just adjusting his bespoke headset designed specifically to fit over such a capacious brain. It is the chortling Messers.
Oh, you're such a card, Tony. Thank you so much for that suggestion.
To my left,
inside there,
in very corporeal form rather than virtual form, is the unmistakable mouth of the Mersey, Gary.
Well, I've trekked across South London, courtesy of your...
Not the Himalayas.
Not the Himalayas.
It's not the Himalayas, though, is it?
Not the Himalayas.
Trekking across South London.
And it can be as challenging at times, but yes, made it here, and I'm delighted to be here. And England have got plenty, but whether they could have got more, I feel, of course, vindicated. That when England were going well, they could have cashed in. Instead, they had a period of 10 overs where they scored 59 without loss. And I
would go exactly the other way.
Yeah.
The reason that they managed to survive that long gave them the capacity to get this far.
Well,
in my view, is if they'd blown it, then they might have been out for less than 300.
Well,
so
both are true.
Gary.
Both are true to a certain extent. Power play 61 without loss. 266 for 2 they were after 37. Then they fell to 364 for 9 after 50.
Yeah.
So after Root was out, which was 307 for 4, they lost 57 for 5. 31 to 40 they were going at over 11 over. That dropped to a shade over 6 for the last 10.
Yeah.
So I think you're both right. However, they could have done with a longer period motoring at 11, probably, if one is to be picky.
Or having the period of 20 overs motoring at 8 or 9. I think I was spoiled by seeing England push on above 400 quite often in the Morgan years. And while this may be enough, I think in the longer term, when you're in, you've got to cash in. And I definitely think that unscheduled drinks break when I was last on the mic, when I said the message has come out from Butler, I think we saw a completely different approach from Joe Root. He started to get in the reverse scoop out and things like that, and England started to try and hit boundaries. They could have done that 4 or 5 overs earlier and got themselves enough runs to get to 400. As it is, they'll be satisfied, I think, with 364. But when we looked at the pitch early on in those initial overs, we said 350 was a minimum. So they haven't got much over what they would set out to be a minimum. But they'll certainly feel they have enough for their bowlers to do the job.
Well, they have 2 slips and a gully, I think, as this one's defended the first ball off by Das off Chris Wokes. Let's jingle up a few people. Here's Lytton Das. and we should jingle up the bowler in a moment, which we might have to wait. No, we can probably do it. Here he is.
He's on Instagram, and he's a Twitter fan.
Bowling from, I think, the river end, and it's left alone outside of the off stump. Through it goes to England's wicketkeeper captain Joss Buttler. Promoted himself up the order, did Joss. I think he saw potential wobble coming. He knew in his head the speed he wanted England to go at. He achieved the speed, but he didn't stay long enough doing it, did he? That was the problem.
I do feel the way the game is played these days that wickets in hand can be overrated, especially when sides are batting quite deep. As often as we said, I think in the car, Tony, it's as often that you see the collapse come through as you see the push on to 400.
In comes Wokes. This is worked beautifully, flicked wristily through mid-wicket, and that is going to trundle across this much maligned outfield with a couple of bobbles, but it is going to trundle all the way for one of these.
1 and 2 and 3 and 4.
Just... it looks fairly not tame. That's a bit harsh on Chris Wokes because he's lively, but that's that was short and wide and effortless from Lytton Das. He didn't even have to lift the bat much. He just angled it and away the ball went. What's Wokes got in reply? Not much, because that's driven sweetly away past point for the second of 2 consecutive fours. A beautiful shot.
It was a bit uppish, Tony.
Giuliani had his reasons for selecting his landscape seasons. There were 4.
I mean,
Wokes looks anguished.
What do you think of England opening with Wokes? Because I think the thing is they've got 3 opening bowlers here, 3 who want to open the bowling.
Topley, of course, is in, isn't he? This one's launched high, and it's going to be... I think that's cleared the rope over deep mid-wicket. No, pitched just before it, but it's the 3rd consecutive boundary. Wokes is bleeding runs here. 12 without loss. Of course, Dawid Malan very, very much the star of England's performance. 140. Boy, how they needed that.
I think Wokes is in the sweet spot for this pitch as far as batting is concerned, because he can't bang the ball in and get it sort of shoulder high the way Topley will, and he can't skid it on the way Sam Curran will. So he's bowling length, and it's just sitting there saying, hit me. And
I think
this is the danger with Wokes.
A lot of people would argue that's true of many Indian pitches, and has been in Wokes' career. The Tigers are thrilled. They've got 12 on the board within the first over. That one's Fuller, and that probably is better the way to go, I think. Fuller, and defended by Lytton Das. It means after the first over, Bangladesh have got themselves off to a pretty tidy start. Chasing 365, they're 12 without loss, Messers.
Well, Mog thinks England will still win by 200. He's multi-skilling, so he's actually tweeting us and White Line Wireless at the same time. I can tell you, Sri Lanka is 79 for 1 after 12.5 overs against Pakistan.
I'm a big fan.
He says, well...
sorry, Jez.
Matty says, welcome back, primates. Let's do this. Sooner this is over, the sooner I can switch over to White Line Wireless for that game too. Well, I was trying to watch them both at the one time for the end of the last innings. It's doable.
Are you doing double duty again today, Messers? I can't remember.
No, I'm not.
I don't do those.
I overstretched myself the other day. I to be honest, I feel like I need a break.
Did you have to have a lie down, a rub down with the Sporting Life?
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
12 without loss. Reece Topley into the attack, the left armour. That's dabbed tidily by Tanzid to get himself off the mark down to 3rd man. We should jingle up both of those. Here's Tanzim, I beg his pardon.
The synonym, the slim and trim, swim in the gym just on a whim. I do not go out on a limb in this hymn that's for Tanzim.
And we will, in just a moment, musically welcome young toppers. Here he is. Full bit of swing, just a hint, Gary, and nudged out towards mid-on. Did they take a single? No, they didn't. So it's a welcome dot ball. England, after that rather expensive Wokes over, need to establish some semblance of order. It was a funny innings. I do get your point. It was. I don't mind. If you're going to allow a platform with wickets in hand, you then have to capitalise on the fact you've done that, and it really, it seemed to sort of die a death. That's quite high into Lytton Das, catches him on the thigh. I think that should be given as a single. I thought he got some bat on it. Way into the offside.
It's just
Another
not
single.
It's just not how England have won their 2 world level white ball tournaments. They haven't won by establishing platforms. They've won by eliminating the boring middle orders.
Going hard. It was given as a leg bye. Well done, me. And less well done the captioners on the feed we're watching. In comes Topley, left arm over the wicket, edge taken. Topley has his man. Tanzid has gone. England have their first wicket, with the score at 14 for 1, just towards the end of the second over, Topley has struck. Tanzid has gone, and that is a great start for England. Mind you, Sam Curran will tell you they made a pretty decent start with the ball against New Zealand, but it kind of went wrong from there. But farewell, Tanzid.
What I liked about that is that Reece Topley hung the ball slightly wide, inviting the bat to be held out there. But what I like most about it is that Jos Buttler had 2 slips in. So it went to Johnny Bairstow, it came at a comfortable height. But that's at least half a wicket, I suggest, for the captain there, because after the first over that went for 3 consecutive 4s, it would have been very easy to go a little bit more defensive. But Reece Topley is, I think, a much better opening bowler in these conditions than Chris Wokes. And it rather showed there. And England have got the breakthrough. They'll be feeling more confident. And now comes Bangladesh's best batsman.
It is. It's Najmul Hossain Shanto. Has a best of 117, averages over 33, 31 innings. Closing in on 1,000 ODI runs is Najmal. Topley in, that's edge taken again. First ball taken at point. England have 2 in 2. Topley has 2 in 2. Superbly taken. Gary, the ultimate Merseymouth kiss of death.
Yes.
Bangladesh's top batsman, he said. He built him up like a global megastar. Only Shanto to be snaffled by Livingstone high above his right shoulder. Topley raises his arm in a Shearer-esque dance of triumph, and it's 2 in 2, 14 for 2, and Shanto has gone for a golden duck.
Well, I'll tell you what, if Buttler got 50% of the previous wicket, I want 50% of that one.
Well, there you are. You probably should have that. And it means that I'm stuck in. I have to write these. Here we go. England are going to have to slow down. I can't keep up with the note taking.
The notations.
Who was it? Shanto.
There were 2 very ordinary shots, to be honest.
Yeah. He was feeling for the ball. You can understand, first ball coming in, you're up against a big total. You want to feel bat on ball, but it was a nothing shot. It was only ever going to go for 1 anyway. It wasn't like he was angling the bat trying to get it down to third man. He was just putting hands at it, and Livingstone was in the right place and took two catches, one at gully, one at second slip. You'll never see 2 easier catches in those positions than those 2.
Well, now
I think England would like you to introduce Shakib and his talents, Gary.
Gary, how much do you want to build up the occasionally naughty boy of Bangladesh cricket?
I did refer to him as the kind of leading all-rounder in the world in subcontinental conditions. I'd have him ahead of Jadeja. I'd have him ahead of Ashwin. Tremendous record. Of course, he often finds ways of underachieving. Let's see if he can do it again.
Reece Topley to deal with, and that was going to go down leg, but it catches his back leg. Which was outside, in fact, of the leg stump, and there is no run. So the hat-trick is averted. Plenty of England spectators have made the trip into the foothills of the Himalayas. We're nearer to Lahore than we are to Delhi here in Dharamsala.
Considerably.
1959
Leah
was...
says... Sorry, Leah says, all right, Lytton, all right, I'll dig out the animal print in support of the Tigers. And Farang said, yeah, I did mention about toppers and power play 1 being a possible disaster, and it's happened already. Yes, indeed it has.
Well, indeed it has. It's not gone well for the Tigers so far. Farang, if you're listening, let us know what you're thinking that can be said out loud on air. Well, they're going to persist with Chris Woakes. Just the 1 slip for him. He gets a little bit of lift, but Das can competently play that down to backward square, and they will take a single.
I do love the flexibility of our listeners. Kieran Roseblade said after the over, Bangladesh on course for 600 here. Next tweet he says, this could be over quickly now, under 100 for Bangladesh.
Well, let's jingle up the new man who is going to face his second ball in a moment. It's this fellow. Oh, he's still playing for Worcester in this. He did once play for Worcester, it is true, he did. Must have been about 15 years ago, wasn't it?
Oh, certainly a while ago. He's probably been suspended by Worcestershire as well at some point. He must have as many suspensions as he has appearances.
Well, I have to say my notes about
world.
him, which I will dig out actually, my notes about him tend to be mainly about misdemeanours rather than cricketing achievements.
I mean,
but there we go.
He's supremely talented.
He does have the best part of a page, whereas most people only get a few bullet points.
To have lived a kind of cricketing life in such turmoil and yet be so brilliant, it's quite
15 for 2. In comes Woakes, swings in a little bit, guided out down to third man by Shakib, gets a single. Lytton Das will be back on to strike.
Yeah, I think what we're seeing here, and to some extent it proved the downfall of the previous 2 batsmen, is that it's the kind of total where you can't afford to play yourself in with dots, so they're looking to play themselves in with singles. Of course, that's always more possible in the power play where there's only 2 men outside the ring in the power play. So that's what Shakib was doing there. Risk-free shot, bat and pad close together, just running it down to third man.
Stoutly defended by Lytton Das out to short cover, no run. Is there an argument, Gary, for getting Curran on quickly?
Well, I think so.
And getting 2 left-armers in tandem for a wee while?
Well, I think so. Also, 2 left-armers with a height differential of maybe 5'10" to 6'7", 6'8". Very different kind of bowlers, one hitting the deck, the other skidding it through. It comes down to a question of Woakes overseas. You're kind of wondering what he's there for.
Well, in he comes, and in this occasion he's there just to serve up a fairly easy ball outside of leg stump, which is nudged out into towards mid-wicket by Das. He'll move on to 14. Shakib back onto strike on 1. It's 17 for 2.
And you know, I'm a fan of Chris Woakes, but I'm a fan of him playing in England rather than in overseas. You know, he's a classic number 8. In fact, he's a deluxe number 8. So I would be a fan of his, but we've seen it for too long that Woakes doesn't ask enough questions with the ball overseas.
Well, there he is, not asking too many questions there, although it was defended by Shakib out towards mid-off. There is no run. 2014 was when he first, as my notes say it here, so probably from Cricinfo, lapsed into off-field shenanigans. He was fined for lewdly gesticulating at a camera in the dressing room during an ODI against Sri Lanka.
This is definitely not Chris Woakes we're talking about.
No, no.
Absolutely not.
Not the cricketer you'd most take home to meet your mum. Yeah. Absolutely not him. It is, of course, Shakib who's facing... and he's... well, what a lucky boy he was there. Inside edged. For all the world, I thought that had just plopped onto one of his stumps. Somehow it didn't. And he is a lucky boy. There's a man dominating our screen. He doesn't just have 1 tiger on his hat, not 2 tigers on his hat. He's a 3-tiger hat man.
It's a hat trick.
He's got a hat trick of tigers.
What do you think he's got in his tank?
Well, several tigers by the looks of it, rather than just the one. Presumably he eats Frosties for breakfast as well.
Yeah.
He would have to, wouldn't he? And of course, what was the name of the famous Frosties tiger?
It was. Let me think.
Oh, for fuck's sake! It was
something
Tony the Tiger, wasn't it?
Yeah, something. I was thinking Terry, but I knew it was wrong.
Full whipped off his toes by Lytton Das. That's down to fine leg. There was a long leg. He's not going to get round. And umpire Raza does a very sort of curtailed 4 gesture, but it's 4 nonetheless.
1 and 2 and 3 and 4.
I think that's.
He can't afford to stray onto leg too much, can he, Chris Boyks?
Not at. Well, it wasn't. It was Topley, but it's also a half volley. It's the first really poor ball that Topley's bowled.
It was. In he is again, the left armour up onto his toes and steered straight to point on this occasion. So recovery from Toppers. 2 off 2.
You see, that's
2 off 2 in that first over of his.
But that's
on a hat trick.
A difference that I was talking about with the extra height there, because it was length or slightly full of length, and yet it still got up a little bit on Lytton Das. If Wokes bowls that length, the ball is just sort of sitting sort of shin high for you to hit where you like. Not a huge difference, but enough.
Comes Topley. Attempted late cut from Das, but it was more of a defensive rather than a sort of an aggressive late cut. We're watching as what is it they use? It's sort of black ryegrass, isn't it? It's winter ryegrass, which they put on the outfield here because it sort of protects the surface against moisture, but it does mean that surface cuts up quite dramatically.
Sounds like what they use for Jack Daniels.
Right. Yes. And his friend Jimmy Beam. And that one hurries Das, and it was an ugly shot as he took his hand off the bat and kind of managed to manoeuvre it backward of square Johnny Bairstow Fields.
Yeah, he's bowled very well in this opening fusillade here. It's Topley.
Right. I got it on the glove, that's why, didn't he?
That's got up around waist height, which is a big effort on a pitch like this and shows the value of a tall left armour.
Well, Lytton Das had his glove off, he was shaking his hand. They haven't brought anyone onto the pitch so to have a look at it, so he is alright. He's standing well outside of his crease. Topley's in, that's straight onto leg.
No chance.
Turned off leg and will get a single backward of square.
I think they're appealing for LBW here, but it's pitched outside leg stump, so there's no chance.
So. Is there going to be a discussion?
Oh, it's going
to.
Joss. Well, maybe I'm wrong, but I doubt it.
Gary, well, firstly, there's a lot to unpick there. Firstly, Gary going, maybe I'm wrong, is well worthy probably putting into the highlights reel.
Clip it.
Yeah. The other one is, to me, I don't think you're wrong, Gary, because that looked for all the world like it was way down leg.
Yeah.
But England think they may have their man, or they're prepared to have a risk to find out.
Well, he's standing outside his crease as well. I mean, we're seeing it here, and that ball's pitched outside leg by a distance.
Oh, well, I think it might have pitched in line with leg, but it certainly wasn't hitting, and it was swinging away down leg. Is there an inside edge for good measure? No, there's no inside edge. It does hit the pad, but the amount of swing he was getting, I think it pitched. It might even have pitched. You might be right. It might have pitched outside leg. It was definitely, to me, sliding down leg.
There it is, pitching
Pitches
outside
leg. What were they doing? You don't even need to do the rest of the review, but I can tell you, having pitched outside leg, Bishcam will definitely tell you that it was going down leg as well.
I mean, that was
a daft review. Daft review from England. What a waste. Given as leg buys by umpire Raza, who's a little bit unsteady. He's a big fellow, umpire Raza. He's a little bit unsteady trying to raise his leg to tap his knee. In comes Topley, driven straight to cover, and no run on this occasion. So 5 off the over, 22 for 2, and Messers.
To be fair, that would have been clipping had they gone onto the stumps. So, Varong responds to your Chris about what's needed. He says, more rum for starters. Playing like Bournemouth. Oh, and we have Lord Naylor wearing his Evertonian Jersey.
I was.
Bishtia, which translates into shit.
No, I was, because I was up at Goodison on Saturday to see us play Bournemouth. So
Grubby's in the house.
I had the Everton shirt on earlier. We do need Ian Jury and the Blockheads. What a waste for a poor review. What a waste.
That would be a good idea.
Oh, yeah.
That would be a very good
Warren
idea.
says, morning all. It took me a minute or two to figure out
Chris
there are
Wokes
two of you.
going
Are you
to
Dr.
continue.
Jekyll or Mr. Hyde?
And this is defended into the onside. Rashid fields from mid-off. Are we watching replays here, though? No, we're not. We're watching Topley's 2 wickets, or we're watching that appeal. This is all rather confusing. Wokes has bowled one
Are we
ball.
the good gorilla or the bad gorilla? That's the question.
Who? Me or Gary or you?
No, us versus Mooney Pond.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Oh, I see what you mean. I think slightly different styles. Both, I hope, enjoyable for everybody, as this one is defended to backward point. And there is no run. Wokes has found his range a little bit, but I always have this slight feeling that if anyone's going to be carted, it's more likely to be Chris Wokes. He certainly was in the first day, but went for 12. Unusual choice to open, I thought.
you just wonder what he is bringing to the side, apart from being a nice guy. We know what he brings in English conditions. I'm not sure overseas.
In he comes. That's forward, walking forward by Das to defend into the offside. Again, no run.
Messi, I'm sure he'll keep us across developments in the other match between Pakistan and Sri Lanka. I've been a big fan of Nissanka for some time, more in red ball.
He's on 49 right now.
He's a lovely
57 deliveries.
He's a lovely bat to watch. I'm not sure he's got the power you need for white ball cricket, but beautiful timer of the ball in the red ball stuff.
This one is guided beautifully by Lytton Das, away between cover and extra cover. Into the sponge it goes, over pitch by Chris Wokes. 4 of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
If I was in the Bangladesh side, although they've lost 2 wickets, I would really be thinking about trying to hit Chris Wokes out of the attack here and make England go to one of their part-time spinners. They've got... Well, is Livingston a part-time spinner? He kind of is, really.
In comes Wokes, left alone outside of his off stump by Lytton Das. Through to Butler it goes. Well, there's only 4 off the over. What's the overall run rate that they need? They need 7.3. They're going at 7, but they have lost those 2 wickets.
But if the Bangla boys can take one of the England men out of the attack, and the 2 most likely, I would suggest, are Wood and Wokes.
As this one is defended back to the bowler. Having said Grubby is in the house, can I make a request to El Grubbo that he might be on earlier than he thought he was going to be, because Bennett has been injured in the warm-up. And has let us down, which I'm sure is not his fault. So we're a summariser short for the next session.
Liam, talking of Jim and Jack, says, when Mr. Jack Daniels has read my last rites, his friend Billy Whiz comes to turn on the lights. As a quote from Skyclad on Another Fine Miss. And the porn bot says, 2 streams. Gary must be swinging like a pendulum.
In comes Topley.
Is my volume okay, by the way?
Yes, it is. In comes Topley and is defended into the offside by Shakib, who's yet to get motoring just yet. There are some cloud starting to descend over those Himalayan foothills.
Well, if anyone has watched sort of Grand Tour cycling in the mountains of the Giro d'Italia or Tour de France or the Vuelta a España, the weather can change extremely rapidly in the mountains.
Topley, that's edged and taken at gully, and it's Livingston again. It's a rinse and repeat. Hang on, did it bounce? There seems to be a distinct lack of excitement.
No, I think it did bounce. He sort of collected it as it was arriving.
Up
we
in
can
the
see
air.
it now.
It bounces short of Livingston.
Yeah, about a foot in front of him.
Yeah, it does. It's the way Topley threw his arms up. I think he thought he had him for a moment.
He threw his arms in the air like he just didn't care.
Well, he obviously does care.
I know.
But he's going to care a bit less now.
Another Bishop, as in Bishop wicket.
Oh Lord!
It was just a cameo I was talking about there,
catch.
Tony.
Shakib still stuck on one, bit slow to get going. Topley in, steered out towards. It was not Livingston, I think. Oh, it was Livingston Fields who's there at point. We're going to watch the 2 wickets so far, both outside edges. One to Bairstow at second slip, one to Livingston at gully.
Both with significant swing on the swingometer there.
Topper's getting that extra swing.
Those of you fans of who was the Canadian guy who was on election night with his swingometer? It was always everything was always purely hypothetical.
He was a Canadian guy, I can't remember his name. Oh, that's beaten.
That's got him.
It's beaten Shakib. It's through him and it's bowled him. What a delivery that was! It swung completely, carved Shakib into 2. The top of middle has been pinned back, and at 26 for 3, the 3rd wicket has gone. It's Shakib El Hassan, and Topley has his 3rd, and he is having a tremendous day out. Nipped away, caught the top of middle and off. Shakib played all round it, and it's another wicket down for Bangladesh.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Yeah, just a lovely delivery. On the walk with Shakib, he got turned round because the ball was shaping away. It was a lovely length. It always is if it takes the bails rather than the stumps. I won't say unplayable, because had he stayed in his crease, perhaps he'd have been able to defend it slightly off the back foot. But in the circumstances, Bangladesh have got to make best use of the power play, and so he was going hard at the ball with Shakib. But Topley has bowled just an exemplary opening spell here. You probably can't bowl better in the conditions. He's just been fantastic.
It has been a superb display from him. Just the 1 boundary he's conceded. 3 for 5 he has. He's got 2 balls left of his 3rd over. 26 for 3. Bangladesh have sunk 2.
And there's always some contributory negligence in wickets, but I mean he's got them out really. He's got them out with good balls and with pressure as well, and just makes you surprised that Sam Curran isn't on at the other end, a left arm swinger too.
Well, that's what I would have done, but what do I know? It's Mahedi.
I can tell you, Gary, you struck again.
Nisanka's gone.
Nisanka was out almost immediately for 51.
He's a lovely batter.
Let's have a look. Were we going to see that dismissal again? Yes. It draws him forward and just nips away off the pitch and in the air. Up go the bails, go flying off. Just clip them, that's all it needed to do. And Shakib was hook, line and sinker. Here's the new man, it's Mahedi Hassan.
Oh, Mahedi Hassan Miraz. Mahedi Hassan Miraz. Oh, Mahedi Hassan Miraz. Mahedi Hassan Miraz.
It's the Dola Dar Hill range, by the way, that we are looking at, and very, very beautiful. It's just an amazing looking ground. Not the biggest outfield, but quite beautiful. Topley gets that to swing in to the right-hander. It's a fine delivery, tosses the ball in playful fashion to Johnny Bairstow. 26 for 3.
Yes, altitude's very much the flavour of the month at the moment, because you've got the mountains in the background, and the tallest bowler by 5 inches in the match, I would guess, maybe more, is certainly using his height here. We saw him hurrying up Lytton Das and hitting him on the gloves. Now he's bowling a slightly fuller length. Just fantastic stuff.
In comes Topley, forces Mahedi back onto
wicket
the
maiden.
back foot. Wicket maiden for Topley. That's priceless for England. 26 for 3 after 6 are Bangladesh.
Would you bowl him through, Tony? I would.
Possibly at the moment, especially while he's bowling so well. Messers.
Yeah, while the ball's swinging too.
Yes.
Because that was when Karen bowled well the other night, was first 2 or 3 overs when it was swinging. Leah says, are you thinking of Nate Silver, Gary? He's gone a bit off the deep end in recent times. Lots of tinfoiled hats there.
Nate Silver. Not that I'm aware of. My cultural references don't stretch as far as Leah's do.
Nate Silver is the one who does the is it 351?
This one's flicked away off
polling site
to backward
No,
square.
I don't think it is Nate Silver.
27 for 3.
No, it was in the UK in elections from about in the kind of Richard Dimbleby to David Dimbleby years, from the kind of late 60s in black and white through to about 83, and he had a swingometer, and he would announce that this will put Mrs. Thatcher back in Downing Street with a majority of 277. But that's of course purely hypothetical.
I'm sure. No, it was a Canadian. Yes, it was in those years, and it was I thought the chap who did it was either American or Canadian.
I'm sure he was Canadian. I'm sure.
And I just can't remember his name. In my head, I'm sort of thinking it was Bob somebody.
I'm thinking John somebody.
No, it definitely wasn't a John. Someone will look it up.
I don't think
Wokes is in. That's uppish.
Much
but it's uppish and away between cover and extra cover, and away it goes, bobbling over that speckled ryegrass as a man with a giant cuddly tiger punches the air near to the boundary where the ball has hit, and it's 4 more.
Always room over extra cover.
Well, again, it's when Wokes is on. It's almost like Wokes is it's a good cop, bad cop from a bowling perspective at the moment.
Is it the World 11 at one end and Ilford seconds at the other?
And Wokes is very much the good cop, lulling these Bangladesh batsmen into a false sense of security. That's driven as well away through cover. I think that might win the race to the boundary. Who's chasing it? It's Dawid Malan. He's put in a shift already today with 140, and it will restrict them to 3. So well chased him. Joss Butler talked about, your natural instinct as a cricketer, particularly at this level, is to run, to dive, to put every part of your body on the line if it means saving just a single run.
Well,
some caution in doing it.
Well, we've seen none of the sort of technique of the sliding stop where you go down onto sort of one knee and thigh and sort of do that. We've seen some dives, but they've been more kind of lateral dives, horizontal. We haven't seen any of the dives.
In comes Wokes. That sits up and says, "Hit me, please," which Lytton Das is delighted to do. Flicked off his legs, out towards mid-wicket. Another 4, and Chris, genuinely time for a blow. This good cop, bad cop thing's gone a bit too far.
The reference to Ilford seconds was, I think Graham Gooch said about facing New Zealand, didn't he, when he had Richard Hadley at one end and Ewan Chatfield, I suppose, possibly at the other, although it's denigrating who was a decent bowler.
He certainly was.
But
famed for his injury, wasn't he, as much as anything else?
Yeah, revived on the pitch.
In comes Wokes. That's a much better ball, and it hurries Lytton Das, and it's away into the offside. It's a moment of relief for Chris Wokes. He's gone for 1, 4, 3 and 4, but there was a dot ball dribbled out to Johnny Bairstow, and there was no run on that occasion. He's got 1 ball left, and then surely Joss Butler will bring his torment to a close.
Nottinghamshire won 2 county championships where they had the World 11 at both ends, because he had Hadley at one end and Rice at the other.
Oh, yeah. That one's Fuller, flicked away through mid-wicket. That's going to go as well. Adil Rashid's after it. Is he going to get there? He dives, and he does manage to stop it. Yes, no, go on, Adil, get a throw in. I think Rashid couldn't believe the ball hadn't rolled into the boundary, but as he stopped it, normally the momentum of a ball would take it into the boundary. Blocker Wilson is doing a bit of a David Coleman and adjusting his earpiece, waiting for some news, but I'm pretty sure
his knee.
That didn't go.
Watch Adil's knee here. We can't be doing this, lads. Just can't. I know what the instinct says.
He's trying not to dive forwards.
But watch, here goes. All the weight goes onto the knee. He does well.
He dives into the sponge, doesn't he? But watch the ball. The ball literally grinds to a halt and definitely doesn't go in the sponge.
But if he's moved that sponge, they go to where it was moved. But
it's actually moved it forwards.
Yeah,
so
it's
so that's even more. But that is like a ploughed field.
Yeah.
I mean, look how long that grass is.
I've played at Putney.
It's definitely going to be a couple. There's no way in the world that's a boundary.
Yeah.
I'm sure Paul Blocker Wilson will come to that conclusion.
I've played at Putney Lower Common on a better outfield than that. But, we've got Dharamsala, and, cricket should be played in different conditions. I don't think it's too dangerous. It just needs to be careful about how the fielders go about their work. And I don't think it's cause to move the match, and I'm glad they haven't.
This one is flicked out towards mid-on. 43 for 3. 2 off the first ball of Topley's 4th over.
There's some urgency about England here. We're missing some of the starts of overs because they're still in the advertising break. But
I know.
I'm glad to see that. I mean, partly to make sure that England get their overs in. But when you're on top, play with some tempo.
Well, they're certainly trying to do this. Topley's going to try and play with some tempo, bowling to Mahidi, who works him off his toes down to backward square. They take an easy single. Score moves on to 44. England were 43 without loss at this stage. Bangladesh 44 for 3. So Bangladesh just nudged ahead on runs scored, but obviously those 3 wickets do make a difference to the equation.
Also, England didn't have Chris Wokes bowling, not pies, but just bowling some very inoffensive stuff.
It is disappointing, I think, from Chris Wokes, and it's disappointing that it was predictable to a certain extent. To me, it was a bit of a surprise selection. I think
it was
he had
to me.
Other choices who would do well in India. Matthew Mott, we're seeing him as his reaction to that Livingstone catch. I don't know why he seems so surprised. Livingstone's a very, very capable fielder, but it was a great catch.
I think Matthew Mott is saying my word.
In comes Topley to Mahidi, who uppishly slashes this down to third man. Rashid is stationed down there. They will take another single.
Are we officially calling him Mahidi? Because there is a Mahidi coming in later.
It's Mahidi.
Mahidi.
This is Mahidi Al
They're showing
Hassan.
him as Miraz. I'm going to call him Miraz when I'm on because there is the all-rounder Mahidi, isn't he? He's coming in.
Gary,
perhaps
if,
at 6
if
or
he's
7. I'm not sure.
Still in when you're on, you can call him Ethel
I
if you want.
probably can.
But he's Mahidi Al Hassan, as far as I'm concerned. This one is a swing. Well, Al now you've got me confused. Swing and bottom edge. No run. 4 from this Topley over so far. 45 for 3.
I might just call him Riyad because Riyad Miraz is almost Riyad Mahrez, now playing in Saudi Arabia, but had a glorious 8 years as the best watch in Premier League football.
Well, this is Mahidi Hassan Miraz, absolutely. Although it's Lytton Das who's facing, as Topley comes in from the college end, and it's worked off his legs by Lytton Das, and will bring the aforementioned Mahidi Hassan Miraz. I can tell you he's 26, he's from Khulna. Played for Fortune, Bashal, Chattogram Challengers. His nickname is Miraz. He was born in Barisal, grew up in Daulatpur.
See Matt Roller there. I think that's Tim Wigmore. I can certainly see the chair of the Cricket Writers Club, Dean Wilson, is there.
Did well in the warm-up, 67 not out. Got 1 for 32. This one was an attempted pull, too quick though from Topley, and it. Don't think he got any bat on it. I think he got a little bit of midriff away towards mid-wicket.
I'm glad to see you saying the word, or hear you saying the word midriff. It often gets midriff these days. There's no T. It's
if you
double
get midriff.
F.
If you get midriff.
So I've got lots of tweets coming
Oh,
up.
good.
Sorry, message.
Josie Oak says it was Robert McKenzie who started the use
Bob
of the
McKenzie.
swing
Bob
on it.
McKenzie. I knew it was a Bob.
Thank you. Thank
Swinging
you.
it the next election. Although Warren suggested Peter Snow.
He was a bit
Warren
later.
Rather cruelly retweets a clip that he did of a Bishik, which you can see on our timeline. It's of Tony getting very excited about an on-wicket. Bagger can say, why are they persisting with Wokes? Ball swinging like a randy suburban middle-aged couple and he's straight up and down run-giving machine. Surely Karen would be the ideal replacement.
Yes, it's car keys in the
Well, it's still
pasta bowl.
Wokes. In he comes. And this one's uppishly away. Is it going to go for 4? 2 fielders are in hot pursuit down towards extra cover. I think this is going to be hauled in by Dawid Malan, who again has to do a fair amount of chasing.
Malan's a interesting runner in that he looks like he's powering across the grass. You actually see him; he's all but sort of running on the spot. He puts a lot of effort into his running, but especially on this surface, he's hardly floating over the ground. He's like a reverse Alberto Wantarena.
Chris Wokes. Not a great spell from him so far. Can he redeem himself? Well, it was a decent ball, but it was dabbed down towards deep backward point, and they will take another single. 49 now for Bangladesh.
but crucially for the loss of 3 wickets. Otherwise, they've been pretty much toe-to-toe with England scoring rate-wise in these first overs.
Topley's bowled 4 overs now. I just wonder how often he goes into 5th and 6th overs, because he plays a lot of T20. In England, I think he plays the 100 rather than any other form of cricket. So I don't think he will have bowled beyond 4 overs very often.
As Wokes is going to be in, right arm over, full, and he's got an edge, and I think he's taken him. He has.
Well
Butler
done,
throws
Chris
up.
Wokes.
Chris Wokes has come back. Up goes Paul Wilson's finger. Mahidi Hassan Miraz has gone for 8. England have their 4th wicket. It's 49 for 4, and Chris Wokes, who we've been lambasting, has just got one to swing enough, take the outside edge, and Miraz, well, he has to go.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Yes, it was, as Brian Johnston, dear old Johnners, would have said that the ball was on the Bakerloo line and he played down the northern line there. It was just a stock delivery well outside off stump. Of course, they can't afford to let many go. Put a front foot at it, but he playing it outside the eye line. On a day like this, it edges through to the keeper. On other days, it's crashing through the extra cover to the boundary, and we all say it was a good shot. But England now are hugely on top, and Bangladesh, I won't say they look finished, but they look like men expecting defeat here, don't they?
It's certainly not going
over
well.
On YouTube, both Tom and Richard Harmon came up with Bob McKenzie on the swingometer.
I'm very grateful.
Kieran Roseblade says it looks like my 100 guess was a bit complimentary towards Bangladesh's batting.
Well, Chris Wokes has 1 for 37 halfway through his 5th over, and they're not the worst figures in power play cricket. So maybe we've been backing him a little too much. But fair play to him. We know that Wokes has got an iron will. We know that he's come back from adversity before, and he's kept going. He's got his reward. He's got his wicket, and England will be pleased with that. It's the combative wicketkeeper batsman now.
It is. It is Mushfiqur. We'll jingle him up after he faces his first ball from the recently successful Chris Wokes. 49 for 4. There's a man positioned at second slip, but that's steered to mid-off safely enough by Mushfiqur off his first ball. Where is he hiding? Where are you, Mushfiqur? Are you even here? I don't think. Here he is. Mushfiqur Rahim.
Mushfiqur Rahim.
Get 2 wicket keepers at the crease now, because Lytton Das has kept wickets, hasn't he, for the Bangla boys?
It's the modern way. I mean, Sri Lanka are basically playing 11 of them, aren't you? Including the ones that bowl. But as this one, Wokes is in, and that hurries Mushfiqur, and it's down onto his toes, and there is no run.
I'm old enough to remember when Glenn Phillips was a wicket keeper. Now he's a frontline spinner.
Well, he is, and he does still keep wicket from time to time. In fact, didn't he do it in one of the warm-up games? Or didn't he do it against England in one of the games?
He might have done as a little bit of practice. He's a very, he's extremely quick over the ground. He's one of these all-round athletes. I think he comes from a family of all-round athletes as well, as indeed, of course, does Johnny Bairstow, who played rugby to a very high level.
As this one is away towards point, no run. 49 for 4.
And that's the end of the 9th over. A chance for yourself to come in here, Jess?
Well, just to let you know that Sri Lanka are doing reasonably well against... oh, bloody hell, they've taken the score off the screen, of course. They're 2 wickets down. Similar... 2 wickets for 130 odd, I think, against Pakistan. I'll tell you in a second. Brian in Brisbane said, damn, got engrossed listening to the other game. Now I'm here to see 4 wickets go. It's hard work when there's 2 games on at once. 143 for 2 after 21 overs.
Yeah, of course, back in the day, I'll tell you a story in a moment.
Is it Topley continuing? I believe it is, although our captioner hasn't caught up with it, as this one's worked away towards leg. They take a single.
Back in 1983, I was at Old Trafford to see England play New Zealand. There was a match going on at the same time in which Kapil Dev had a bit of a day out, but we can't see it because there were no cameras there. 2 cricket matches in the World Cup, and the BBC in its infinite wisdom said, oh, we'll cover the England game, we won't bother with India down at Tunbridge Wells. We did get the score coming through at Old Trafford to various levels of applause as India recovered from 5 down for nothing, with Kapil's almost unbelievable at the time, 175.
50's up for Bangladesh, 50, although admittedly for the loss of 4 wickets with that single. So 50 for Mushfiqur, yet to get off the mark. Lytton Das, well, going nicely, and boy, they need him to. Topley spears this across Mushfiqur. It goes through to Jos Buttler, and there is no run.
If anybody sees
Warren has a theory as to how Miraz got out. He said he couldn't face the ignominy of being renamed by Gary.
The Bollywood movie 83 about India's World Cup win in 83 is very funny, very good, and Kapil himself has an absolutely beautiful cameo in it. Film well worth watching.
It's not bad. It's not bad.
I loved it. I saw it in the cinema though, and it was great in the cinema.
Comes Topley, that again hurries Mushfiqur, who didn't look entirely comfortable playing that. This has been an absolutely supreme smell. The supreme spell. The supreme smell of Topley. That would be a great title for a film, wouldn't it?
It would.
The supreme smell of Topley.
Very good bowling from Topley, because he hung one out wide for Mushfiqur, tempting him to cut, but he refused it, and now he's got the line very tight in case he was trying to cut that one, because like most wicket keepers, he's looking to play horizontal bat shots all the time, but Topley tempted him and then refused
In he comes. That's dabbed by Mushfiqur, and that should get him off and running. Yes, it does. He guided it down to third man. Topley's looking, well, I wouldn't say he's looking tired. He's huffing and puffing a wee bit, as you might do. Slightly, not completely rare altitude, but you are, best part of 1,500 metres above sea level here in Dharamsala.
Well, he's a... Would they have played IPL cricket in Dharamsala?
They do. Punjab Kings play here. They played a couple, I think.
So he might have played there before
last season.
In the IPL. He is an IPL player, I think.
He is. Yeah. IPL, 22 games. This one's going to be, I think, possibly given as a wide. It was down leg. It was through to Jos Buttler. We'll wait and see. No, given as a dot ball. It was just over the top of leg stump. Yeah, Punjab Kings played here twice against Delhi Capitals and the Rajasthan Royals. And the average first innings score in those 2 games was 200. So there's definitely runs here. 75% of games in the last 10 years from an IPL perspective, when they have been played, have been won by the team batting first. That one's launched, and first genuinely loose ball, I think, pop from Topley. It was launched over long leg for one of these.
We're due a change, I think.
We are.
And we're up to
Grubby's in, and
tweets.
I'm hoping Grubby is going to come and join us to do some summarising, because Bennett has ditched us out.
Grubby was on ball by ball. Do you want me to stay summarising, or do you want to do it yourself?
Okay.
That's what we were confused about.
I'll stick... Yeah, that's right. You go over there. I will stay here and press buttons.
Grubby on ball by ball.
Providing I have Cinderella's permission.
And I'll continue to make obscure references to Canadian psephologists.
You do that, and it's 57 for 4. Grubby's settling himself in.
All right, everyone. Well, this is going to be over quite soon, I think. It's 57 for 4 after 10 overs, Bangladesh.
You're looking terribly well, Grubby. What's going on?
Thanks very much. Kind of you to say.
Are you on some kind of faddy diet, or is it just happening?
Oh, I like this. I imagine this T-shirt might be just a bit more elasticated than I thought it was, and is holding all sorts of sins in.
I'm impressed.
We're going to have a change of bowling here. I think it's going to be Chucky the Devil Child coming on to bowl for England.
Curran raising the stakes.
I need a word in your shell, by the way. After your comments this morning. Don't clam up on me now.
Oh, very good.
It is going to be...
Going to give me some muscle, are you?
This is played off the back foot, just squirts away off the man at backward point. They are going to get a run to Curran's first ball. Dharamshala is the home of the Dalai Lama, I believe.
Yes, we had a lot on the Dalai Lama on the on a different radio station.
Oh, is that right?
On the way in.
I mean, I was just thinking love and compassion and necessities, not luxuries. And without them, humanity cannot survive. That's what I was thinking on the way here. Back to the game, anyway, as Lytton Das is retaking guard. He's played more or less a lone hand for Bangladesh here, 44 from the 58 runs that they have.
Yeah, it really is.
And between Lytton and Mushfiqur, who's recently at the crease, they have something like 14 one-day international centuries between them. So the last two pillars on which Bangladesh's hopes are resting. As this is a tremendous pull shot off the front foot by Lytton Das. Absolutely smashed that over backward square, and that's gone for a couple of bounces for one of these.
Yeah, just a lovely short arm jab, that wasn't it? It was on leg stump. It was sort of rising towards hip height. Curran can't bowl at length on any pitch, but especially not on this one.
Yeah, he's batting out of his crease, didn't bother going back, just met it. And sometimes when you're batting like that and you're coming at the ball, it flies even more quickly, doesn't it? And this one is dabbed. A bit more touch that time to wide third man, just for a single.
Football writer and ex-gorilla, Jonathan Wilson.
Oh, yeah.
He tells a very good story or two about his time out there when some 20-odd years ago when he was doing some voluntary work, and they played a football match against the monks, and it rained, shall we say, it rained very, very heavily. And he tells it beautifully. So if ever you bump into Jonathan Wilson, if you're down Wandsworth Way, ask him about the football match.
I'll ask him that next time I see him. As this is defended by Mushfiqur to backward point, and they are through for one more. Lytton Das is on 49 now, just shy of that personal milestone.
And he has been very good in the way that Topley has been very good. It might be a case actually of World 11 and Ilford seconds at both bowling and batting.
It was looking like that certainly earlier as far as England were concerned, but I thought a really good piece of captaincy by Joss Butler to keep Wokes on. I was calling him to be whipped out of the attack, but keep him on. I'll explain why I think that in a moment, as Das dabs is down to third man. He does get his 50 as they walk that single, looks up to the heavens, puts his hand on his heart, kisses the badge, and 50 runs for Lytton Das. Well played. Oh, don't worry.
Oh, here we go. I've got it.
Not a bit of outcome bias in that assessment of the captaincy? Had he not taken that wicket?
Well, sure. Absolutely, yeah. But I'll explain why I still think it was. After this is Curran into Mushfiqur, who defends into the offside. There's no run. Even though I would have taken him off. At the time, Bangladesh were 3 down, so the likelihood of that decision going wrong and that decision leading to England losing the match, I think, was minimal. Yeah. And actually, the upside of keeping him on, getting a bit of confidence back, getting the wicket, which he duly did with an excellent delivery, it worked out well. So I just thought a risk worth taking.
I think I'll give you that, Robbie.
Jersey Oak says, I remember Jeff Humpage taking his pads off when wicket keeping and having a bowl. Hombre Nuevo says, this is possibly the most beautiful setting and ground I've seen so far, and I worry wondering Woke's woes have returned whilst bowling away from home.
He's obviously never been to Linton and Lynmouth.
Well, it is quite a stunning. They do say it rivals Cape Town for.
I think this is more dramatic. This ground.
It also doesn't have a great big whopping brewery.
Yeah,
I think rather scars the view a little bit.
It reminds me a little bit of was it the Champions in the 1960s where they would go to some kind of Tibetan temple and be given special powers? Alexandra Bastedo had a big effect on me as a teenager.
Should we jingle up the new?
Yeah, we've got a fast horse coming into bowl. His first delivery is defending into the offside. There's no run.
A fast horse, you say?
Do you know Mark Wood? Yes, he is an England bowler, quite good and pretty quick. So just a normal guy. Of course, except for just one thing. What? He thinks that he's a horse.
Right. What?
Am I treading on your...
You're treading on all the wires.
I'm trying not to.
This is like, since I've become a parent, I've become obsessed with standing water around the house and restaurants and things. I just can't see a little puddle without mopping it up immediately. What's become of me? Wood into bowl outside the off stump of Lytton Das, who pushes confidently to extra cover, but there's no run.
Your kid's a bit younger than mine. The madness continues. It takes a long time to wear off, promise you.
Yeah, I don't see that one going away anytime soon. Anytime I walk into the kitchen and there's any glimmer of liquid standing anywhere, I rush over.
I used to push knives to the furthest part of a tabletop or anything because I knew
sellotape to the ceiling.
My two would just pick them up.
God.
And throw them at you.
Very likely.
Wood gallops in once more. Straighter this time, angled in to Lytton Das. And I think this comes off his thigh and rolls away back at a square. They're through for what I think is a leg bye.
Now, you really hope that Mark Wood has learnt some lessons from the chastening experience in Ahmedabad. I mean, he went for 55 off 11, didn't? No, the other way around. 55 off 5. He went at 11 and over.
Yeah.
And his answer just seemed to be bowl faster, having watched New Zealand cleverly and expertly keep pace off the ball to restrict England's score.
That's what he's in the side for.
Yeah.
If he's trying to mix it up with slower balls and back of the hand stuff, that's not
his game. You could argue.
So, like, if you don't want him to bowl fast, then don't pick him.
Yes,
I take that argument too. But maybe it was the wrong selection, certainly for Ahmedabad.
But he's not. He is there to bowl fast every ball, really. He's not there for subtlety. If he can get a bit of movement in the air, fine.
Yeah.
But his job is to put them on the back foot, hit one or two of them, and blast out the tail.
Full and straight, or that hard skiddy length. He bowls so well. This is full on the leg stump, but just tucked into the leg side for a quick single.
And to be the point of difference, when England need a game changer, they'll go to Wood. They certainly won't go to Wokes or Curran, or perhaps not even Topley. And you've got to have that, whether it's a kind of left arm wrist spinner or a genuine quick. You've got to have someone who takes a game that's drifting and pulls it back your way.
Yeah, you've got to play to each bowler's strength in this instance. I think Curran's got a bit more to him. He can bowl up top and be threatening with the new ball. He's got that bag of tricks that's helpful
I think
in the middle overs and at the death as well. Wood, I'm not going to call him one-dimensional, but you know what he's there for. It's outside the off stump and chopped by Lytton Das down to third man. It's fielded by Adil Rashid, who overthrows the ball back in, but they can only get one.
Yeah, you see that a lot, don't you? Not just from England, but from others. The ball being returned miles away from the keeper. We saw it a lot in the Bangladesh when they were in the field. It just looks like a really easy thing to get right to me.
Well, I'm always astonished when I watch live cricket, professional cricket, how brilliant in general the fielding from deep is, and those throws. I just could never throw the ball about halfway back to the keeper from the boundary. These guys whistle it in over the top of the stumps as a matter of course, and so when you see it not happening, it's surprising, isn't it? A fuller delivery from Wood, played up to mid-on by Lytton Das. There's no run.
But it's a bit... I won't quite use my usual analogy, or rather simile. It's like a dart player missing the board. But when you miss the keeper by that much, you're missing it by a long way. Now, I'm not talking about kind of picking up on the run and throwing off balance. I'm talking about, third man gathering the ball, steadying himself and throwing it in.
Although there, I think Adil Rashid was trying to get the ball back in quickly, and that might account for the mistakes. It doesn't really, excuse it as such, but because they're all operating at such high standards, you expect it to be spot on every time. But they're human beings as well, and they will make mistakes. As do we all, Gaz.
We do. We do. Would that we had to carry round a banner with our life's mistakes written there. Oh, yes, some people do. They call it Twitter.
Would that it were, would that it were.
What have we got Brian in Brisbane. Oh, well, not the end of the over. Oh, yes, it was.
Full and outside the off stump, a slower delivery. This is one of his bag of tricks, I'd say, Curran, and beats the bat on the outside through to the keeper. Yes, Tone.
Well, I will still give you the message from the estimable Brian of Brisbane. Brian in Brisbane. Damn, he says, got engrossed listening to the other game, and now I'm here to see 4 wickets have gone. Yes, they have. Punks in the beer light, which is a brilliant name. Says Das is the bog in Swedish, and Grubby's looking at some naans.
I am looking at some.
Getting rather excited.
I don't know what brand that was, but we're just seeing people making naans in the tandoor.
In the tandoor.
That looks absolutely delicious, and now I'm hungry. Lytton Das just leans on this. That last ball of the previous over, just to correct myself, was obviously Mushfiqur, and he's now back on strike. there having been a single at the start of this over.
You must go to the Naan shop in Tooting. It's just fantastic.
The thing is,
fantastic.
Gaz,
So cheap as well.
We use because we live 1 minute away from Lahore Karai, which is one of Tooting's standout Pakistani restaurants. That's as I say, 1 minute from my house. So we use that so much that I probably sort of overlook some of the other places. I do walk past it almost every day. It's on the way to my kids' school.
Yeah, it's only 3 minutes away.
I
from
know,
yours.
I know. I did get told off once for going to Dawat. Told off by one of the staff in there, defended by Mushfiqur to backward
Do you
point.
want to know about some of the local delicacies in Dharamsala then?
Yes.
Some of the local delicacies would include mainly Tibetan
Yeah.
dishes like thukpa,
Yep.
which is a soupy noodle dish, momos, well we know what momos are, golden fried baby corn, and mitha, which is a local sweet prepared with rice and raisins.
I mean, I just wish I were there right now, watching this and sampling some of that stuff.
Sounds fabulous, doesn't it?
Current into bowl over the wicket to the right-handed Mushfiqur, who high elbows this through point. That dodgy outfield taking its toll as it's misfielded, but just the one run.
Just a bit of local info here. I hope this isn't a bit too inside baseball, but Grubby and I both live in Tooting, but we live either side of Tooting Broadway Station. I live on the south side, where it's Sri Lankan, Kerala, South Indian stuff, which is mainly vegetarian. You live on the north side, which is more of your meat eating, more of your Lahore.
Leighton Das gets a ball that bounces on him a bit, but he cuts it to third man and gets himself a single. Yeah, that's fair enough to say. And it's good. I like taking... so my friend Jorian came to see me a couple of months ago, and his wife is vegetarian, so he eats lots of vegetarian food. So he ordered a couple of things in Lahore that I wouldn't normally order, your dals and things like that. But alongside one meat dish and some vegetarian, it was splendid. Because I don't know about you, but you tend to sort of stick with your favourites quite often.
Yeah.
You never regret it, though. It's so delicious.
We go to Apollo Banana Leaf more often than that.
Oh, yeah. Karan's in once more, a slower delivery, and Mushfiqur meets it with the full face of the bat. There's no run. Vijaya Krishna I like a lot. That would be our sort of number 2 takeaway job.
Yeah, and
very different, South
and of
Indian.
Course, Puja for samosas and pakora, and the Tooting Naan shop for the naans, which are splendid beyond words. But Toby, we need to get back in the game.
I can drag you back from the People's Republic of Tooting to Dharamsala. Al Hotch joined us. Hello, Al. On YouTube, he says Wood's problem was more of length than pace. Yep, fair enough. And he wants to know who lives on the wrong side of the tracks of Tooting Broadway.
Well, me.
Well, there you go.
If there's a wrong side these days, have you looked in those estate agents' windows? How are our kids ever supposed to get enough money to live in
Warren
Tooting?
over on the Republic of X, formerly known as Twitter, says, does Grubby mop up the fluids with a garlic naan?
Sometimes. The short delivery from Wood, and Das ducks under this one.
And somebody called Mog, a new listener, so welcome to him, says, wow, Gary hates Wokes as much as the bear hates Milan. And Leah says, we have an excellent Afghan restaurant here. Not many vegetarian options there, I'm afraid.
Yes, I mean, there's a difference between thinking there are better options for England than Wokes, both in terms of the tournament and in terms of when he was bowling in this spell, and hating him. He's a lovely bloke, and you should play every test match in England.
He's busting. Leighton Das faces up to Wood, who bowls another short ball, and he's waiting for it this time, but he can't time it, just under-edging it out through mid-wicket for a single. A lovely still of Reece Topley there, his tattoos resplendent on both arms, and he's bowled... I mean, that ball to get his third wicket was an absolute snorter, wasn't it?
It was. I mean, he's bowled some lovely deliveries, and notice one of his tattoos is of Charlie Brown, which
Is that
slightly
right?
surprises me, much as I'm a fan of Peanuts, but Charlie Brown is not who I would suspect a big bruising 6'7" quick would have on his arm, but he was there. There he is. We just saw him flash.
Who's flashing his Charlie Brown?
Good, good grief. Mushfiqur standing tall to play this one to backward point. Can't miss the fielder.
I went to Goodison, and mentioned this earlier, to see Everton against Bournemouth, and
a win.
There was some optimism before the game that Everton would win, but somebody punctured it by saying, we feel like Charlie Brown about to kick the football.
Gallows Scouse humour.
I'll give you a quick update from Hyderabad, Sri Lanka. Going very nicely, actually, against Pakistan. They're 182 for 2 184 for 2 now.
Lovely.
That's after 25 and a half
Oh, yeah.
overs, so going very well.
Very good base. 72 for 4 here in Dharamshala in the 14th over. So they're scoring a decent lick here, Bangladesh, but those 4 wickets obviously a big problem for them. Still a slip in place here as another short ball whistles over Mushfiqur's head.
Yeah, it's a recovery of sorts, but boy, they'd be in sorry state without Lytton Das, wouldn't they?
Sure would.
But interesting there that Wood bowling a length, that when Wokes bowled it was a sit up and hit me, where with Wood bowling admittedly to a shorter man, he's ducking under the ball, in fact sort of almost tempted to kind of duck hook it really, but that extra little bit of pace just means it's not quite so easy to hit.
Yeah, and he skids it, as has been talked about a lot over the years, because he's a shorter guy, and that was in his own half, but only got about shoulder height, and he only just managed to get under it. This one, however, is dabbed, it whistles down to third man, and that's 1 more to the total.
And it is, as they say, good gas, that. Look, all 5 deliveries at 150 or above.
Good wheels. Yeah, I wonder what's the Bannerman equivalent in one-day international cricket? Because Lytton Das has 55 out of 73.
I think Glenn Turner once made something like 170 odd out of... I think he got 171 out of about 220 for New Zealand.
Did he?
From memory. That would be the 75 World Cup. Again, I'm doing that off memory.
Ooh, that's good.
That's 75.34%.
What, Lytton Das? Or Glenn?
No, Lytton Das.
Yeah. Okay. Well, he's got to be up there in the upper echelons.
Messi Jazz will remember that innings.
It's a Vatican slice this time from Lytton Das, so he's a bit lucky to remain there. That's what we're calling the Chinese Cup these days, guys.
Oh, I see. Politically correct.
Yeah. Well, I don't know, it's just a more interesting way of talking about it. So he moves to 56, rather fortunately. It's the end of the 14th over, and it is 74 for 4.
Surely, given where we are, it should be something like, I don't know, a Dalai tickle or something like that, rather than a Vatican slice. Right, anyway, let me jump back onto some social media. Who have we got? Pirate Badshaw! I don't know about anyone else, but I'm enjoying getting to know Tooting's culinary landscape.
There's lots there, I promise you.
Yeah, Jaffna House is another one in the Sri Lankan mould. So had a lovely thali in there once.
They specialise in those. Potato ball is very good there.
Back to you, Tone.
Mog says hook-baited line cast Gary Fish snagged.
Yeah, I think that was in response to Gary responding to the accusation of hating Wokes. Curran's going to start a new over, bowling to Lytton Das. Angles one across him, and he just dabs it expertly, really, to wide third for 1 more.
I don't think Bangladesh have scored a run in front of square for about 20 minutes. Everything is going horizontal bat or dabs down to third man, which is fine. England will be satisfied with that, but they're going to have to go hard at the ball again soon, and we know that when they have gone hard at the ball, that's when they've got into trouble.
Brian in Brisbane says, my word, Gorilla Towers is awash with luminaries this morning. James Armstrong says, will you guys pack it up with the curry chat? Small city Germany has absolutely no skin in that game, and I long for my time in East and West Malaysia.
I'm afraid as soon as I saw those naans being cooked in the tandoor on the screen, it was all over for me.
Yeah,
I was,
it was for me.
Salivating just looking at them. Brian in Brisbane suggests a shot name, the Dalai Dab, which I quite like.
Yeah.
Very good.
Down the pitch comes Mushfiqur, and he does get a run in front of square here as he carves it through extra cover, but it is just 1.
My nephew is in Berlin at the moment on his sort of sandwich year of his course, and was complaining that the prices are too high for a student at Lidl in Berlin. I said, you're living in Berlin?
Yeah.
Al tells us that Viv Richards got 189 out of 272.
Yeah.
Al, are you telling us that is...
That's not a greater proportion, I wouldn't say, but
really
obviously
the
a great...
definitive Bannerman, is it?
Current in close to the stumps, and Das is pulling this one again in front of square. 1 more.
I watched that in a student house underneath the post office tower.
What, Viv's 180?
Yeah, 189, 1984. God, it was fantastic. I'm sure that Glenn Turner got 171. Maybe I'm just misremembering this.
It sounds familiar, but I don't know whether he did it for his county. Well, maybe he did it.
Or maybe it was in county cricket. Yeah.
Don't know. Comparison after the same stage in both innings, England were 97 without loss and Bangladesh 77 for 4, which just sort of underscores how difficult this is going to be. Is that a wide? It's a slower bouncer from Curran. Yeah, they do look horrible when they go wrong, and it did go wrong, and it was horrible.
So it looked to me, it must have been on the line, or I don't think it looked a long way outside it.
Wide.
They always do look terrible unless they're just inside the line, and everybody sort of knowing it says, "Oh, smart bowling, smart bowling."
Yeah. Small margins.
Small margins.
Anyway, Lytton Das doing his best impersonation of a limpet or perhaps a barnacle.
Stoke City shirt, I think it might be.
Yep. Another slower delivery, but fuller this time. It's pushed through extra cover once more by Mushfiqur
Or
for
Exeter
one
City.
more.
Maybe Exeter, but I think the Reg Vardy, I think, sponsored Stoke City. You're going full mollusk, aren't you? You're going for... we already had we had the limpet and barnacle, and I think they're mollusks. And earlier on we had shellfish.
Yep. I'm allergic to fish, so you know, even having this anaphylactic shock. My friend.
Really?
Yeah.
Throat tightens. And
Yeah, all that swelling and
Oh God.
Yeah.
Well, you find out when it happens the first time. Is that right?
I found out as a child. Yes. Lytton Das up on his toes and cutting this one through point to get another one to the total. I can't remember the last time a run was scored where it was more than one. It wasn't.
Or indeed in front of square.
Well, there's been a few in front of square.
Yeah, not much.
The last couple of overs.
The required rate is 8.1, which, you know, in a T20 is okay, but going at 8.1 for 35 overs?
When you've only got 6 wickets in the
It's
tank.
a big ass.
It's a lot on these two. As I say, two of the more experienced players, 14 or so ODI hundreds between them. There's not much to come between them and the bowling attack, really. A rather ugly looking chopped pull from Mushfiqur. It's going to bring him one more.
Yeah, Mahedi Hassan is very much all-rounder these days. He broke into the side, I think, remember commentating here.
I always think of you, Gaz, when I see him. Yeah, we were both quite impressed with him.
The Bear didn't think much of him, but here we are 7-8 years on, and he's doing well. But
I do think batting at 5 was a bit high, though, I thought.
It was.
Yeah.
Two updates from you, yes. Mog says, I'd regale you with the culinary marvels of inner southeast Melbourne, but most of the restaurants have closed down to be replaced by very questionable massage joints. Well, there you go. What questions do you ask in those massage joints, I wonder? Warren says...
There's only one question to answer.
Yes, Warren says the Bangladesh batsmen have put a hold on getting... on run getting in order to listen to the culinary delights of South London. Who could blame them, let's be honest? The cricket slouch says, I could recommend a good Afghan places... I've lost it jumped. I could recommend good Afghan places with vegetarian food in Brisbane, Canberra and Perth, if that helps.
There's one in Ealing as well, I seem
Always
to recall.
happy to know.
Yeah, my son uses an app which gets sort of cheap meals at the end of the night. I can't remember, it's Too Good to Waste app or something like this. And he brought some Eritrean food home the other day, and that looked pretty good.
Yep.
Vegan Eritrean food. But yeah, he often you kind of turn up at 10 o'clock when the restaurant's running out of stuff, and you get kind of, you know, a dal for £2 and stuff like that, which is handy.
I like it.
Leah says that's halfway around the world from Hanover, I'm afraid. In response to that, Mog says notes down grubby allergy to fish, adjusts assassination plans accordingly. The cricket slouch says, well, perhaps I should explore Hanover then. How far is it from Cologne? I might visit that part of the world someday. Messi Jazz, Bannerman's for ODIs. Now
here we go. Now we're at it.
Turner made 171 against East Africa out of a total of 309 for 5.
That's the innings I was thinking of.
Bannerman technically requires the batting side to be all out.
Oh, does it?
Yes, it does.
Innings closed will do, won't it?
So, well, no, I don't think so. I think it's not a Bannerman then. So I'm with Messi.
This is a one-day
He does
Bannerman.
have.
Well, the innings will be closed at some point.
Highest percentage of runs in a completed innings.
Yeah.
He is Viv Richards, 189 not out.
Oh.
That was 69.48%. David Warner got a 94 out of 141. That was 66.66%. Kapil Dev got 175 not out out of 266 for 8.
Yes.
And that was 65.78.
So what's the record that we're looking for, Tone? 69, is it, or so?
The
top one,
record
the Viv
is 69.48.
Okay, well,
Of which Lytton Das was comfortably ahead at one point. I can check if he still is.
He's ahead of the rate.
The Bannerman ODI rate.
But for the Bannerman pedants among us, it has to be innings closed.
Yeah.
No, it has to be all out. It's me.
Sorry, it has to be all out. Sorry, I beg your pardon.
Which, of course, is rarer in ODIs.
Yeah, although it may well happen, and nearly the fifth wicket for England there, edged past Joe Root, went really quickly. Was it at catchable height? It might just have been. It was dying on him, but it was whistled through to third man for one of these.
1 and 2 and 3 and
I think the second slip from earlier would have been interested.
Yeah, genuine edge, not really a chance. It was just dying and going very quickly on Joe Root.
Yeah,
Can't call it a chance.
I'm not sure Root was fully concentrating. First ball back after drinks. He moved quite slowly to that. I don't think it was a catch.
No excuse, is there, not to be concentrating?
I know, but it does happen, especially after drinks. We see wickets go down.
Ludicrous, isn't it? Again, he's on his toes and playing this from the backward point. No run. 85 for 4. We're on now. We're in the 16th over.
Ooh, Ben Stokes is going for a jog around the outfield.
Yeah.
Don't do that, Ben. Don't do anything unless it's in a game.
Yeah. And even then, don't.
Well, I for one am pleased to see him not playing on this outfield. He'd find a way to add to his dozen or so injuries that he's carrying all the time.
Carry on his impression of the Black Knight from Monty Python.
It does seem strange that he's deferred having his operation in order not to play today. I mean, I know he will play later matches, so I'm being slightly facetious.
Wood into the crease once more, angles this one into the leg stump of Mushfiqur, I think, and it is defended. There's no run.
He's doing a bit of a Chuck Berry goose step there, rather than his canter that he would prefer, I suspect.
I think you're confusing the SS with Chuck Berry there. The SS would goose step.
Yeah,
Chuck Berry would duck walk.
Duck walk, yes, that's right. I'm sorry, my avian fowl was by a distance. Although Chuck Berry was no paragon of virtue, I think we can be sure of that.
There is quite a difference. Hello, have I forgotten something to put something down on the notes? Bears looking.
What I do know is I can't see the bloody game. Here's Mark Wood coming in once more. This is angling again and just defended to backward point, and there's no run.
What is it? It's not another duvet needs hanging out, is it? No, I've got to go and see. What's he? He's trying to work out the rotor.
Bear's got some admin to do, so we might be without the Bear for a little while. Pray for us. And
I didn't know it was wrong, but not directly.
Sorry for the breaking coverage. We're just doing some domestic and technical admin.
Well, Bear, when are you expecting to be back, Bear? Hang on.
Mark Wood galloping in once more. Short and on the hip and flicked around the corner for another single.
No, you're not due on until 31 to 40. You asked me to keep you off big sessions of the second session. No, you then complained and I put you back in. We had a conversation.
Service will resume shortly once Tony and Bear have finished this very important off-air conversation. There's one ball left in the 16th over. I still have an obstructed view. Lytton Das is on strike for Bangladesh, and Mark Wood will be completing the 16th over any moment now.
There's no pleasing some. There's genuinely no pleasing some.
These conditions I have to work under.
No pleasing you. I built my life around you.
It's a great song, that.
Right. Oh, it is a great song. There's lots
I'm not a great fan of your rendition. But
no,
but the song itself is terrific.
The original song that had a tune was very good.
Don't ever let me sing.
Just dabbed down to third man once more by Lytton Das. He's going to take a strike at the start of the 17th over, and the score is 87 for 4.
Right. Let's see. Oh, we talked about the Naked Fun porn bot, didn't I? Just opened a massage parlour in Melbourne. Did I already do that one? I've had to up the price of joint massages. I thought I had done. Maybe I hadn't. Let me go.
Is it joint massage where you get your knees and your elbows done, or is it where you're going with another person?
Good question. Not sure. Next time I'm in Melbourne, I'll go and find out. Johnny MC, June the 7th, 1975. Glenn Turner made merry against an inexperienced East African attack to pile up 171 out of 309.
But we think he's second or third on that list, don't we?
Yeah.
After Viv.
Once we read out, we've read the list out.
But you're
since
disqualifying him because it wasn't innings. It wasn't 10 wickets in the innings.
But his
But those are the
percentage
only
is still
stats.
below Viv's, I think. Litton Das guides this one down to third man. Another single. He's now got 61 out of 88, which I make around about the 70% mark. So, you know, we might have a first.
Actually, Glenn Turner wasn't on that list.
It
Richards, Warner, Kapildev, Sharma, Ura, Malhotra,
Possibly because...
Jones and Jayasuriya are on that list, but not Glenn Turner.
Possibly because it was innings closed as opposed to all out or something like that.
Highest percentage of runs in a completed innings, that is, not an all-out innings.
An attempted, swat really through extra cover. The ball bobbles as it's fielded out there at deep extra. And one more, a cruise.
I would claim my source of the Observer Book of Cricket 1976 as the tiebreaker on that one.
The book, you say? A lovely shot on the TV there of a Bangladesh fan with his flag, that lovely bright red circle in the middle of the deep green.
Did you see the man with the 3 tiger hat earlier?
I think I did actually, yes. And I wonder what it was.
Yes.
Why has he got 3 tigers on his head? It was a hat. This ball fetches up at backward point. And is there no run? There's no run there, I don't think.
He was the tiger that came to 3.
So close that, I think. So close.
I know, it needs a little bit of work.
Or as Sean Locke famously did it once as the tiger that came for a pint, which was really funny.
That's very good.
The tiger does get through quite a lot of the household budget in that.
It's really of its
story.
time, isn't it? And he drank all of Daddy's beer.
Yeah.
Curran is in a shorter delivery. An attempted pull from Litton Das. Doesn't time it though. It rolls out towards Cow Corner. I think they might get through for 2 here.
I saw a version of it at the Strand about 10 years ago, and I took along my younger boy who was about 9 or 10 at the time, and he was ever so slightly embarrassed because it was full of kind of toddlers and stuff, so he was like the oldest kid there. But we were both just bewitched by how wonderful it was on stage, and the tiger was just fantastic.
How did they render the tiger?
Just giant tiger in a tiger
An
suit.
actual tiger.
But it was just great.
Christ. Health and safety. A genuine edge here, but quite safe because there are no slips in place at the moment. So
I mean, nothing is quite so good as the Totoro, the RSC's Totoro, which is coming back to the Barbican, I think in November. It's very expensive, but if you're a fan of Ghibli movies or indeed a fan of puppeteering, then the various versions of the Totoro, including of course its largest manifestation, is just fantastic at the Barbican.
Current's completely over, and once more the ball ends up at third man. It is the end of the 17th over, 93 for 4, and good luck anyone who understood what Gary was talking about there.
Well, the stage tiger is of course in the stage adaptation of Life of Pi, which I think is coming back to either the West End or Kingston. I haven't seen it, but there's a very impressive tiger in that.
Tone.
Well, I can tell you Sri Lanka are now 218 for 3, and thanks for Leah as well for giving us that update. Kusal Mendes was out for 122.
That's got every sign of being a good game, because when Pakistan sometimes need to pull it out of the hat, that's when they're at their best. You know, chasing 200, they can trip over their own heels, but chasing 380, you think, here we go.
Should be 400 from there, shouldn't it?
Oh, there or thereabouts, you'd think.
Warren says, remind me not to go to the Lion King with Gary Naylor.
Yeah. The Lion King's a bit like Cats. I think it's just normal people in normal costumes, but
just bigger cats.
Yeah.
In smaller cat theatre news, I took my boys to Kingston to see Tabby McTat, when they were just that bit too old as well, because it had been a favourite of theirs, and indeed mine. It was always my favourite.
Well, that's why you should go. That's why I went to see the tiger that came to tea.
Yeah.
Who came to tea, actually?
Mushfiqur facing up to Mark Wood, starting a new over. He does have a slip in place, but he's not in the game at the moment as this is defended off the back foot into the offside. No run.
The writer has an extraordinary story behind her. I think she was a Holocaust survivor.
That is correct.
Maybe getting mixed up, but extraordinary life she led.
Yeah, in fact, my boy, who's in his final year at primary school, and his class, they're doing a book by her. It's something like about Hitler stealing a pink pig or something like that. Is that someone will remember?
Judith something.
Judith Kerr.
That's it.
Yeah.
Fantastic. If you're wondering why we're talking about the tiger that came to tea, it's because the match is in a bit of a lacuna at the moment, isn't it?
Wood bowls a full delivery. Nice looking shot from Mushfiqur through the covers. Brings him another one to the total. They're just rolling along, just about keeping themselves in the game here, Bangladesh. Or it's a bit of a long shot. They're going to win it.
Yeah, they want to get to 30 overs, I would suggest. Still only 4 wickets down, and then have a pop. But they're fearful of losing another 2 wickets before the 30 over mark, and there's no real way back from there.
There's a big incentive for England to wrap it up because famously
NRR,
the net run rate minus 2.5, whatever it is. If we can bowl Bangladesh out for 200, then that will get us back into the positive, I think, by my reckoning.
Not that you're putting the cart ahead of the horse there.
No, let's obviously win the game first, but we're in a position to do so, I'd say, or at least have a go. Defended to backward point by Lytton Das. There's no run again. Yeah, I think this ground would definitely be on towards the top of my list of grounds to go to.
Yeah, I've done Gaul, which is on a lot of people's lists. So
well, I did Kandy in Sri Lanka. So
Kandy,
between us, we've done all right.
Yeah, up north there.
My friend Rob Mukherjee, who you've not met, but I must get you to meet him. But
yes, Everton fan.
Everton fan, and his dad's from Kolkata originally, and Rob is over there at the moment. He was at the Australia-India game the other day.
Fantastic.
And I was messaging him, and then he's going to the big one, India-Pakistan, on Saturday. 140,000. It's going to be amazing. Back here in Dharamshala, Mark Wood comes in and bowls a ball which is too much on the leg stump. Lytton Das contents himself with tucking it around the corner for 1.
I think the coverage there, by the way, missed the ball.
Do you think?
Yeah, because they slotted in a dot out of nowhere that we didn't have a chance to commentate on because we didn't see anything.
Any mistakes, listeners, are very much on the opposite side of the stage to this one.
Yeah, nothing to do with us on that instance.
Yes.
We can't commentate what the broadcasters don't show us.
Are there any away fans going to be allowed in for India against Pakistan?
I don't know. Heard some unfortunate visa stories.
Well,
not least of which is Atif's, wasn't
exactly, yeah. I felt very sorry for him. Mushfiqur facing up to Mark Wood. He's got 17. Defending this off the back foot very watchfully under his nose. No run.
Certainly be more effective from Mark Wood here, although he's not got a wicket yet, but it's way better than his efforts against New Zealand.
Well, they're playing him circumspectly, whereas New Zealand were not in the mood or the mode to do that the other day. They'd already got going by the time he came on, and they were not for pulling back at that point. Played incredibly well, didn't they?
He's genuinely hurried them up, hasn't he? Mushfiqur, who's a very experienced player, has been discomforted.
Yeah.
As Virendra Sehwag once missed the second innings of a match suffering from discomfort.
That was the official reason given.
It was.
Wood into the crease. This one, a little bit of movement through the air late on there. Perhaps a bit of reverse swing. I don't know if that's a thing with the white ball. Looks a lush outfield, so perhaps not. But anyway, he just guides it through the offside, and they come through for a single. That's the end of the over.
Brian in Brisbane says, I don't see any pastry crumbs adorning the team. Did the bear scoff them all before everyone else arrived? I think there's one left on the table there from my recollection, Brian.
I had a chocolatey muffin.
I did too.
Chocolate chip muffin. It was delicious. Thank you.
Well, then maybe there aren't any left now. And thank you as ever, Brian.
It was Brian, was it?
Yeah,
what a generous man you are.
I had the chocolate donut, which don't tell the doctor. That's all I say.
Illiterate Idler, which is a fabulous name. Names for Vatican slices that would be more relevant to the local scenery. It says, how about the Kathmandu?
Oh, yes.
Oh, we like that.
Isn't there a cake that's a Venetian cake? Isn't it sort of ice creamy cake that's a Venetian?
Possibly.
What's the poem? There's a one-eyed yellow idol to the north of Kathmandu, isn't that? Have I got that right?
Curran starts a new over, and this one is slammed through extra cover, quite aerially, but perfectly safely. And that is 4 runs and 100 up for Bangladesh.
Fine shot, that.
Yeah, it was a full half volley, and he got the front foot out to it and hit it very hard in the space that's always there, over extra cover.
It's a very Joss Butler shot, that, because it's almost Yorker length, but he's used a very strong bottom hand and just, stayed low on the shot, muscled it, and timed it. Excellent shot. This one is pulled, but with no timing at all. However, they do get one more. Good start to the over for Bangladesh.
Butler, like Morgan, at his best, and like a baseball hitter, would break the wrists as contact was made. And they call it, don't they call it in baseball that if you do not break your wrist when you're trying to hit a home run, they call it the coward's shot, because it's you should really be breaking your wrists on the point of impact to carry the ball over the field.
It was The Green Eye of the Yellow God by J. Milton Hayes is the poem I was thinking of.
It's a pull shot swiveled to deep backward square by Lytton Das. He's now fallen behind his own personal milestone rate. He's now 66 from 102, which obviously means he's got under 66 or 65% of the runs.
You familiar with that one, Gary?
I'm not.
The one-eyed yellow idol to the north of Kathmandu. There's a little marble cross below the town.
That does sound familiar.
There's a broken-hearted woman tends the grave of mad Karoo, and the yellow god forever gazes down.
Excellent.
Curran, a full delivery outside the off stump. A drive, it goes between backward point and the man who's finer than that, and all the way to the boundary for the second one of these of the over.
Yeah, there wasn't much space there, but he got it through. Yeah, what they know about Curran, and to a certain extent Wokes here, is they can come onto the front foot with impunity. They can't do that with Wood and Topley, and it makes such a difference because he's just coming forward to everything now.
Well, Curran does have a bouncer and a variety of bouncers, but he can surprise and he can hurry occasionally, as this one does wind up in the hands of the fielder at backward point, and there's no run.
He needs just that little bit of zip in the pitch, though, to make that bouncer
ideally
really work.
Certainly at test level, with Curran, because he's a doughty, hearty, very talented cricketer.
Yeah, I agree.
And when he's been picked in the test side and he's used towards the start of innings, you want to see that movement through the air, and if that's not there, he can be a little bit up and down in test matches. He's got more variety in limited overs cricket, and he's proven himself. He was man of the tournament in the T20 World Cup last year, of course. Mushfiqur pushes this one, fielded by Johnny Bairstow at backward point. No run, 106 for 4 after 19.
Ooh, just before you come to tweets, why is Johnny Bairstow at backward point? Because he's a boundary rider, isn't he? He's the quickest man in the side.
There was a slip earlier.
He's either slip or a boundary rider. I'm very surprised to see him at backward point, but that's where he is.
Now we can have some spin, some lovely leg spin.
Which we'll tell you about just after this. Naked Fun Pornbot says, are we in Lacuna Mate phase, i.e. the gap between giving a shit? Okay. And Leah's saying something about Als Hitler das Rosa Kaninchen Stahl, when Hitler stole a pink rabbit. The relevance of which is beyond me.
Because that's the other book by Judith Kerr. The one that my boy in his class are currently studying.
Sight Screen Cricket Journal, which I think is Towed, isn't it? The man with the three tigers hat has a day job selling tea at Dhaka Cricket Stadium. He's hard of hearing and is always going on about how Messi tried his tea when he was in Bangladesh. Lionel or Al Messi? Al Messi, presumably. Was it Al Messi or Lionel Messi?
How's it spelled?
Referring to there?
An I or a Y?
Poor hard of hearing. Do you think people shout at him all day? Oi, did you know you got 3 tigers on your head? What?
3 sugars. I said 3.
3 sugars, not tigers.
Oh, God, sounds like Brucey in the Generation game with his ear, kitty, kitty. the death cat.
So we are going to see the unheralded Adil Rashid coming into bowl now.
Herald him in a second.
Starts with regulation leg break. On the money straight away. Lytton Das can only defend it.
Adil Rashid on the 45. 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 Adil can turn it both ways. Adil can turn it.
Second ball is turned into the leg side. It's fielded at wide mid-on, and there is one more to the total.
Just a little bit of slowish spin there. Definitely a bit of lateral movement. We didn't see much from the Bangladeshi spinners getting it offline, but that definitely turned. In fact, the most turn a Bangladesh bowler got was the cutter from
Shoreful.
Shoreful. Yeah. That you made an amusing remark about, Tony.
Yeah, Shoreful. Yeah.
This one does turn again quite slowly though, and possibly a little bit short to cause anyone any bother, as it is cut through point for another one.
The man who sounds like a rueful Sean Connery.
Yes. Have we got a change at the end of this over?
We do, and one of you is going to have to keep notes for the highlights. So you'll have to fight out amongst yourselves which one of you two it's going to be.
Right. Another single into the leg side here from Lytton Das, going back in his crease.
Well,
I mean, good luck is all I'd say, because if we've got buttons to press and commentary to do, I mean, God only knows how that's going to wind up.
Who's actually on? 'Cause I've been on 20 overs, and even I'm fed up of my voice, so I think the listeners deserve a break.
You're due on again with me.
Am I? Oh, God.
And Messers.
Back in his crease goes Mushfiqur, turns it into the leg side, another run.
Oh, well, I'll stick to it then if
Tone,
must.
I'll come over there so I can do the jingle, shall I? Yeah. What's that?
That's the notes for...
Okay, no one's briefed me on that, but I'll see what I can do.
Thank you.
Lytton Das has 68 out of 110. He attempts a slog sweep here. Is this going to go to a man? It's not. It's going to go all the way over wide, long on for one of these, and we will change up at the other side of this.
Who was the crooner who sang that song? When somebody loves you, it's no good unless they love you.
All the way.
All
Lots
the
of
way.
people have done it.
Yeah, lots
Tony
of people.
Bennett, wasn't it?
Tony Bennett, yeah. Matt Monro rings a bell, but maybe not. Well, perhaps there's another jingle there for one of the shots that go in the air and eventually go all the way. It was the last ball of the over that got hit for six, as is often the case. And we welcome back Messengers, who either did or did not by T from a deaf man with three tigers on his head
Unless
in
it was in
Dakar.
a past life, I don't actually recall having been to Bangladesh.
Oh,
Probably it was Lionel.
The less famous Messi. Yeah. Well, 20 overs gone.
About the Bannermans too, because the reason the list that I sent in was all their highest percentage scores in ODIs, and Richards is at the top, but that's with 9 wickets down.
Yeah.
So the top one of an all-out innings is actually David Warner at 66.66%. The reason Turner's not on it is his was only 55%. Although at the time it was the highest because it was only in the 20th ever ODI.
Yeah, that's how I'm probably remembering it. Well, we've got a change in the bowling, and it's Chris Woakes coming back after taking a bit of tap in his first 5 overs, but he did come back in the 5th to take a wicket. He has 1 for 37, and he's in to bowl to Mushfiqur, who has 29. He's down a track straight away, is Mushfiqur, and he's driving to the man who is sweeping, who's Harry Brook, out there at deep backward point, and they're through for a single. Grubby, you're multitasking there, like Rick Wakeman in Yes, you're playing 2 keyboards at once.
Yeah. I often do, if ever I have a meeting with people, and I sometimes I'm meeting them on one screen and doing something on another screen and looking at my phone. Yes, and that's usually the reference. Now, it doesn't always land, that reference. It does if I'm meeting someone in their early 60s.
Yes, well, I should know. I should know. Yes, indeed. As Woakes is in, this is short outside off stump, and it's cut with some power, but not really a great deal of timing by Lytton Das, and goes out to Harry Brook again in the game at sweeping on the cover boundary.
Hello there, Messrs. Should say hello to you as well. Have you got the Himalayas in the background there as well?
I have indeed.
Ah.
It's very, very,
Splendid.
very beautiful.
Yeah, it's a very impressive zoom camera you've got there going from Perth to Dharamsala. I like it. Bangladesh,
I noticed
118
that your
for 4.
and mine pavilion roofs are painted properly, which isn't the case in real life.
Another ball is cut from outside off stump. It goes again to Harry Brook, who somewhat wearily chucks it back in. and then feels the shoulder. You don't want to be throwing your arm out, son. Bangladesh 119 for 4. The target is somewhat distant, 365. We're halfway through the 21st over.
Well, they're just
I
keeping
should
themselves.
also tell you that Sri Lanka have fallen a little bit of a hole. They're now 235 for 4 after 32 overs.
Short outside off stump, cut again, but this time off the bottom edge. But there's still a single, because there's one inside the ring as well as one outside the ring, and they've walked through.
Yeah, they're just about keeping themselves in the game, these two experienced campaigners for Bangladesh.
There's going to be a point where they need to start hitting boundaries more frequently, though.
Yeah, they're ticking over okay and probably going at 5 and over thereabouts.
I mean, I think they're going to try and get through to 30 overs and then have a look. And if at 30 overs they need 10 and over for 20 overs, they'll say that's a tough ask, but we've done it before in the T20 and we'll do it again now. Here's Wokes in again. That's a cutter, and he waits for it, does Lytton Das, and he helps himself to a single down to third man. Was it Lytton Das? Yeah, no, it was Mushfiqur, I think.
So why are England not being more aggressive in trying to wrap this innings up then? Because you'd think 1 or 2 more wickets here and they're through to the tail could run through them and really help that net run rate.
Well,
why are England not doing that?
Well,
it's worth taking the risk, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so too, but you know, Wokes has been the most expensive bowler, and I think he's trying to hide 2 or 3 overs here from Wokes. So he doesn't need to bowl those through Root or Livingston. That is another cutter from Wokes. There's a big appeal from Josh Butler. He's given out! That's why they're bowling Wokes. That's why they're going for the net run rate. It was a strange dismissal for Lytton Das, who has been splendid throughout. But Wokes bowled a slower ball. It was an off cutter, and it kind of looped through to Josh Butler, but it must have taken an edge on the way there, and it died into his gloves. But there it is. Look in the scorebook. Wokes has another wicket. You can see, yes, it's a definite cutter. Cross-seam delivery, just bounced a little off the seam and died as it went through to Butler, who knew he'd edged it. He was already celebrating before he took the catch. And Chris Wokes, what were we saying about him?
Well,
2 for 42?
Got 2 alternative ways of taking wickets, Gary. I'm very impressed. You either praise the batter or you diss the bowler. Both of them seem to work very effectively.
Well, there are plenty of radio stations where you get a paucity of opinion. Here, you may get a surfeit, but we'd rather be that way than the other, wouldn't we?
No, we would not. I couldn't disagree more.
Very good. That's not an argument, it's just a contradiction.
Messers, have you got...
You want an argument?
Have you got messages?
I have indeed. Matney at the Gabba says, if we do not play by the Bannerman rules and we do a completed innings as opposed to an all-out innings, let us then glory in the Shane Watson 185 versus Bangladesh. I don't know about anybody else, but I'm enjoying Watto doing the pitch reports at the start of the game. He's such a nice bloke. And I noticed that yesterday on camera he did say, I may not be the best person to comment on a DRS.
Well.
Right, hang on, we've got a new batsman here, and it's this fella.
Red eye on the store. Tawid red eye on the store.
He's in is Adil Rashid, and he just gets a little bit of movement outside the off stump, and they're through for a single. This would definitely be challenged in Wordle or Scrabble, wouldn't it? Well, it would be challenged in Wordle because it's a 6-letter word. But Hiridoi, is that how I say it? Hiridoi?
Hiridoi, yeah.
Hiridoi. It sounds like something from an elfin language or something.
Yes, it's got the whiff of Tolkien with his. Well, I don't.
Just flown in on the Hiridoi.
Yeah. Oh, very good. And here is Adil. Goes back, does Hiridoi, and gets himself off the mark with a single. England slightly on their heels there. They should have tried to keep him on naught, I think, been a bit tighter in the circle, but they weren't. They were a little bit further back on the heels. These details probably won't matter today, but they might in the future.
Well, the detail of bowling Bangladesh out quickly might matter.
Yeah, that's true. As dragged down from Adil Rashid, he used to have that in his game quite a bit, but he's got rid of it over the experience. It still occasionally comes through, but it was only hit backward of square. off a bit of a bottom edge. Through for a single.
Even the great Shane Warne bowled the odd drag down. Not many, I hasten to add, but
Not many.
It does happen.
And here is Dilrashid with the second drag down. But Hiridoy, if you're going to bowl a drag down, bowl it to a man who's just come to the crease, and he tries to hit it a bit too hard, I think, and just gets it again backward of square and they're through for a single.
Yeah, those consecutive drag downs have gone for 2 runs in total.
Yeah, they were
which
both,
is a result.
It was a googly out of the back of the hand, and rather than the side of the hand. That's a more authentic leg break on a leg stump line, and he was happy there, Mushfiqur, just to push it into the leg side and take a single. Yes, it was Mushfiqur. He goes to 35. Bangladesh 126 for 5. The target an ever further 365 away. This ball is just pushed backward of point, and there is no run. Now, I know it's not literally ever further because every run takes you near it, but in terms of a target and the resources available, it's going further away if I'm not tying myself in knots.
In percentage terms, or WinViz terms, or whatever. Yeah,
DLS terms.
Messers.
Leah offers to come to the bishop's aid in his battle with the bear. She said, "Remind me to cut you a Kimi Räikkönen shut up, I know what I'm doing" clip for when the bear tells you how to do something.
Yeah, very good.
Griffith Arda says, "Bad news, I have COVID." I'm sorry to hear that. Good news, your non sequiturs between baseball and the poetry of Milton Hayes are glorious. Thank you.
I bet they're not non
sequiturs are our special subject.
Oh,
actually,
I've made a career out of them.
Turkey sandwiches.
Here is Chris Wokes, a big half volley outside off stump, and they trot through for a single.
Usually there is an excuse for going from one topic to a seemingly unrelated one, but sometimes it's hard to remember what they were, even 5 minutes ago.
Yeah. And we see
especially.
Yeah, we're just seeing the release points where Topley's additional height just makes the release even higher, and therefore the ball arrives that little bit higher at the batsman. And a little inside edge there off Wokes, and he does the sort of, what would you call it? It's kind of a double teapot, but on the head as the ball goes down to long leg for a single.
Stephen Finn used to do that a lot, the hands to the head.
Yeah. It's kind of oops upside your head, but you're not sitting down, and you're not doing that rowing thing.
Another one for teenagers.
I don't know if it's within your powers, Grubby, but I am somewhat misaligned on YouTube, and we got 2 Garys, which is slightly boring.
God, you don't want that. You don't want that. We are bearless, though, so maybe too difficult to do. Swivel pull for Mushfiqur, but there's a man out there, and he runs around from forward of square to backward of square. They're through for a single. See, if he really extends the arms and tries to hit that hard, he's getting 4 for that, but they're still a little cautious, and I think they're kind of slowly batting. Are they batting for net run rate? Are they looking to lose this match by 50 or something?
You wouldn't think so, would you?
Well, you wouldn't think so.
So early in the tournament.
5 down, 129.
I mean, I don't think they're playing any differently from if this were a one-off game, are they?
Well, that one's just pushed to extra cover. I mean, that there isn't really. I mean, Mushfiqur's on 37 from 46. We know he's an aggressive batsman. We haven't seen a huge amount of aggression from him.
Time in the innings, though, as you say, get to 30 overs and see if it's still on. There's no point giving it away.
When you're 5 wickets down, you really can't afford to lose another one right now, can you?
No, but you can't afford to spend 5 overs getting 25 runs either. But yeah, these are tough calls. Again, it's not really an attempt to hit a boundary, but it goes a cut quite early from Hiridoy, and it's fielded by the man sweeping. Now, he's been able to run 30 yards to field that ball. If he hit it harder, that's going for 4.
Yeah.
But it didn't. But they got through for, I think, 2. Yeah, Hiridoy goes to 5 off 6.
Just doing a quick calculation, the asking rate is still around about 8, I think, 8 and a bit perhaps. Yeah. So it's not, it's not haired across the horizon yet. It's still just within reach.
I think you're probably right, but I think we may need to see a little more aggression soon. And as if to make my point, that's just defended back down the track from Hiridoy. It's the end of the 23rd over. Bangladesh are 131 for 5. They need 234 to win. 234 off 27 overs. Not completely impossible, but beginning to approach it.
Messers, I'm gonna leave the visuals of taking the executive decision because I'll probably more likely make it worse. And I think we can still see you, can't we?
Yeah, that's right. By comparison, they're 12 runs behind where England were at the same stage, although the wickets are obviously very different.
And England started to blaze the boundaries now, which is what I'm kind of hoping for the sake of the game that Bangladesh do. Rashid's in, very full, and just pushed off the back foot to backward to square. Liam Livingstone, he might be loosening his fingers soon. No run. I'll bring you in just a second because Rashid's quick in his work. In fact, England have been quick in their work, admirably so, in the field. Rashid is in, tosses this one up. Takes a long time to get there, but just defended again. No run.
Clever bowling given the state of the game and their current mentality, trying to tempt them.
50 miles an hour. Looked a bit slower than that. Do you remember the Sri Lankan bowler, Harasinghe? No, not Harasinghe. This ball is punched to the man offering a single at wideish mid on, and they're through for 1. There was a very short, sort of 5 foot tall, I think 5'2" maybe, Sri Lankan bowler who bowled regularly at kind of 46 miles an hour. The ball would sort of moon out of his hand like he was Arantxa Sanchez Vicario at Roland Garros. We seldom see spinners bowling below 50 miles an hour these days. As Rashid is in, and again it just skews off the outer portion of the bat to point, and there is no run.
Would Matt Parkinson be one of those who still does that at late 40s?
That was 48 miles an hour, so that was genuinely slow from Rashid. But Parky was sort of early 50s. He doesn't get into the late 50s. Doesn't need to when you look at his record. As this one is a slightly quicker ball, I think, out the front of the hand there from Adil Rashid, and it's punched, 55 miles an hour, that one. Punched to mid-on, and they take the single that's on offer to the man who is very much at the edge of the circle. The Bangla boys 133 for 5. Decent over from Rashid. 3 dots, 2 singles. Will Mushfiqur look for a boundary off the last ball? Rashid's in again, and he does. Well, he kind of doesn't. Again, he doesn't have enough aggression really in that cut. It just goes to the man at point. Excellent over from Adil Rashid. He has none for 17 from his 3 overs.
Very quiet in the land of social media at the moment.
Is it really?
Everybody taking a bit of a breather. So feel free to wheel on.
Well, I could put a question out there for them, which would be, is this the right approach really from Sri Lanka? It looks to me like they're having a bob each way, in that if they get to 30 overs, they might try and score the runs, or are they thinking, well, England have lost one already, if we lose this one, we just don't want to lose it as badly as England lost against New Zealand, and aim to get up to about 300.
I think Mushfiqur's got a clock in his head, and he's thinking, if we get to 30 overs and we need 10 and over from there, I'll take that.
Yeah, maybe. This ball is just punched back. I mean, that's a half volley that Hiridoy has just pushed back to the bowler. Yeah, that's a full half volley.
It was a decent length ball, but if you were in a different sort of a different mentality, you might look to hit that over the top.
I mean, I think in a test match you're looking to hit that for 4, never mind in a one day. Never mind in a chase you need 8 and over. It was just a half volley outside off stump. I know Hiridoy's only been there for 10 deliveries, but it's another, that wasn't quite a half volley, but again, just a dead bat laid on it, and no run.
This is their plan, though. This is what he and Mushfiqur would have spoken about mid-pitch in between overs.
Is it the right plan? That's what I'm
saying.
Well,
I'm saying that I think Mushfiqur, who's obviously going to be the leader out there in this partnership, has said to his partner and to himself, get to 30 overs. If we need 200 or thereabouts from the last 20, I'll take that, rather than risk being 8 down at that point and no chance.
Yeah. Well, we're in the 25th over, and little cutter again from Wokes. Again, there's no aggression at all from the other end, and there is a dot ball.
Whether you think it's right or wrong, that is clearly the plan, or some version of it. Is not to go right now, just to hold off for a few overs.
I'm beginning to be puzzled. Meanwhile, Sri Lanka's game. Sri Lanka are 255 for 4 against Pakistan. And Samara
Wickrama.
Wickrama, new name on me, is 55 not out. Again, there's no real aggression there. Shaped to cut the ball. It arrived perhaps a little sooner than he expected, and he sort of cut it to Johnny Bairstow again. I'm surprised to see it extra cover. I wonder if it's the state of the outfield. They don't want Johnny to dive, and they think perhaps with some justification, if there's one player who won't be able to stop himself diving on the boundary, it's young Johnny Bairstow.
We know he can be accident prone as long as no one's coming at him with a sort of sliding tackle on the golf tee. Ooh.
Yep.
What?
As this ball again is just defended backward of point, and Chris Wokes hasn't had to do much really in this over to get 5 dots. Yes.
I know.
Not sure.
I know we've got a jingle for Manny's angry. I'm just saying, Gaz is ticking.
Oh, no,
Gaz is ticking. He's after these Bangladeshi batsmen. I tell you, for the lack of aggression.
I was definitely ticking when Joe Root and Milan were showing a distinct lack of aggression, and I still think I was justified in that.
You missed the bare repot.
Oh, I did hear some of it.
Leaving.
Yeah, as Wokes is in, and that's a better shot, but it's still only going to be 1. It was fetched from outside off stump. In fact, the back for 2, fetched from outside off stump to deep square leg, and Hridoy gets himself a couple. He goes to 8. Bangladesh go to 135 for 5, and we have your social media. I hope.
Muttley says Sri Lanka have already got to 30 overs, Gary. Surely you mean Bangladesh.
Yes, sorry if that's the case.
We've got the Sri Lanka game going on simultaneously, which,
And Liz Mitchell very kindly has tweeted to somebody who was looking for some coverage that they should come here to Guerrilla Cricket. I hope that you have. Who was it? Yes, FCPUI. Somebody was looking. Was the name of someone looking to follow this game? I hope that you've joined. Oh no, actually, I hope you've joined the other thread. It gets confusing. That's in relation to our other coverage from Mooney Ponds.
Yes, I was confused by that. I should have been on both, apparently. That's my fault. My apologies to Mooney Ponds. As Rashid's in, and this is cut to the man sweeping. And, the halfway marker's been passed now with that single. Bangladesh 136 for 5. Mushfiqur has 39 from 51. Hridoy has 8 from 15. Rashid being allowed pretty much to bowl the line and length he wants to here. There's no attempt on the part of the batsman to come down the track to him. He's got a slip in now as just comes forward, plays off the inside portion of the bat, does Hridoy, and there is no run. And of course this is one of the things that happens when you stop being aggressive. The opposition captain works that one out, and he's got Johnny Bairstow behind him now looking for an edge, as this ball is just pushed back again to Adil Rashid, who footballs that. Stops it there, like he's playing for Bradford City or Bradford Park Avenue, another one for the kids there.
But it also means when you've gone into that mindset that even if a bad ball comes, you're not set for it physically.
Yeah, that's right. As this is tossed up wide of the off stump, which of course the other thing, they're allowing Rashid now by just pushing that ball to backward point to go through a bit of a box of tricks, try the flighted delivery, rip the leg spinner. Puzzled more.
We have a super chat.
Rashid's in, just push to point, and we'll go to your super chat.
Warren Davies sends us US $4.99. Thank you, Warren. Did Grubby have Matt Parkinson left on his bingo card? I'm calling fix.
It's my job to talk about Matt Parkinson. As this ball is punched through extra cover by Hridoy, and England will not be too disappointed to find that the 22-year-old has kept the strike. He has 9 from 20. Mushfiqur, the senior partner, has 39 from 51. Bangladesh have 137 for 5 after 26 overs. The innings is going nowhere.
Thanks for that, Warren. Very much appreciated. And all I'd say is, I know how to get the most out of my fellow commentators.
It's a gruesome twosome from Tooting at the moment.
Yeah. Well, the Wirral is not in agreement with Everton. Al Hodge says it's the right approach. 5 down puts more pressure on avoiding loss of further wickets. There can't be any Butler-esque 20 off 20 now. And Kieran Roseblade says, I think Bangladesh are doing all they can. They can't be more aggressive with the amount of wickets they've lost, but the most important reason they aren't pushing England too much is because perhaps Bangladesh aren't that good at cricket.
A little bit harsh, but all I'd say, what are we now, 27 overs? Don't expect to see a shot in anger before 30. You can take that to the bank. That's solid gold.
Yep.
26 overs, so four overs of no shots.
Four overs, no shots, and I'm ball by balling, eh?
Yep.
Thank you.
Well, if anyone can do it, Gaz, it's you.
Here's Reece Topley, very much the bowler of the day, and he's outside off stump, but again, just that extra bit of bounce sort of puts Hiridoy onto his toes, and he gets it into the offside for a single, not a shot in anger though. Aramco are the sponsors of ICC Player of the Match. I wonder where Aramco get their money. Yes.
I wonder. Oh, from you and me.
Yeah. Well, yes, we know where it goes first before being recycled out, in this case, to India. Round the wicket comes Topley. I don't think he needs to do that, but that's what he's doing, and he just tucks up Mushfiqur. There is no run. I can see why, because Mushfiqur is very strong on the cut. He's looking to play it all the time, and obviously it's trickier to play the cut if the ball is coming into you, which it will do to the right-handed Mushfiqur from the left arm Topley.
Belated jingle for the lad?
Oh, yes, of course.
KB once tried to kill him.
Well, he's able to cut this, but it goes straight to the man at backward point, and there's a shy at the stump at the bowler's end by Chris Wokes, or is it Liam Livingstone? Maybe just because he's a bit bored and wants to bowl or do something. I mean, he's paid his subs, Liam Livingstone. He only faced one ball, missed it.
Yeah.
Hasn't bowled.
I wonder how many instances there are of someone getting a golden duck as he did, and then taking a catch to get someone else for a golden duck, which he's done in his innings.
Yes, that's fair enough. Yes.
Anyone out there?
Pretty good. As Topley is in on middle stump, just defended, and there is no run by Mushfiqur. Yes, that is a good one.
Messrs can't even do it because he's on air, and even he probably can't look that up while he's doing everything else that he's doing.
We need a
he said challengingly.
We need a Zaltzman in. I mean, it's the
I'm
kind of
actually
thing
in
that
the
must
middle
have
of looking
happened.
something else up, and I wasn't even listening to you, Grabby. That's how disrespectful I am.
I mean, it must have happened because golden ducks are that uncommon,
True.
particularly in white ball cricket, particularly towards the end of an innings. As Topley's in again, full, but no real drive there, is it? It's more just of a deflection down to backward point and a bit of dilatory fielding, if you ask me. And they're through for 2.
Yeah, there was at least a little urgency in coming back for that second from the Bangladeshi batsman, even if they're not looking to smack everything to the boundary at the moment.
No, but 3 dots in this over from Reece Topley. 3 for 21 is very impressive figures with 1 ball left in his 6th over. Bangladesh have raised a Milan. They're 140 for 5 as Topley's in, and this is driven, and that is a bit of aggression. So Grubby, the big shot did come. It wasn't a huge shot, but it was a half volley, and for once hit it hard through extra cover for the first of these in ages.
I'm almost tempted to note that down as a highlight. It's been over 20 minutes. I think we're only really supposed to note sixes and wickets and big stuff like that. But it's been so long, as you say.
I mean, it's not a huge amount I'm asking for, really, because all he did was lean a little more into that and put the hands through it a tiny bit more. It wasn't like he was sort of backing away and reverse scooping it over the wicketkeeper. It was just the same shot that they'd been playing for the last 20 minutes, except with a little bit more behind it. As Hiridoy, with 10 off 21, rocks back and nudges it square on the leg side. They're going to take 2. They are going to take 2. This is a bit of a change of attitude. There would only have been 1, I'm sure, not so long ago, but the fielder had to run in from the fence. And again, I think he was slightly on his heels, the England man. And they're back for a second. They're now 148 for 5. No, 146 for 5.
This is where Joss can make a big difference as well as captain.
Yeah.
Because the game could be in danger of drifting. England do have an incentive to wrap the game up quickly. And so I'd expect, if he's not, I'd expect him to be chivying the troops.
Yeah, a big appeal for LBW. It's been given out. I think that's hitting middle. Heridoi's tortuous stay looks likely to come to an end. Is he DRSing that? I'm not sure. I don't think he is.
I was.
Oh, it is a review.
I was definitely in. Were you definitely in? I don't know.
Very full. It was, I think, the leg break. If it's the googly, then the googly may be sliding down leg side.
I think it was the leg break.
I think it was the leg break.
He looks goner to me.
Yeah, well, he's not hit it. I don't think he's hit it. It looks to me like it's taken a big bite of leg stump. But we're about to see it in review. Let's have a look. It's definitely the leg break. It's pitched on about middle. It's come back in. The only thing that's saving him, I'm sure, is an inside edge, and it looks to have passed the back quite comfortably. Closing the face, we've seen a lot of dismissals in this match with the back going round the front pad. Oh, no, there is an edge. Oh, so much for the missing the back comfortably. Unless that's on the ground. It's quite a long kind of... No, they've gone straight to it. It was quite a long amplitude there, if that's the right word. Quite a long scrape rather than a click of an edge. I'm surprised you didn't look a little more closely to the bottom of the bat, and Adil Rashid might be saying that to the umpire. Because usually if it's the edge of the bat, it's just a click, isn't it? But that was definitely more of a scrape.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see that again, but anyway, it's been given not out.
It's been given not out.
Move on.
It looked to me like he missed it on to the naked eye, but Heridoi is in. England may not be too disappointed about keeping Heridoi in. He has 12 from 23. And he celebrates his reprieve by just nudging the ball to backward point for no run. So Bangladesh still 146 for 5. He goes back this time, or rather he waits for a slower delivery from Rashid, and he just nudges it square, backward to square. They're through for a single. Didn't think he was supposed to do that. I don't know who it was throwing the ball in there, but threw the ball straight into the wicket when didn't need to. Clearly trying to soften it up. Don't think England really need to do that at this stage. But Mushfiqur now on strike as Rashid comes in and bowls another leg break, slightly outside off stump, and England are walking around in the field. It was very much an agreed single, but I think you're right here. Josh might be missing a trick.
Bit of urgency, bit more urgency.
Yeah, bit more urgency.
Get a close fielder in or something like that. Just do something. It's not desperation stakes, but...
Throw the ball to Joe Root. Like Harry Brook having over. That's what Ben Stokes would do. As this ball is just nudged into the leg side, there is no run. And just a little bit of contrast there. Ben Stokes does not let this happen in Test matches. Sometimes he makes mistakes.
Yeah.
But he will always,
true.
At any given time, he will say, how can I get a wicket in the field?
Yep.
And I don't think Josh Butler is doing this now.
It is interesting.
Grant Fifth Ardo says, I always conceive of Bangladesh as a small country, but its population is 163 million, with a land mass about 40% smaller than the UK. Feel a more salient observation is needed here, but those stats surprise me. I've tweeted in response to that.
It's populous.
A pie chart of all Test nations' populations, and a chart that shows the number of people in a Test 11 if it was based on Test country population, which gives India 7.6 players, Pakistan 1.1, Bangladesh 0.9, and everybody else 1.3. There you go.
Well, that was nudged to fine leg by Mushfiqur, and they're through for a single. What's really extraordinary about Bangladesh is if you go to Wikipedia and look up highest population densities, you've got kind of the Vatican City or something at the front, but Bangladesh is a huge outlier in terms of the number of people it has in so small a land space. This is a leg stump half volley, and it's clipped backward of square. It deserved to be hit for 4. It did get hit for 4. Reece Topley not quite so good coming back as we rather suspected he might not be.
1, 2, 3, 4.
So
4.
250, 150.
The 150.
The bear's just raced in. Didn't even know he was in the house.
The 150 is
the
up.
150's up.
150 for 53 for 5. Yes, not only is that density of population, as Rhys Topley is cut, a bit more aggression here from Hiridoy, who's moved to 17, but the Manfield's at point. Not only is that population density quite remarkable, but they live on a floodplain, which is not... You get the feeling that a bit like when you go to Naples and you look up at Vesuvius and think, oh, I'm not sure I would have built a city here. But still, the human race is extraordinary in its invention and its decision making. Topley's in again, and this is much closer to Hiridoy, who attempts to run it off the face to third man. But Liam Livingston, who may not have been in the game with the ball or with the bat, but he's been very much in the game in the field, backward point and there or thereabouts.
I'm after him, Gaz, as I think you know. I'm after Livingston. I'm not sure at the moment he's quite worth his place.
Oh,
in the
I don't
side.
think he is either. Yeah. I mean, I don't want to be too dismissive, but I think he was quite lucky to play for Lancashire quite a lot of the time.
I think I had such high expectations when he sort of burst onto the scene and made his way in the game early doors that he's not quite got there.
As this ball is pushed really off the back foot, for want of a better word, and they're through for a single. It's the classic all-rounder's dilemma, is that when you pick an all-rounder, you're in danger of having a bowler who isn't good enough and a batsman who isn't good enough, and you're kind of wasting two places.
Yeah, I would raise another name on that spectrum in relation to ODIs is Sam Curran.
Well, he's got, certainly in the other white ball format, he had the player of the tournament, didn't he? So he's got
but
some
in ODIs
pedigree.
It's a very different beast.
Yeah, I think that's fair. As just clipped round the corner is Topley, and they're through for a single. So Rhys Topley's figures are not as spectacular as once they were. They were once showing 3 for 5. They now show 3 for 32 off 7, but he'll take that all day long. And it's Tooting's favourite bus, the 155. So 155.45 with Mushfiqur 2 off his half century and Hiridoy 18 off 30. Is that an innings that's helping Bangladesh or hindering them?
Well, I mean, if you extrapolate across the whole innings, it's obviously not going to help them. But if he's still there in an over's time, let's see what happens after that.
Yeah, are we going to have a change in an over's time?
Yeah, you're still due to be on.
Am I?
Yeah,
surely.
And I don't know what the situation with Bennett is, but he's due on also.
There's a Geneva Convention against cruel and unusual punishment. This is lifted into the offside, and they're through for a single. Sorry, Jez.
Warren says, is Gary going to do a Phil Collins between Sydenham and Mooney Ponds? I don't even know what doing a Phil Collins is.
Live Aid.
He famously, was on both stages of Live Aid. He was at Wembley and at...
Philadelphia, was it?
Philadelphia, yeah. I'll tell my Live Aid story in a moment, as he goes back, does... Hiridoy, I think that was, and helps himself to a single.
You got plenty of time. You're on to the 40th over, mate.
Oh God,
plenty of time for that.
I was the student flat I was living in. The girls with whom I shared, they said, "Do you want us to get you a ticket? We're going down to Tower Records tomorrow morning to get this Geldof thing." I said, "Nah, it's all right." So this ball is pushed to mid off, and they're through for a single, and that is 50 for Mushfiqur Rahim. Of 61 deliveries. So he's very much had to rebuild this innings. He'll be looking to make 100 off 100 now, surely.
Long drawn out grinds and flashing cameos. Quite a
Rashid's in again, and this is just tucked off the pads, actually from outside off stump. And are they back for 2? They are back for 2. England just do seem a little flat in the field, don't they? I mean, I think some of it is that they're unsure of what's underfoot, so if they run in, miss field. But the ball is going so slowly, if you run in and miss field, you can turn around and get it.
And I know it's hot and everything as well, but still, I just want to see more urgency.
Yeah, I'm with you.
It does matter.
And you're a Butler man, you see. I'm always a little wary of Butler, even now. As this ball is attempted to hit into the offside, and Johnny Bairstow has some employment at second slip because it was a little inside edge and went behind the keeper, but he saves the run.
I am a big Joss Butler fan, and but you made a comparison there with Stokes' captaincy in the Test side, and
Morgan in the one-day side. Morgan wouldn't be letting this drift, as that ball just runs off the face of the bat to backward point, and there is the 30 over mark. Bangladesh are 160 for 5. Rashid has none for 28. Haridoy has 21. And Mushfiqur has just gone past his 50. We are going to have a change. Does anybody want to take me off? Do you want to stay on, Grubby?
I mean, I can do if necessary.
I thought Tony might be coming back in.
It's supposed to be Bennett. Don't know what the score is with him. Bear and Gary.
Yeah, Bennett's there.
Yes,
Bennett's there.
Hello. Excellent.
Stay on for me.
The next tweet is from the Jersey Jingler.
Radio. Right, Bennett, are you doing... Hello, Bennett, nice to see you. Are you well? He's gone again. Right. So you're stuck with me for the time being. The Bear's coming in as well, with a can of neck oil. Didn't bring me one.
Well,
nice, isn't it?
I am back.
Ah,
I
hello.
apologize for that.
No worries.
Thank you very much. This is Bennett Olagusegram. Sorry, who am I with?
Well, you're with me.
Bear.
Yeah, and I think I'm staying on for Gary, because Gary's had enough of himself.
No problem. I must say, Bear, I've got an issue after 40 overs. I cannot stay after 40.
Okay.
It was driven,
Sorry.
that ball, for 1 run.
Is it me?
Yeah.
It's
No,
me.
I think
Okay.
it's me, isn't it? It's me.
Oh, Bennett, I beg your pardon, sorry.
Yeah, no problem. That's okay. So, for those of you joining, apologize for the little bit of a hustle and bustle trying to get our bearings right between the breaks. It's England after sort of that good score of 365. Bangladesh 161 for 5 in 31st over. Reece Topley, what a good selection he's been, gentlemen, today. 3 for 33 of 8. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah. What happened in that ball?
It was a single, I think.
Side leg on my feet. Yes. So was that a single? Okay, sorry.
Yeah, it was a single up to mid on that one.
It was single up to mid on, and Bangladesh move on 161 for 5, and this one's outside the off stump. There's a cut towards the third man, and the batsmen go through for 1, and they comfortably make it. It's Hridoy on 23 and Mushfiqur, the veteran wicketkeeper, former captain of Bangladesh, 51 off 62. They've got a Herculean-like task ahead of them, Bear.
Yes, I have.
They're
Sorry.
massive underdogs in this game, Bennett, I'd say, yes. But at least, as we were talking about previously, they've sort of got themselves in a position where they can just about still have a go.
Well, let's hope, for the sake of the game, that we'll have a contest at hand. This one's outside the off stump, nicely played towards the third man area, and Mushfiqur gets a single more. He's just reached his 50 off 62 balls. A little bit more needed from the veteran Bangladeshi former skipper. England scored 364, target of 365.
Do you want to put your mic in front of your mouth rather than down under your chin?
Yes, indeed.
There you go.
It's a lot better.
That's
Thank
the
you.
one.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you. Topley comes in, left arm over. This one charging down the track. Rahim didn't get hold of it. He was hitting it, trying to hit on the up towards over the vacant mid-off area, but not successful. He didn't time it well. Goes up to the mid-on area, and Livingston picks up no chance of a run.
Just signs that our theory might be true. Wait till the 30th over, try not to lose any wickets, which they haven't done, and then have a charge. And that shot sort of suggests that that's maybe what was on his mind.
Topley comes in, shortish delivery on the back foot, and he hits it straight into the hands of Adil Rashid at third man. And he was trying to play it outside the off stump, a cut that got big on him. Topley with his huge height, and goes straight into Adil Rashid's hands as he gleefully snubbles it up. And that's the end of this former skipper Mushaffir Rahim, who's out for a well-compiled 50.
That's hugely frustrating for him and his team, no doubt, because that was obviously the plan, was just to dig in, stay there, be there, and still be set at 30 overs and then have a charge at it. And almost immediately, first or second big shot he's tried, gets himself out in quite a tame fashion, I'd say.
Well, yeah, I mean, it was always going to be a big arse, isn't it? And he, 200 off basically 20. And it's a T20, but you've only got 5 wickets, and now you've only got 4.
But at least you've got a chance. Rather than being 40 runs further on and 8 wickets down. So, it was
very
the
much
right plan, he just didn't do it right.
No, I mean, it's difficult, isn't it? I mean, Hidroy, he bats okay, doesn't he, if I remember rightly? But, I mean, he's the last probably recognisable batsman.
Yeah, but it's quite disappointing from an England point of view, from a batting point of view, isn't it? I mean, they were, when we were on air, Bear, you and myself, they were looking for well in course to about 400.
Well, yeah, but the thing is with it, isn't it? With all innings, you get a couple of big scores and gets you to the big innings. The only thing is England got the big scores at the top of the order, and then all the hitters came in, hit, and didn't connect, really. I mean, they got a couple of shots. I mean, everyone went, you were saying at the end of when we were sitting in the green room, everyone went over a run of ball. They just kept losing the wickets, which is fine when you've only got 6-7 overs left and 8 wickets in the hutch, which is pretty much it. They'd have just liked a few more bigger hits and got closer to that 400, but it certainly looks like it'll be enough.
But I appreciate it's not a game. It's not. I mean, Bangladesh are not one of the more sort of fancied side in the tournament. But however, this may have been a good opportunity for some of the batters coming down, like Livingston, Sam Curran, Chris Woakes, to try and improve their credentials as finishers, which would have been a great platform built so amiably by Root and David Muller. I thought that was a missed opportunity there including Harry Brook.
It definitely was, but someone like Livingston, who, like I still have a massive question mark about whether he deserves his place in England's best 11 at the moment. But he's played it unselfishly. He's come in, he's tried to do it straight away, knowing the situation that they're in. So almost a bit unselfish. Yeah. And he got a decent ball first out. That can happen.
Yeah. But Gary, I mean, not your
It's Grubby.
Grubby. Sorry. My apologies. We haven't done a stint together before, have we?
We have.
But we have. My apologies. Yeah. Grubby, but I mean, it's not long ago in the New Zealand series where we saw Livingston play some quite sort of meaningful knocks into. He curtailed himself. He had some good momentum going into the innings, and he showcased what he could do. That's what perhaps gave him that opportunity to play ahead of Moeen Ali, but missed opportunity today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think he's so wildly talented, and particularly with the bat, I think he brings something quite different and quite destructive. When he first burst onto the scene, that's what I was saying previously. My expectations of him were so high that he appears just to have tended back to
the mean,
almost mediocrity, and it's harsh, but only because I have such high expectations of him.
Exactly, but also I like the fact that he's a mystery spin bowler. He can turn the ball both ways, and he's an outstanding spinner, isn't it? But Wood comes in. Here he is, coming into his 5th over, as we watch Bangladesh sort of slowly going for this target. 200 runs to win off 19 overs.
With 4 wickets now. And England really want to wrap this up for the run rate business, don't they?
200 is still in the sights. Anyway, the new batsman is this fella.
I'm really very sorry, lady, but I'm a different Mahady.
So this one's good delivery on middle and off at good pace at 90 miles an hour, and it's played into the covers. Mehdi Hassan, and there's another Mehdi Hassan Miraz who was out earlier, and this is Mehdi Hassan. So yeah, it's confusion gets even more with names, but we'll get there.
They're spelled different, aren't they? One's got a Y on the end and one hasn't, as far as I can work out.
It was because when we were covering the Bangladesh series at the end of 2016, when Mehdi Hassan Miraz made his debut, he was quite an exciting 19-year-old at the time. I'm sure I've seen his name spelt this way. It's one of those that it can be spelt in different ways, just to add to the confusion.
As Wood comes steaming down and bowls this one outside the off stump, and this one Mehdi plays it towards the third man area, and the batsman go through for a quick single. 166 for 6. Shakib Al Hasan might be quite disappointed with the way he batted today. He was bowled by Topley. An amazing spell, gentlemen. 3 wickets right up front.
He bowled brilliantly. That 3rd wicket he got as well was an absolute rip snorter of a delivery.
And to get someone like Shakib bowled, he's not someone who gets bowled easy, isn't he? He normally bats long, and he stays there for long periods of time. So great choice we were speaking about the choice of Reece Topsley ahead of Moeen Ali. This is a great delivery from Mark Wood outside the off stump, and a bit of swing and at sheer pace as well. and Hidroy does well to take evasive action and gets the bat away from the firing line.
Yeah, it just followed him a bit, that one, didn't it?
He's bowled a lot better today, I take it, Wood.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's hurried the batters, and yeah, I think, as I was saying, it's a very different match situation. When he came on to bowl, the New Zealand batsmen were set and were in that mode where they were going to go after him. And you know, when you're a quick, it can fly. He didn't bowl great either, but that was a different situation.
Yeah. Wood comes in from the edge of the crease this time, on the far edge of the crease, using the crease as he always does. It's a good delivery at a good pace, shortish coming on to the batter, and he goes to the back foot and plays it towards the short mid-wicket area. No chance of a run. Hidroy on 25 or 40. Mehdi Mirza 1, just a single. They've lost 6 important wickets. The last of Musfiqur Rahim, the former skipper, for 51. The pick of the bowler certainly, Reece Topley, he's got 4 for 36. What a comeback, and he certainly made his presence felt.
He's a good bowler, Reece Topley.
He brings a bit of a different dimension to the attack, doesn't he?
For
with
sure.
his height and sheer pace. I hope he stays fit till the end of the tournament. Shortish delivery again, hurrying Hidroy onto the back foot, but it's bowling well to his field. Just picked the short mid-wicket fielder again. End of over number 32, 166 for 6, chasing a victory target of 365. The off 32 overs. Here they are.
Right. What is it? GC Radio and Funbot says, did Gary not go to live here because he was tied to a door? That'd be a nice idea. Good idea, says Tony to something. Bag of Cans TV says, England not really at the races yet in this tournament so far. Seemingly no real desire to wrap things up quickly in this game after a dismal showing in the first match, wasting an ideal opportunity to improve their net run rate. Well, that may be before the wicket went, and they could still do that. Things you don't expect to hear on Guerrilla Cricket number 57. Gary's had enough of himself, which is very true.
This Topley continuing. Grubby, what are your thoughts about Moeen Ali not playing in this game? Just hold that for a second. Good delivery again, attacking the stumps, ball coming in at a nice angle and nice height as well. This time Mehdi on the back foot plays it back to the ball, no chance of a run.
Well, I guess they're going to be rotating the squad throughout these games, these group games. They've obviously looked at the pitch and thought, we want Reece in as a bowler here as opposed to Moeen. We've got other spin options, of course, Livingston, Adil Rashid, Joe Root if need be, and it's working so far.
Topley comes in again on the edge of the crease. It looks like he's running quite dangerously onto sort of wicket area straight, but this one's again bowling well according to his field and goes towards the mid-wicket area, played comfortably and no chance of a run. Certainly they're not showing any intent, are they, Grubby?
Not really. I suppose, having lost that wicket of Musfiqur recently, when he was the set batsman, that's just
what should their strategy be? Do they play for a run rate, a decent run rate, or do they go for a win? This one's outside the off stump, again pushed into the covers between cover point and the extra cover area. They comfortably go through for a quick single. Yeah, Grubby.
You've got to try your hardest, haven't you? I think it's so early in the tournament as well to start thinking about net run rates and things like that. You think, we're in a game of cricket here, the two batsmen out there can both obviously hold a bat and do a job, and just back yourself. Go, on some level it's competitive sport, it's world class sport. You've got to go for it, no matter how unlikely it seems at the moment.
Topley comes in and the batter moves away as is disturbed by something in the back of the bowler's arm, and the umpire sort of signals as a dead ball. Topley, he had built his momentum that he couldn't move away.
It's so frustrating as a bowler in your delivery stride. You see the batsman move away. Oh man!
I mean, are there any kind of rules on that as to at which point can the bowler move away, or which point does the umpire say, "Hey, it's too late to move"? Hold that thought, gents. As is Topley bowling his 9th over, 4 for 37. What an amazing spell this has been for England again. Good line and length. And Hidroy plays into the covers, no chance of a run.
I'll say, using Topley all his overs by the 30, whatever it is, that shows kind of intent.
Yeah, and England have had to nurse him back to full fitness. He had an operation, I think, didn't he, earlier this year?
Yeah.
And when he first came back, he looked really raw and not particularly threatening, and I was a bit worried at that point. But then quite quickly he got back in his stride, and all of a sudden he looks like
the real deal
again. The big threat again.
Here he comes in outside the off stump and plays a back foot sort of a cut towards the cover point area, and Livingston picks up, no chance of a run. I mean, Topley, I would sort of not play him in every game because
Yeah.
he looks like an important clog of the attack with Wood being injury prone and Topley. Topley's like, you just sort of tap him and he gets injured, isn't he?
It might be that they want to get everyone a game, so they might, if they want Sam Curran playing every game, then maybe Willie gets a go next game.
Topley ball is over pitched and onto the pads this time. Not sure if it's bat or pad first. Yeah, he did get some bat, and the batsman go through for a quick single. 168 for 6, Hridoy on 26, Mehdi on 2, target 365.
What have we got? We got anything new? No, we don't have anything new. Nothing to report.
Well,
Come on, Pete.
I think.
Thank you.
I do think that. I feel really sorry for David Willey, who famously left out of the squad at the last minute in 2019 and watched the World Cup final in tears. Someone had to miss out when Jofra Archer was always going to be drafted in, and he was the unfortunate party. He is in the squad this time round, but clearly not in the first 11, choice 11.
Do you think the pecking order from the point of view of selectors is Sam Curran first, Topley second, and David
I'm
Willey
not sure it's as straightforward as that. I do think that they've decided that they'll pick Curran when fit over Willey, for example. We'll come back to that.
Woody steaming in, love his run up and his aggression outside the off stump, and this one's played comfortably into the cover point, deep cover point area, passing the short cover point area, and the batsmen go through for a quick one. Go on, Grubby, complete the thought.
Well, I think that Sam Curran is a better option than Willie. He's a better bowler marginally, I think, and he can bowl at more points in the game better, more effectively.
I think that's the
he's
point.
Definitely a better batsman, isn't he?
I think that's the point.
And if one of those is interchangeable.
As you're watching, 300 have ball up 300. Sorry, Sri Lanka have gone up to score 309 for 5 or 44 overs. Amazing century by Kusal Mendis, and we're covering it from our Australian colleagues who are covering that.
Who are they playing?
For you,
Pakistan.
Sri Lanka, Pakistan. Yeah, after having a sort of mediocre outing in the first match versus South Africa, this one's a shortish delivery, and the umpires have given Woody the warning to saying that's the first of that kind in an over. And yes, going back to the conversation, it's interesting to see how they will adapt. But for me, with just looking at the bowling alone, Reece Topley, if he's fully fit, he should play in any surface ahead of any of the other left-armers. We'll hold that thought for 1 second as Woody comes in. Again, using the edge of the crease. Nice ball coming in at a good pace. And on the back foot goes Mehdi, plays it into the covers. No chance of a run. Gentlemen.
Yeah, well, as Grubby says, you've got a squad, haven't you? So Willie gets a game at some point with a bit of luck. I think you want to get Gus Atkinson into the tournament at one game as well. Maybe against, I don't know, Afghanistan or Holland or something. Just to give them a feel, just in case someone gets injured and they're required, Are you off?
But the left arm angle and height, the pace that Reece Topley brings in cannot be ignored. Surely, he's shown that today. The overpage driven handsomely, and equal to the task is the fielder in the extra cover area, who is Livingston, I take it. Yeah, good piece of fielding there. No chance of a run.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it's not as straightforward. I think Willie and Curran are almost in opposition for one spot, batting at 8 or 9 even. But I agree with you, Bennett. I think if Topley is fully fit and firing, then he's almost. I mean, he's going to bat 11, but he's going to be your strike bowler, and then bowling alongside the likes of Wood and even Wokes, if Wokes can rediscover his best form.
And also, you need bowlers who can bowl in the middle overs, and he's one of those. He's a Plunkett type bowler, isn't he?
Indeed, someone uses the heavy ball, doesn't it? And oh wow, what a great delivery, shortish at a ferocious pace, almost taking his face off. Mehdi does well to take evacuate action and watches the ball going whistling past his nose. I'm sure he was quite comfortable moving away from the ball as opposed to challenging it. Chris Wokes, do we have any concerns about his form and ability in subcontinent conditions? Didn't look really great in the first 2 games. Not much with the bat.
Well, they like him, don't they? I mean, historically and statistics-wise, he's a great opening white ball bowler.
In English conditions, though, isn't he? He's not proved much. Wood comes in, shortish delivery on the back foot, stylishly towards the mid-on area, but there's more of a test match innings here from Hridoy, 27 off 45, end of over number 34.
That was quick.
Anything
That was 92 miles an hour. No one's tweeting us in. No one's getting in touch with us on YouTube. We're just listening away out there.
They want us to chat. They want us to discuss and entertain them by doing this. So let's go for it. So what are your thoughts on that, gents?
Well, I mean, I don't know.
We're seeing more delicious Indian food on the TV.
Exactly.
That's what's distracting us.
That's pause. No, I was just sort of. I mean, Chris Wokes, great player. He's been a great servant of the game in English conditions. This one, Topley, starts the 35th over outside the off stump and played it towards the third man area. Glides the third man area by the batter there, Cridoy, and the batters come back for two.
He famously has a great record in Test cricket in England in English conditions, and famously not a great record in Test matches abroad, and particularly on the subcontinent. But I'm not sure if that applies in the same way in one-day international cricket. I don't know. I haven't got the stats to hand.
I think he's pretty good anywhere he goes in white ball cricket.
Topley comes outside the off stump, shorter again in the same area, but can they get two? Perhaps not on this occasion, because the ball travelled quite faster than the previous delivery, and the batsman just scrambled through for one. Yeah, I'm a great fan of Chris Wokes, don't get me wrong, but again, I'm looking at the places, the personnel that are jostling for a spot, and looking at, okay, how do we bring in this person to that? And do we do it on form, or do we do it on class and the past?
And conditions of any given pitch.
Agreed. Topley comes in again, edge this one outside. Good line there, Grubby. Very good line, testing line just outside the off stump, and he plays on the front foot, and I think he edged that intentionally safely towards the third man area for a single.
Yeah, someone expressed their surprise about Topley coming around the wicket. I think it was Gary when he was on. But actually he's obviously quite comfortable doing that. I mean, there are some left arm bowlers who are less comfortable. I can't think of David Willey going round the wicket too often.
No, he does now.
He?
Yeah, I think a lot of lefties do it because it gives you angle it into the stumps. Oh,
so it comes again outside the off stump again, similar kind of a shot towards the third man. The third man, Woody, has been kept busy, isn't he? Almost every ball of that over.
He looks knackered as well.
It's a shame, isn't it? It so often happens. You've got a bowler busting a gut at one, and then he fields down behind the wicket, and the ball seems to follow him round. He has to do a lot of running in between his own overs. Seems unfair.
And he's chirping away to his teammates and the dressing room.
I think Stokes
there.
is giving him some.
He loves it. Woody loves it.
Of course he does.
Woody's enjoying himself, smiling away and looking at the next.
You've got to adjust to the heat, haven't you? Really, I guess if you're a Geordie.
So is Stokes, isn't it? So they have good camaraderie there. This one's on the leg stump. This is the only ball in that over that he's heard in line, and onto the stumps, and Mehdi trying to play it on the onside, not getting bat on ball on that occasion. A great tidy over so far. Can he finish it strong? He's got an over left in his spell. What a great spell. 4 for 43. Can he make it 5 and make this a memorable outing for the lanky left armour? And my biggest question in my heart at the moment is, can this man survive the enduring days of the World Cup? Overpitched, driven, didn't get hold of it, goes straight to the short extra cover area, no chance of a run. End of a wonderful spell by the tall lanky Rhys Topley. 10 overs, 4 for 43. End of over number 35. Bangladesh 174 for 6, target 365.
Diana Patterson with us. She says, come on, it's just 6 a.m. I know she's somewhere in America. I must get up now. I have been too tired even to tell you that you have the wrong name of the cricket ground on your screen. If you're asleep, why can't I be? What do I have on there?
I don't know.
I put Hyderabad instead of Masala or whatever.
It says Hyderabad, yeah.
Ah, fuck. I thought I changed it.
Darn
Sorry.
it.
Doesn't matter. It's too late now. Tigers' net run rate will take a massive drop regardless of how many runs they make. Need to bat all 50 overs. England's thus far 646 runs from 100 overs they have faced.
Beginning of a new over. It's the evergreen Mark Wood who's bowling the 7th over of his spell here, and Bangladesh moving up to 175 for 6.
Yeah, he is, as you say, he's a Geordie. He's from a town called Ashington in Northumberland, same town as Steve Harmison is from, and the famous Charlton brothers, Bobby and Jack, the famous England football legends. So, you know, hotbed of sport there.
Bobby's still knocking about, isn't he?
Yeah, he's not well, I don't think.
Yeah, I know he's not well. But
this is the Geordie Mark Wood. Here he comes, and this one showing a bit of intent there. Mehedi on the back foot, plays it nicely towards the deep cover area, and the batters go for a quick single. So far, Chris Wokes, 8 overs, 2 for 49. Reece Topley has completely spelled, 10 overs, 4 for 43 with a maiden in between. Sam Curran, 5 overs for 34. Mark Wood bowling his 7th over, none for 20. And Adil Rashid, 6 overs, none for 28. So it's just Chris Wokes and Reece Topley, the openers, who've actually been among the wickets for England. At the batting, we saw a great knock from the opener, Lilton Das, 76. None of the other batters except as Woody comes in on the back foot, goes Hridoy and plays it towards the short wicket.
I mean, there's absolutely no intent there, is there, whatsoever?
No intent whatsoever. They're playing for the overs, is what I feel. And
yeah,
Ryan scored 51, the wicketkeeper, former captain, and Hridoy, he's on 32. Looking to take Bangladesh over to the end of the innings, I believe, with the way they're batting. That's their ploy,
so
unfortunately.
Get someone in there at short leg, get someone under the nose, do something a bit different. If they're playing defensively,
go for the wickets, isn't it?
Go for the kill, yeah.
Yeah, well, when he comes in, steaming in, he's going for the wickets, isn't he? That's what he does. He comes in, bowls as fast as he can, over pitch, driven to the mid-off area, no chance of a run. A bit of a drag at this time of this stage of the innings, of the game. We would have expected a little bit more entertainment and more sort of challenging.
That was a decent Yorker there from Mark Wood, I thought, and quite well dug out from Hridoy.
Yeah, considering it was nearly nice 2 miles.
Yeah. So as you say, Bennett, he's striving for those wickets. He always does try his heart out, Mark Wood, but just thwarted on that occasion.
He hasn't got a wicket yet, has he?
No.
Didn't get one in the first game. Well, the only person who's got a wicket before this game was Sam Curran, wasn't it?
Oh wow, that was a shortish delivery. As a snorter climbed on him and went straight through to the wicketkeeper, and he's been given a warning. See, the first short ball of the over. How did that ball not be called a wide? Oh, he moved away.
He moved inside it, I think.
He moved inside of the line of the ball. Yeah. Okay. Oh, well, I'm not sure whether he did properly, but anyway, that's the umpire's call.
Yeah, it's gone right over the top of the stumps. So it would be a bit harsh, I think. But we are used to, any time we see a ball going down the leg side of the batsman, to it being called, aren't we? So
indeed.
I think it was quite a good call, actually.
It was at the end. How unfortunate the bowlers are these days, aren't they? Nothing going in their favour, including the little leg side wides. This one's outside the off stump. And a good pace, and that's the end of over number 7 for Woody. At 91 miles per hour was that ball. 36 overs gone, 176 for 6. 189 from 84 required. You got anything, Ben?
Just Leah saying Darren Masala, isn't it? What's the flavour profile of that? Fuck off. How do I use it with chicken? Is it spicy enough to kill pale Polish neighbours? No, I don't know. Masalas generally aren't very spicy, though.
There's a nice line from Coronation Street years ago. Just seeing that close-up of Mark Wood reminds me, because he's known as a horse, obviously. And I think it was Annie Walker, who was the landlady of the Rovers Return. She once told Bet Lynch, "Only horses sweat, men perspire, and ladies glow."
Genius. Do you want another beer?
No, I'm right, thank you.
All right.
Right, gentlemen, we are on to over number 37. It's Adil Rashid. Right arm over. It's nice looking delivery. Looped up on middle and off, or maybe off and away, and spins a mile away. No chance of a run. Sorry, is that a jingle?
Go for it, yeah, go. Carry on.
Lovely, okay. This one's played nicely into the covers, into the deep extra cover area by Mehedi or Hridoy, and the batsmen get a single. It's Mehdi on strike now. He's on 6 of 16. It looks solid without threatening for Bangladesh's cause. This one's overpitched, a slog there. Didn't get hold of it. A bit of a misfield by the fielder Reece Topley around the mid-wicket area. Gives the opportunity for the batters to cross over for a single. Do you think Adil Rashid has looked as threatening as he usually is in this World Cup?
Not yet.
1 second, but that was one of these.
I'm not sure who that is, but he's fucking dropped it. He's fucking dropped it.
Yeah.
Well, it was a drop catch, the early one. My apologies to the listeners. We didn't pick that one up. Reece Topley's dropped a fairly straightforward catch at mid-wicket of Mehdi, I believe, and the unlucky bowler being Rashid. This one's nudged away into the mid-wicket area. The batters go through for a quick single. 180 for 6.
Reece Dropley.
Oh, fantastic. I hate these little things they stick over their heads.
He's not the best of fielders, is he? And this is a googly on midland leg and cramping Mehdi. Yeah, so I fear that Rashid's far from his best in this World Cup, gentlemen.
It's early days, Bennett. Yeah, and he's been a stalwart of this England side that's done so well in white ball cricket the last few years. I did think at the start of the tournament it would be very hard for England to retain the title in different conditions with the squad at a different stage of development. But he's been there throughout that whole process since 2015 at the low ebb.
He has been. No, I was just alluding to the injury that he was carrying just before the World Cup. And as a spin bowler, usually these kind of injuries can really have a great impact, isn't it, on the way it turns out to be.
Well, presumably he's playing because he's fit. Maybe he doesn't want to stretch it too much so far, but, he's not bowled that bad.
It's reserve judgment. Early doors.
Mark Wood comes in down the leg. This is certainly going to be called a wide. Yes, the umpire is stretching out, getting some exercise after being stuck in the place for a while. Stretch us out their arms, and yes, wide call. 184 needed off 78. Almost more than 2 runs a ball required. So
yeah, so considerably more. Nearly. Wow.
Yeah, indeed.
2.5.
England going through the motions here. They're playing for the net run rate, both teams, it appears, at this stage. Bangladesh 181 for 6 and 38 over. Mark Wood, he's not giving anything away, is he? He's just bowling his heart out. Shortish delivery coming straight onto the bat on the location. Hridoy on the back foot and plays it towards the mid-wicket area. No chance of a run.
We had a close-up of Dom Topley, Reece's dad, in the crowd there, who watches his boy all over the world when he plays.
Yeah.
If you were watching those pictures, everyone, Don Topley, slight look of Gary about him, I thought.
Oh, was that who that was?
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Famously came on as 12th man for England back in the early 80s, took a catch and just stepped over the boundary rope.
Wow. He's a first-class cricketer, isn't he? Former first-class cricketer.
Nice
Woodbow is driven beautifully on this occasion. That was slightly over-pitched, and Hridoy on the front foot gracefully drives it past the extra cover area, and the ball hits the ropes at this moment of time. And 185 for 6.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Nice looking shot there, gents.
Yeah, beautiful. Nothing better than a lovely cover drive, I always think.
Indeed, he looks like up for a fight, at least to preserve his wicket and get Bangladesh through to the end without much of a damage. As Woody comes in, this one short delivery on the back foot, stylishly goes Hridoy, places it between the mid-wicket area. Batsmen get their first run fast, they look for 2 and decide against it.
I went to this fixture. I went to this fixture with my family in the 2019 World Cup. It was played in Cardiff. Again, England batted first and got 386, I think it was. Jason Roy scored a century, flattened umpire Joel Wilson in his celebrations. That was quite funny. But Shakib got a century in the run chase, and I'm doing run chase in inverted commas because again they just didn't go for it.
Yeah.
He batted for his own century, played very well, but there was no suggestion ever of chasing it.
Wood comes in, bowls. That's good delivery on midland leg, and Mahedi plays it respectfully back to Woody. No
I
chance.
think I was there that day. Did we meet up?
I'm not sure we met on that day, Bear.
I know we met at the Oval.
Yeah. Bless you. Yeah. Bear was on his ICC duties. I was there with my wife and kids. It was a lovely sunny day, but freezing, as Cardiff can be. So we've still got the blankets we bought that day. So cold were we.
Which part of the year was it?
Well, it was June. So you'd think, but hey, Cardiff still all right to itself.
I'm just stone throw away from Cardiff in a little town called Rogerstone.
Ah.
Can't really June being as cold though. Grubby. That's a shortish delivery. Whistles pass the batter to the wicket-keeper's gloves. No chance of a run.
I think we were quite high up in the stands there at Sapphire Gardens, and so whether we had a bit of shade, and as the day wore on, it was definitely the air temperature was very cold. Maybe there was a wind going as well. But anyway, it was a lovely day. Jason Roy's century, Jofra Archer bowling at 100 miles an hour, Joss Butler hitting one onto the top of the sight screen. Yeah, some great memories.
That would have been lovely. I mean, it's a beautiful ground, but it's slightly smaller one, isn't it, Sapphire Gardens?
Yeah.
Comparatively. Yeah, it would have done the Welsh folks a lot good playing some games. The shortish delivery, and on the back foot goes Mahedi, plays it to the mid-wicket area. No chance of a run. So, Bear, you were doing some ICC duties?
I was running the ICC World feed for the guy who owned it.
Okay.
It was all a bit of a pirate operation, though. It was pretty much guerrilla cricket on the road, essentially, because they didn't have any infrastructure at all. I assumed they had somewhere. I turned up in Cardiff, and I assumed they had somewhere to broadcast it to, and some way of broadcasting, like a stream address or something. We were sending it to a server. Turn up, I get a phone call from Barry, who's a very nice guy, who's from Barbados, and he's done it before with this guy who owns the rights.
And Rashid starts a new over. Adil Rashid, 39th over of the Bangladeshi innings. Bangladesh winning the toss, inviting England to take first stage of the wicket. England scored 364 and Bangladesh 186 for 6. In case if you're joining, it's Hridoy on 38 and Mahedi on 7. Over pitch delivery driven past the bowler on the mid-off area and goes to long off, and the batters go through for a quick single. Bangladesh looks like they've actually given up the fight here. They're more playing for survival, gentlemen.
It's not a great look, is it?
No.
Never a great look. I understand, but I'm still a bit disappointed.
And this one's... it's a googly.
Big googly.
You picked it, but he didn't.
He tosses it right out, way outside the off stump, and the batter really confused with it. He nicely bowled.
That should be a signal, surely, as a batsman, isn't it? Oh, he's tossed it out miles outside the off stump. It's got to be a googly.
And he bowls this one a bit more tighter onto the stumps, and on the front foot goes the batter, plays it to the covers, no chance of a run. And I think it was just a loop on that occasion that confused the batter there. They're showing the variations, the one that turns viciously, the one that turns not as much. The leggies, this one's floated up and turning away and played into the covers. He does also have a carom ball, doesn't he?
Out the front of the hand, we saw there.
Zuta?
Maybe, yeah.
Don't know.
Slider.
Zuta. Here he comes in to finish his 8th over, and this one's hit high and hard, but didn't time it, nor did get the elevation where the batters come back for 2 more to Hridoy, who moves up to 39. End of over number 8 for Rashid, not for 35. And do we have anything to offer here, Bear?
Let me have a look.
Big sigh from the Bear there.
Those neighbours start sweating the moment they see anything spicy in a boiled potato. That's Leah talking about the masalas. Spicy Golden Duck says, good afternoon, Gridders. Thanks for the commentary. I've been eyeing up the gaming Zoom headset that Messi Jez recommended. Do you want one for Gorilla Towers? We don't need one. We've got lots. England should see their net run rate sail over 1.0 mark, whilst Bangladesh will drop to less than 1.0. I don't know how. Net run rate always does my head in. I can never quite get how it works.
Well, presumably, if we... hang on a minute. I'm seeing another change of bowling here
Yes,
for England.
it's Liam Livingstone.
It is. I'll jingle him up in just a second.
Let me know when you're ready. This one's... Oh, beautiful delivery. On the leg stump. Vicious turn. And he's got him edged off the very first delivery. Where were you, Liam? Welcome to the crease. Welcome to the crease, he says. And here I am. Vicious turn. Prodigious turn on that occasion. On the leg stump. Beautifully bowled. And the batter certainly bamboozled by the beautiful turn that he got. And that's the end.
One ball. Blimey, Charlie.
Sorry. Just give me a signal when you're ready. Sorry, Grubby.
Yeah, no. I mean, one ball he was on. And there we go.
On your bike, mate.
Finished? Sorry. So the well set Ridoy is the batter who was just been dismissed by Liam Livingstone. I'm glad he got a bowl, and he's certainly got something to prove after not scoring much. Caught by Butler off the bowling of Livingstone. Ridoy for a well compiled 39. And England do have a sniff now at the Bangladeshi tail, gentlemen. Would they go in with another pace on the other side?
Might just about still get that 200.
Yeah.
So if, for example, England bowl Bangladesh out for 200, exactly, that means that their run rate has been 4 in this innings, isn't it? So
Yep.
and ours has been over 7. So that means our net run rate in this is 3 and a bit.
Right, okay.
And our net run rate previously was 2 and a bit, so that means it would be...
Above, we'd be positive.
Yeah, positive, yeah.
That's quite handy.
That's interesting how this...
I think it's the way the Butler went up there, I just assumed that he was... that was nearly out. Threw it up in the air.
I think he was just happy to have pouched it, because it just wobbled in his glove. Any catch behind the stumps off a spinner like that is difficult. Because no matter how thin the edge, it always deviates a bit. So, and I know this because I used to keep wicket. If one lands in your gloves, you're always a bit relieved.
And I just really think that Liam Livingstone's skills are slightly underrated. I mean, how many bowlers around the globe that you can see who can turn the ball both ways?
Yeah,
and I think it's a real asset.
It's exciting, yeah.
And he turns them not just with his fingers. That's googly.
No, that's just an off spinner. It's because he bowls off spinners and leggies, basically.
He bowls off spinners. He doesn't bowl a googly, does he?
I don't think he's got a googly.
I'm not sure. But the thing is, when you can turn it like that, there's maybe no need. Because it's definitely with finger spin.
That was turning down a mile, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Great bowling by Livingstone, 2 balls. And again, this one's on a good length. This one, he's bowling the offie to the left hand.
Yeah, exactly. Who's the new batter? Who's this guy? I'll put it under. So keep commentating. I'll just put it under your commentary.
So, how do you then kind of differentiate the googly if he's bowling an off spinner? Well, this one's over pitched, driven nicely towards the deep cover area. Joe Root feels no chance of running.
No, he's clearly able to land a leggy, and bowling an off spinner, no matter what, you're left or right-handed, it's an easier option, isn't it? So, but bowling a googly, I guess that's an art you really have to practice. Oh, for fuck's sake, who's ringing me now?
Livingstone, can he showcase his credentials and put up a performance that would help him to continue in this great England side for the foreseeable future? Livingstone, he bowls to Mahedi, who's the batsman who's already been there. Shortish delivery on the midland leg, moving away towards the off stump and punches it towards the cover area. No chance of a run.
We've got 10 overs left, haven't we, after this? What's happening at the end of this over? Because
I'll be leaving you. You're carrying on. Messi's coming back in, I think.
Over pitch, driven into the cover area. No chance of a run. End of over number 40. Bangladesh chasing 365 for victory, a 191 for 7. Tuskin 1 of 3. Mahedi 10 of 27. Pick of the bowlers for England: Reece Opley 4 for 43 and Chris Wokes 2 for 49. And that's the end of my stint, Bear. You're okay to carry on?
Well, we're not really, actually, because we're just down to me and Messi now, because Grubby's got to grow as well. So
I am so sorry, I can't really stay on. I apologize for that.
Bear and I are very capable of filling a very large space between the two of us, aren't we, Bear?
I know you can manage that. I'll love you and leave you both. Take care.
Grab yourself another beer.
Thanks for having me. Cheers now, viewers.
What else you got to do today, Grubby? Come on. Oh, that one turns in. Adil Rashid bowls the googly. Was that Mahidi? Or Taskin? And they run it down.
Mahidi, I think.
Oh, there's Mahidi. They didn't get a run. Okie dokie. Well, Grubby is going to stay here then. It's the three amigos at the end. It's thrashed in the air, but into a gap, out to extra cover. And get one of these. Need an awful lot of these to get anywhere.
1, 2, 3, 4.
You're gonna stick it out. Might as well
never have too much, Grubby. I was wondering, Bear, if you might be being a little hasty in rejecting the very kind offer from, was it Chris the Quiet, Spicy Golden Duck, about a headset. There are a few. Zoom
oh yeah, sorry. If it's for a Zoom, if you want to, well, no, yes, there's a Plantronics one on headset something or other.co.uk that's basically £31.98. If you want to deposit that, and someone who doesn't have a headset, I thought you meant actually in the studio, but we don't use headsets in the studio. So yes, Spicy, if you would donate that to the PayPal, then the next person I need to get one, I can get them to get it and give them the money, and that would be very helpful. So thank you. Sorry, I didn't mean to seem ungrateful. Oh dear, he's bowled him. Adil Rashid has bowled a googly. He's tossed it up there. Mahidi, he might have gone inside edge, but it's gone between bat and pad. And well, what do you say? It's bye-bye.
The crowd says, you're out.
That's a beauty, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
It's sort of been coming, that as well. Because even though he bowls it frequently, not everyone can read it. In fact, many can't.
Oh well, indeed, a lot of them can't.
And the flight too is just gorgeous, isn't it? It's a perfect googly, really.
And he gets it to drop so well as well. That's the thing.
Yeah.
It's nothing finer than leg spin bowling. I love. I've said this before. I love watching Kuldeep Yadav bowl. His wrong as he bowls over the wicket as a left arm wrist spinner over the wicket to a right hander, the one that drifts across. That's a thing of beauty. And Adil Rashid's googly, although we see it quite frequently, is also a thing of beauty.
Yes, indeed.
Too good.
I mean, Kuldeep's done well to come back because he came in as a kind of mystery because he was a left-arm wrist spinner, and that would many people see them, and I think it's a bit pointless. Although with more lefters and righters now, it doesn't really matter.
He's one of my favourite bowlers to watch, Bear. I love it.
And Indo was a massive fan of his, but he kind of went off the boil and got a lot of tap. But he's fought himself back and got himself back in the side. So that's tossed up outside the off stump of the new batsman, who I will jingle up. Turns back into him, standard leggy, and it's no run.
He's colorful, he's wonderful, so cultural, so touchable, as flavorful.
Speaking of great deliveries, I don't know if you saw the bowl, Jadeja's ball that bowled Stephen Smith the other day. That was just the perfect ball. Absolutely perfect.
Pitch turn, beat the outside edge, I hear.
Yep. I mean, Smith was playing the wrong line, but even so.
Yeah, well, that's what you do when it pitches and turns and does just enough to beat the outside edge of the bat. Next ball is just defended as Livingston is back into the attack. Has a gorgeous ball, though. And Rashid gets a middle stump, bowled him with the googly through the gate. Livingston is in, defended, out just behind square where Adil will field, and there's no run.
Messrs, I agree with you about that Jadeja ball. Absolute thing of beauty.
Oh, wasn't it?
And another of my favourite cricketers.
Reaction was just fuck.
Yeah. Defended by Taskin out into the offside. He'll get himself a single. It's just wide enough to cover.
Smith's immediate reaction was to smile, but that was quickly followed by a rueful look and some swearing. So it was joyful in so many ways.
Oh dear.
Liam Livingston. Oh, tosses that one up, and it beats the inside edge of Shoreful's bat, which is miles away from his pad.
Whoa.
I mean, he is a candidate to get a little bit inside edge, caught, bowled, anything. If he tosses that, keeps tossing that up and gets the right line, it's going to bowl him.
Getting a fair bit of turn, isn't
well,
he?
He is getting a fair bit of turn. He's smashed that into the leg side. It's gone a long way up. And no one really wants to take the dive out there, so Sam Curran just lets it plug rather than try and catch it. It's kind of there.
He seemed to be quite close to that, didn't he?
He did seem to be quite close to that. It's a bit weird.
Probably worried about the outfield. Not a great outfield for Daleks.
No. Well, they hover these days, though, don't they?
Oh, do they?
Yeah.
That's true.
That's how they get away with it. They fucking levitate.
The modern Dalek.
Yeah. That one's just defended. It drops down into the ground, goes behind square, nowhere. For Shoreful.
So
End of the over? No, and that's a no run.
So stairs and ploughed fields are no longer the nemesis they once were.
Yes, well, exactly.
No. The whole game has changed. I mean, the fact that they can fly between galaxies and be stuck with steps was always a bit weird, but no.
Funny aliens.
Yeah. Varone says England should see their net run rate sail over the 1 mark, while Bangladesh will drop to less than 1. Leah gives a brief explanation of net run rate. And she also says, I've been looking for those mics with the long handles and the snot shields for ages. Where can I get one?
Well, that one is just defending out the other side. And there's none. They're Coles 414s, or they're now 4104s or something. Coles microphones. They're not cheap, but you can find them sometimes second hand. You can get them on eBay.
The estate of Richie Benno.
Oh, that one's a googly from Adil Rashid, and it goes across Taskin.
Another delicious delivery.
It was a delicious delivery. It's taken by Butler, and there is no run. 167 required from 46 balls. There's nearly 4 runs a ball. That one tossed up, defended by Taskin out into the covers, and there's no run. So eBay, there's a site in England called bblist.com or .co.uk. BB as in 2 letters, list, and it's mostly ex-broadcast equipment, so they tend to be quite expensive, but there's a fair few on there. That's
when you say expensive,
well, I mean, so brand new one of these is now 450, 500 quid. I've picked up a fair few on eBay for around about £100 mark. On BB list, people tend to list them at sort of 250 to 300, so it's not that much of a discount. Tossed up. Oh, well, that's probably going to spin down leg side. It's given a lot of air by the Rashid. It dropped. Big heave by Taskin. Comes off his pad, goes down to long leg. Oh, they get 2 leg buys, and that brings up the 200 for Bangladesh. 200 for 8 in the 43rd over. You thought what?
I thought you might have got an under edge on that, but it was signalled.
I don't think so. I think it's around the wicket. Oh, that's a googly. And Taskin defends that down towards third man. They'll get a single. I think England will be happy that they don't have to dive around this outfield as well. Because there are so few, the chance of losing are very not going to happen.
Yeah. Gorgeous setting for this game. Horrendous outfield.
Yeah. It's all just sand, isn't it, underneath? That's the problem. It's not knitted together. They only relaid it about 4 months ago. There's no root system underneath the grass. Then they had some fungus on the grass, apparently. This is why it's all mottled.
Like in the 2019 World Cup, when you look back at, at that final at Lord's, there's that horrible moss disease or whatever it was. With the swirly patterns on the outfield.
And that's the one. It gets everywhere. That's cut out to the man on the point boundary for 1 run. Sri Lanka got 344 for 9.
That was looking closer to 400 at one point in that innings, so chance for Pakistan, but they're still second favourites.
Defended on the onside, and there's no run. Definitely, if I think you've got to go quite hard right from the start, isn't he, with a score like that?
Yeah, well, it could be interesting. We haven't had a close game yet, have we? So it's about time.
No. That one is flatter and quicker from Livingston. Turns back into Sharaful.
Do you get the sense that
Works it
Liam
down
Livingston?
for single.
Sorry, do you get the sense that Liam Livingston's been champing at the bit to have a bowl? Didn't come on to the
Yeah.
35th, 36th over, and he's got a first ball duck. He's thinking, come on.
He's also thinking, I've got 2 cheap wickets here. That's what I'd be thinking. That's giving a big heave. That's going to go all the way. That's 6 runs. Haven't seen one of those for a while, but it pitched and was right in the slot. And Taskin was down early. Decided he was going to hit it, and he did. It's 6 runs. You can actually note that. 13, 37, 10. Well done, Grubby. He's very diligent. You can tell he's worked in some sort of production episode. That one is defended out into the offside to where the bowler picks it up off his own bowling, and there's no run.
You know, when Tony tells me to do something, I like to do it properly.
Well, that's good, because Tone doesn't. I'm sure he's not listening. Tone A is upset.
Even with no briefing.
So for a couple of days, it's like I can't type it into a computer. It's like, what the fuck? I'm going to write it freehand. As that was played into leg side, and there's no run. It's like Tone A, it's a lot easier. B, it's transmissible. I can just get it over on that computer. You know, this is how it works.
You're listening to Gorilla Production Notes live
and I
from
have
Sydney.
to send it to people. Blah blah blah. And he's like, and then after I made him do it, it's like, yeah, that was quite easy. But then he's like, I can't do it and talk at the same time. It's like, come on. Man.
Grand Theft Auto has got some deep local knowledge. Says, as an ex-resident of Newport Gwent and Newport Pembrokeshire, Roger Stone is just outside of Newport Gwent, not Cardiff. Lol.
Oh,
But if you say you live on the outskirts of Cardiff, no one bats an eyelid. If you say you're from Newport Gwent, you invoke pity.
Because I think Bennett's in that. Is it Rogerstown? Bennett said he's.
Yeah.
He is at the moment. Yeah.
I thought Cardiff was quite nice when I went there. A couple of times I went there.
Yeah, it's nice.
Around St Friars Gardens was alright.
It's bang tidy, isn't it?
Yeah, bang tidy.
And they've redone all that waterfront stuff.
Yeah. I went there. I filmed fucking beach volleyball there once as well. In about October. It was fucking freezing. Right. We are going to have a bit of Sammy Curran. He's going to bowl at Sharaful. He's 3 off 6. Gets a short ball down the arse. It's going to be a wide. One of these. I do hate that when it's really obvious what's going to happen, rather than speed up to get to the inevitable, everyone fucking slows down.
What, the game?
Yeah.
Lovely shot on the telly there. Man mountain in front of an actual mountain.
Yeah.
Reece Topley in front of the Himalayas.
Short-ish by Sam Curran. It's cut by Sharaful, but only as far as whoever that is at point. And there ain't no run.
Yeah. Leah's been a little bit disheartened by your microphone news. She says, I guess I'll wait until £200 means around €50.
Well, yeah, I mean, the thing about BB List is they do have stuff in Europe. It's a Europe-wide site. It's basically ex-pros bunging all their shit on there. That's why it's so expensive. But I'm sure you can pick it up cheaper on eBay. A big swing, no ding from Sharaful. It's a little bit. It's only 76.4 miles an hour. Probably a cutter into the pitch.
Yeah.
No timing at all. No run.
Ombre Nueva says, the GPL is moving into my sights. A long shot, but inching in slowly. We'll have to.
So what is it now?
What's he on?
It'll be 564 right now.
564 now. What's Ombre on?
Oh, let's have a look. We got it up here. Dharamsala. It is
597. 574 right now.
Is it? Oh yeah, of course. Oh, that's driven by Sharaful, and it's been chased down to the boundary. Now, I swear on other pitches someone would have dived to try and haul that in, but they've decided it's not really worth it here, especially when they are not going to lose this. Anyway, it's 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, Ombre's going to be close-ish. He's at 597, and the current aggregate score is what did we say? 579.
578.
578. So
978, yeah.
21 runs from here would be 235. Oh, that's pulled in the air. It's not going to make it down to the boundary at long leg. It's not going to make it to the man either. He's too fine for that, and it'll end up being 2 runs. Do they come back for 2 or do they just 1?
Reese Topley, you too fine.
Oh, nice one.
No, I think they only won. They did only run 1. Taskin 12 off 16. Shoreful 8 off 10. Bangladesh 215 for 8. Heading for a loss, big loss, and they're making us all sit here and fucking wait.
There are worse things you could be doing on a Tuesday
well,
afternoon.
There are worse things I could be doing. I've got to do the highlights at the end now. I'd rather start that earlier and finish that earlier.
Come on, game, finish so that the bear can get on with his life.
And yeah, exactly.
Has Sammy Curran got a little tash? I know. It looked like he had a little tash there. But that'd be amazing if he does.
Very bleached. Full into the pads. Was it? Well, maybe he hit that with his bat then, because there was no appeal. I don't think it would have been out, but it surprised me there would have been an appeal. If it hit the pads, it's not. It's given as a single, so it was off the bat.
No, Pokey, the GPL is not for both games. It's just the one. Technically, logically, it's way beyond us to have it going for both games.
Yeah, I've only got the capacity to actually open one game at a time. I'm sure it can be managed so that it could be multiple games. I'm going to speak to someone on Friday about bingo. That slapped back down the track. I know, by Shoreful. Past the bowler. And it is another 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Will Buckley is trying to get us to promote match card bingo for cricket.
Yeah, sounds fun.
It does sound fun. I'm not a bingo man myself, but one thing that annoys me is he wants me to spend money to have a look at his product, and I'm like, no, I'm not doing that.
Maybe not.
Oh, that doesn't sound right.
Exactly. So I have to buy a card just to be able to look at it. I want to be able to investigate myself.
Nah. That sounds like a con job to me.
It's not a con job. It's obviously a money-making exercise. They've got a betting license, so it's properly regulated, etc., etc. The thing is, I want to know what sort of bingo it is. Is it 4s and 6s, or is it stupid comments by a BBC commentator? I mean, you could have, because I mean, the thing is, you could have a guerrilla cricket bingo.
I'll bet you it actually has nothing to do with chance. It's all about just the thing they set up. Anyhow.
Yes, probably. Slapped to mid on with no timing, and it'll be a single. As Wood is back into his hat, he's got 2 overs left. There's some ladies dance in the stands. They look happy.
It's a festival atmosphere.
It's a festival atmosphere. Unfortunately, it's not a full ground though.
Yeah, it does have a nice feel about it, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does have a nice feel. But that's I don't know. I mean, there seems to be a fair few travellers there from other parts of the world, which is what you want a tournament like this.
Yeah.
That's outside edged to cover.
If that ball's anything to go by, Shoreful is not that keen to face Wood.
No, he doesn't look like it at all, does he? And that was nearly 90 miles an hour, but not quite.
You know when a tall man.
God
You know when a tall man gets.
James.
You know when a tall man gets punched in the ribs by a short man.
Yeah.
That's what Shoreful looked like there.
Yeah.
Sorry, Besses. Carry on.
Coupled over.
James has sent the money by PayPal instead, Bear. So you've got the money there for a headset for someone.
So the next person
Thank
who
you
needs
so
a
much,
headset,
Spicy.
there are a fair few of them. What I've realised as he backs away from that, tends to cut it. It would have crashed into his stumps, but it didn't, and there is no one. What I've realised is a lot of people think, and I don't know why, but the headsets that you plug in with a mini jack rather than a USB cable, they just don't work with things like Zoom. I don't know why. The third pin never actually gets picked up and is never used. And so
there you go. That's a note to everyone who's
a note to anyone who's
going to be on Gorilla
commentate on this. Or get a USB headset.
Yeah.
because they're the only ones that
Jabra or similar.
Yeah, something like that, or Plantronics.
They're quite cheap, by the way.
Yeah, well, exactly. That's the one I'm saying. The one
like 30 quid or something.
The Plantronics one that everyone uses, I advise, is like 30 quid. Oh, there we go. Bowl. Woody gets his first wicket at the World Cup. He's bowling around a wicket. He looks puffed out.
Come on, Woody.
But it's fast. It's quick. It's full, and it's into middle stump. And Sharaful was backing away once more, and instead of getting hold of it,
he really didn't fancy it.
You know, he didn't. His stumps have actually been splayed. You can't imagine number 11 will fancy it much either, can you? But we shall wait and see. We'll give it a little jingle to say goodbye. Well,
so get on your bike and take a hike right out of here.
A tactical retreat, I think.
Yeah.
Bowled his heart out, Woody, isn't he? I think if my lip reading skills are up to snuff there, I think he was pointing to one of his teammates, don't know who it was, off camera, and I think he just gave him a friendly, fuck you.
Yeah.
Yes, he did too.
Yeah. Corroborated.
Yep. Yeah, I just got the replay later than you, and as you were saying it, that's exactly what he was saying.
Well, the last man at the crease, can we get this done, please?
The Fizz.
Is the Fizz.
The Fizz.
Well, he's not scared because he defended that quite well, didn't back away. And
so we're on 585 and Ombre Nuevo needs 597, so only another 12 runs.
Yeah, that's doable, isn't it?
Yeah.
Go on, the Bangles, get 12.
We've had another super chat from Harriet.
Oh, thanks,
Harriet
Harriet.
Atkinson. She says, so it's back in the garden for the mad old cat bat. Crazy weather and good commentary. Happy days.
Hey.
Thanks very much, Harriet.
Good on you,
Superhero, Harriet. Thank you very much.
England look reasonably happy. Last ball of the over, and Mustafa's guides it down to backward point, and there is no run. 46 done, 221 for 9.
So Dara Azizi asks a very good question. He says, what game are you covering next, fellas? Well,
tomorrow.
Right now we are covering the match that's in Hyderabad, I think, isn't it?
Sri Lanka versus Pakistan is being covered on White Line Wireless, who are in the Gorilla Fold. They're also available on the player on the website and at Gorilla Cricket 2 on YouTube. I'm just going to Lou. Cover me.
And then tomorrow we are covering India-Afghanistan from Delhi. Which starts at the 9:30 BST, which should be interesting.
Yep.
Every day we got something. Actually, Thursday should be interesting. Australia, South Africa.
It's our strapline, isn't it? Every bloody day. This is a ball from Sam Curran starting a new over just outside the off stump of Taskin Ahmed, who has a wild old swing. It's a full delivery. He didn't get anything on it. Through to keeper. He's got 13 from 19. We're in the last knockings of this game here. Bangladesh at 2-2-1 for 9. In vain pursuit of a target of 365. We have a little bit of jeopardy here in the studio because our friend Ombre Nuevo is in with the GPL, the Gorilla Prediction League. If you haven't played today, tune in again tomorrow and you can have a go. Sam Curran bowls a full delivery, squirts off an outside edge into the cover point region, and they're going to get 1. Choo for 9. And what does Ombre need? It's 84 at the moment. He needs 7 more, I think. Messes, is that right, Ombre Nuevo?
No. You need. Oh, sorry, is that right? No.
Yeah.
He needs 297. So he
97.
Needs 10, doesn't he?
Okay, so it's 84 at the moment. So he needs 13. No, hang on.
No, because they need 364 is what England got. So it's 284. It's 384. Sorry,
it's 13. You were
right. 13. Right, 13.
You're right with one of those 8 guesses.
And he's also got 600, or somebody's got 600. I don't know if that's him.
Yeah, it's him again.
Yeah.
A full delivery, played down to long leg for another single.
No, Cullen Matthew J has, which is Matthew Cullen. He has 600.
All right.
597 is what Ombre has. Yes, and we're on.
Yeah.
We're on
587.
587 now. So
Right.
10 runs is required.
233 is the final score that Ombre would like for a bit of cash.
233, and then 233, 236 would also be a winner.
Hey. Well, this is better than bingo any day.
Well, yeah. Miss hit down towards long on. Curran fields off his own bowling. And there is a single. I guess Woody gets the bowl out. Next over.
Yeah, he's got one left, doesn't he? Yeah.
Darryl Milan is man of the match then, I guess, with 140.
Standard.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
No choice there.
Yeah.
Rooty batted really well. I mean, Rooty will be well pleased, won't he? I mean, he had a horrible series against New Zealand's come here, scored 77 and 87 or something like that. Flashed at by Mr. Vizert, nowhere near it, goes through the button, no run. Just bowl it fucking straight, he'll miss one eventually, for crying out loud.
Yeah, there's no point getting too clever when it's tail enders.
Yeah, he's not had a great day, Karen, has he?
No.
46 off almost 7 overs. And
yeah, but you know, in any
in
team performance, someone's going to have a great day. It's the team performance at the end of the day. I mean, at the end of the day, they've butchered them, haven't they? If they get them out, the next hopefully within the next 10 runs, maximum 9, obviously. Then everything will be fine. Oh no, actually 8 now, isn't it? They got a single. That's cut out to the man sweeping on the cover boundaries. I get a single. 2-5 for 9.
Hombre Nuevo getting a bit Sheffield United now, I'd imagine.
Yeah. So what are we on now? 4, 5, so 8, 9, isn't it?
8 runs.
8 runs required. 2 fours, 2 spawny fours and a wicket. You're fine.
You do have to get
and Leah.
Yeah, go on.
Leah says, "I guess I won't see you tomorrow, as I will do the India versus Afghanistan game live in German here." And she sends us the link, which I'm just going to retweet. For anybody keen to listen in German, Leah is doing the whole thing for you tomorrow.
Short.
Good luck with that, Leah.
Short from around a wicket and and he just ducks and flaps a bat at it and misses it, and it misses him, and it goes through the keeper. It's probably the best explanation for that ball.
Duck and flap. It sounds like some sort of protection technique against nuclear war, doesn't it?
Bangladesh next match against New Zealand in Chennai. Well, England, they're going to get some points on the board. That'll make them feel a lot better. They can do better again. That's cut airily short of third man. Who's that down there? Rooty. They're sent down to third man. They'll get a single. 2-2-6 for 9. So 690 is currently the score. 7 runs required for a win on a GPL, which would be quite a decent win actually, because it's got to be.
What's in there?
93 quid. I think.
93 quid. That's not a bad.
Worth a couple of rounds, isn't it, Hombre?
Yeah.
7 runs, Hombre.
7 runs. Of course, the bank, as always, is me. Doesn't want that to happen.
It's got to happen sooner or later. Then
I like it. I know it does, but I like big prizes. Woody in. Oh, slower ball cuts across it, and Taskin tries to give it a big heave ho, misses it, goes through the button, and there's no run as we look at someone's nice red slap.
It's Alan Donald.
Oh, is it?
He's a frightening looking man, isn't he, Alan Donald?
He is a little bit.
Imagine facing up to him in his pomp.
He's got very skinny, isn't he, with a big head. He's
Yeah,
like a bobble man.
Some fast bowlers are like Mark Wood, is also quite a slight chap.
Yeah.
And yet they can
The bolder you
generate frightening
get,
pace.
the bigger your head appears.
Well, that's true.
He's got that chiselled, craggy face as well, Alan Donald.
Well, Woody is in,
scary.
and he's around a wicket, and it's full, and it's driven out into the deep. There'll be 1. Brooks out there. Are they going to come back for 2? They don't bother.
I can hear Hombre urging them on.
So 6 required, isn't it? They're on 2-9-1, 6-9-1.
Yes.
6, big 6 and an out. 6 and out, do you nicely.
Yeah. Well, you know, and I know, Hombre, you'll be one off. It's just the way of it.
So 233 or 236 would also be a winning number if they passed that. It'd be quite amazing to have a win considering the game and how short it is from the margin that you'd think would be anywhere near it, but there you go. That's defended square by the Fizz, out to point, and there's no run. One ball left to come in the over. One ball.
Fingers. Sri Lanka must have enough with 344. I wouldn't bet on that. I think there's some pretty good batting that Pakistan's got, but they could collapse and be all right for 123 too.
I mean, this is it. If Babar and Wiswan get going alone, there's a couple of 100 runs.
It's going to come down to the spin bowling, you'd think.
Yeah, their spin bowling wasn't very good. I mean, Sri Lanka's bowling was poor the other day. It was hopeless.
Yeah.
Just the pace was no pace, and the spinners were pretty ordinary. Full, slow, missed by Mush, and through the keeper, and there's no run. And then the other question is, will they manage to get how many runs? They need 6 runs in 2 overs. There was only 2 off that one. There's only 2 overs left. They can still yet fall short.
Oh, imagine if it's 2-3-2 for 9. Oh, hombre.
Oh,
hombre. 6 and out is what you want.
Hombre says, gotta say, Messi, hearing you do full days on the White Line Wireless as well as GC is more than impressive. You are a machine, sir.
He is a machine.
Thank you, Hombre. I just sit on my ass and hang out with you guys, but it's interesting. It actually is quite exhausting. The day I did 2 matches at once was a bit too much for me, gotta say.
Messi, are you the sort of alternative commentary version of Ian Smith? Going from radio studio to TV studio.
Sam Curran.
I don't know how those people do that. I really don't.
Sam Curran is bowling it between pads and bat and stumps, and he's questioning whether Taskin got an edge on that because it was dropped. I'm not sure he did. He may have done. Maybe we'll get a bit of snicko. Can't really tell from anything going on the TV.
I mean, I also did my first ball-by-ball stints with White Line Wireless, so I did several before yesterday, and I realised that it's actually it's really stimulating, but it's much more demanding than just doing the tweets or commenting.
I think that might have. Did I just see the stump wobble? Actually,
you might have.
Yep, that brushed the leg stump.
It brushed the leg stump.
Wow, fairly solidly too.
Yeah, it was fairly solidly. The bail moved, but there we go.
That's the one.
Out. You're
Sorry,
not winning
hombre.
it.
Sorry, hombre.
The bank wins. Woohoo! Always happy. Taskett has been bowled. Full straight. Underneath the bat, middle stump splayed, zing bails lighting up, and England have won this by 137 runs. Bangladesh are all out for 227. Thoughts?
Well, it's a game where we've known who the winners are for quite a long time. But some fantastic performances. David Malan continues to prove his doubters wrong, and he has many doubters.
Yes.
Another superb innings, and we think a man of the match performance from him today. Great support from Joe Root, who started this tournament superbly, and that'll be a great relief to both England and himself, given his, for him, pretty ordinary form in the lead up to this tournament. Decent enough bowling performance from England as well. I felt they could have been a bit more proactive in the middle of that innings to try and get Bangladesh bowled out for 200 or thereabouts. But, it's hard to be, as an England fan, it's hard to be too critical of a 137 run victory. And England back on track, got that net run rate back to probably around about 0, I guess.
Yeah, 0, a little bit.
And Bangladesh are up against it, you'd think.
Well, exactly. Well, they won the first game, though, didn't they, quite easily? So, there's this is what I mean.
It's a long way to go.
Andy was like, I'm not sure 5 wins. 5 wins won't get you into the semis. I think there'll be 1 or 2 teams get in with 5 wins. There's some competitive matches, and there's always a banana skin.
I doubt it.
No, we said that in the last World Cup. England got in with 5.
I looked at the last World Cup, and both New Zealand and England had 6 wins, and they were 3rd and 4th in the qualifiers.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I think 6 wins is what you've got to be targeting, yep.
Well, you've got to be targeting it, but I think one team might get through with 5. You never know. There's
possible.
You can always have a bad day.
I think apart from Root and David Milan, Topley was a huge plus for England today.
Yeah, massive.
I think that's so much what they needed, and Wood getting some time in his legs is really good.
Indeed.
I'd say the downside is that the second half of their batting order is still looking pretty dodgy.
Well, but you don't expect to use the second half of your batting order. And the thing is, if your top order fires,
No, in ODIs I think you do. That's the difference. In T20s you don't. That's where India are so strong. I don't think they've got a fucking weak link anyway.
You say that, but Adil Rashid's a fairly decent batsman at number 10. It's only number 11 you're really talking about. I mean, if runs are required, they can get them. Maybe they're not going to get them at a decent lick, but they will. They can compile runs at least.
But what I'm saying is they didn't.
Well, no, they didn't. But it was one game, isn't it? And they didn't
same
particularly in the last
game.
game. Yeah, I know.
I mean, 9 times out of 10, 364 is going to be a winning score.
Exactly.
So the hard work,
true.
The hard work had been done.
The hard work had been done, and they were there to hit at the end. Anyway, let's go through the scorecard for the second innings. Bangladesh, as I said, 227 all out in 48.2 overs. Lytton Das was 76 off 66 deliveries. Caught back the bowl Wokes. Tanzid Hassan caught Bairstow bowled Topley for 1 of 2. Najmal Shanto, Hussain Shanto caught Livingston bowled Topley for none. First ball, he got a golden.
Yep.
Shakib Al Hassan bowled Topley for 1 of 9. Mahdi Hassan Miraz caught back the bowled Wokes for 8 of 7. Mushfiqur Razim got a 51 off 64 that was caught Rashid down at third man bowled Topley. Towid Hidroy caught Butler bowled Livingston. First ball that Livingston bowled, 39 off 61. Mahdi Hassan bowled by Googly from Rashid for 14 off 32. Taskin Ahmed bowled Curran, who was the last wicket to fall, 15 off 25. And Sharaful Islam, who didn't really like Wood and was backing away, was bowled also for 12 off 14. Mustafa the Fizz was not out, 3 off 9, and extras was 7, 227 all out. The bowling, Chris Wokes, 8 overs, no maidens, 2 for 49. Reece Topley, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 43. Sam Curran, 7.2, no maidens, 1 for 47. Mark Wood, 10 overs, no maidens, 1 for 29. Adil Rashid, 10 overs, no maidens, 1 for 42. And Liam Livingston, 3 overs, no maidens, 1 for 13. Every bowler got a wicket, which is good. They're all in the World Cup.
I was just, as you read that out there, I was just thinking that Liam Livingston has got what might be a unique first ball feat today. He got a first baller when he batted.
Oh yeah.
He took a catch to dismiss who was it for a first baller, and he took a wicket with his first ball that he bowled. Now, has that hat trick ever been completed in a one-day international before? I'll leave that with you, everyone. And the next time we're on,
we want an answer.
Let us know.
You can ring Andrew Sampson. Incidentally, the points table, England have moved from minus 2 point something on the net run rate to plus 0.55 just with that one game.
Oh wow, that's good. Well, that makes up for it. The loss is neither here nor there then at that point, is it? Good, well done, England. I think we should just bugger off, really. There's not much more to say about this game, is it? It was a thumping great.
Been a long stint.
One last tweet from Ombre Nuevo says, thanks as always for the commentary and long live the GPL part.
That's very big of you, Ombre. Indeed. Bad luck, my friend.
Exactly. And we'll be back tomorrow morning. We're on air at 9:20. It's back to day-night games tomorrow, so I don't have to get up early tomorrow. Sweet.
Oh, and thanks from Brian. Thank you, Brian, for your victuals.
Oh,
indeed, always.
The most generous man involved with Gorilla.
Exactly.
Thanks, Brian.
He's a star. Right, see you all tomorrow.
Cheers, everyone.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, but control the cover boundary. At last the time has come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Carol Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro,